Preface. My most important teacher at university, Sidney Morgenbesser, used to play a game which I privately called Pantheons. As far as I know, he himself had no word for the game. As a good polytheist, Sidney thought that if there was such a thing as a god, there would have to be several such entities, and probably a whole hierarchy of beings with different ontological status, entertaining complicated relations with each other. If all the philosophers in history were considered to be the domain of reference, there would be the major divinities, minor divinities, demigods, heroes, mere humans, and all too human humans, a category, to be sure, which, for other reasons, held little interest for Sidney. Since Sidney was an extraordinarily gifted philosopher, he was more interested in the considerations one could marshal to place particular figures in a particular category. That is, in the question of what constituted being a major divinity, than he was in which particular person got placed in which box. So depending on the context and the way of discussion proceeded, different philosophers got shifted from one category to the other. One could also play the game with a restriction to a particular century, say 1850 to 1950, a natural period to pick if one were playing the game in, say, 1965. Despite the migration of philosophers from one group to another over time, there were some visible regularities, the most striking of which was Sidney's placement of Gödel near the top, or even at the very top, of the celestial hierarchy. He said on several occasions that it might well turn out that Gödel was the most important philosopher of the century. Did he mean 1850 to 1950, or was this, from the point of view of the late 1960s, a prediction about 1901 to 2001? The reason for Gödel's performance, he said, was that he helped us to think about how to structure our knowledge. Kurt Gödel was born in 1906 in the small city of Brunn in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, now the Czech Republic, and died in Princeton, New Jersey in 1978. In 1931, he published a short paper entitled Über Formel Skats. I'm going to read the other version, on formally undecided theorems of Principia Mathematica and related systems, which made what might be thought to be a highly technical point about axiomatic systems. Simplifying enormously, the paper shows that if one makes certain natural assumptions, it is impossible to get a closed, consistent axiomatic system that will cover all of arithmetic. This turns out, as Sidney said, to have utterly devastated consequences for various traditional ways of thinking about the structure of our knowledge, modes of thought that have, over the centuries, percolated down to inform even our everyday ways of thinking. What could seem more natural to us than that our knowledge forms, or could they be made to form, a system that was consistent and complete? Sidney himself drew from Gödel support for his particular version of Deweyite pragmatism. Knowledge was best construed not as a closed axiomatized system of propositions, but as a series of repeated attempts by living agents to make the best of problematic situations, attempts that were at best more or less successful within some given context. What worked perfectly well in one context would not necessarily do in some others. The idea, which the Deweyite attributed to holders of traditional conceptions of truth, knowledge, evidence, and so forth, of something that was completely successful in absolutely all possible context, was one that was not only even false, because all possible contexts could not even be defined or made determinate, and hence also made no sense. Consistency was important only if it turned out to be important, which it sometimes was, but not always. Absolute completeness was a fantasy. Obviously, these are not the only possible conclusions that could be drawn from a study of Gödel, and any philosopher worth even a tiny pinch of salt would be able to give an argument about at least one aspect of or another of Sidney's views, provided that they could develop these views sufficiently fully to permit them to be discussed in a detailed way. The chapters in this book are, all one might say, about ways of thinking about ethics, politics, religion in the light of Gödel. Given that we are the limited and weak animals that we are, and given that we live in a society, here in Europe at any rate, which has been subjected to over 2,000 years of Platonic and Christian education, it seems to us perfectly natural to be concerned with the consistency of what we believe, and also with the consistency of the ways in which we act. It seems natural for us to try to get at the Vedis and Semba, a global overview of, ideally, the whole universe and the whole world in which we inhabit. Similarly, what could be more unexceptional than to think that I have a life to live as an individual and that it is of great importance for me to get a complete global overview of that life as a whole, if only to make it overall good, whatever sense of the term is applicable. We call global overviews of the world as a whole worldviews, world pictures, or ideologies, or perhaps we speak of having a metaphysics or indeed a philosophy. Political parties, religious groupings, occasionally even some aesthetic movements either coalesce around or secrete from within themselves platforms, manifestos, creeds, statements of principles, and similar documents, the more ambitious of which might aspire to articulate in a consistent, exhaustive way a or the global vision of the grouping in question. Much of the traditional religiously based ethics is devoted to emphasizing the importance of having the right views about the world as a whole. In the West, this usually means the view that it is a unitary cosmos created and cared for in all details by benevolent God. As far as the human individual is concerned, both Plato, in Republic, and Christianity propagate the idea that each human must be ready to give an account of his or her whole life after death in a context which gives this ability a special urgency because of the prospect of reward of punishment or prospect of reward or punishment in an afterlife. This encourages us to think of our lives in a single whole even when we are living. In the modern world, other more strictly economic forces exert pressure in the direction of thinking of each individual as having a single life plan and considering the lack of such a plan as at least a potential defect. The chapters that form the bulk of this volume all try to get clearer about the role which such attempts to get a full and complete view of the world or our own individual lives play in human society and in the individual reflection and action, and about some of the difficulties which such attempts encounter. The reader will perhaps be struck by two further features of these chapters which may seem peculiar. The first is that they all exhibit very clearly my own reluctance to make an absolutely sharp distinction between individual, ethics, politics, and religion, and also a perhaps equal disinclination to draw too sharp a boundary between purportedly general conceptual theoretical analysis and rationalization, historical interpretation, and remembrance and reflection on individual experience, including aesthetic experience. It is right that I wish to blur these distinctions, or rather that I don't think they were ever really very clear in the first place. In particular, I reject the idea that there is any such thing as a freestanding individual ethics prior to and independent of religion, sociology, economics, art, aesthetics, and politics. Certainly, there is nothing like a possible theoretical discipline of individual ethics that can be mastered and is not somehow dependent on anything else. This is one of the things which I think Hegel saw very clearly. In his philosophical work, there is a detailed interlocking account of human social life, the economy, law, and politics. This is his Rechtsgeschichtskunde, and there are separate accounts of art, religion, philosophy, and world history. He never wrote an ethics. Of course, there are parts of the Rechtsphilosophie that are more pertinent to individual choice and action than others are, but there are also parts of other works of his that are equally relevant, and these parts can't be neatly extracted and presented coherently by themselves, certainly not in such a way as to constitute a guide to individual life. As Hegel himself says, if you want that, ask an experienced member of your own particular society. This does not simply imply that there are no individual ethical problems, or that there is nothing in general one can say about human life, so that there are only descriptions of individual events, decisions, actions, and sequences of consequences. It also does not imply that there might not be better and less good ways of dealing with some given problem, or that certain people might not be better at giving advice than others are. Some people are generally more intelligent, better informed, more concerned than others, but those who are good advisors are not good by virtue of mastery of a separate intellectual discipline called ethics, which has strict boundaries that can and must be policed. There is certainly no science of ethics. Plato is wrong. It is not in our souls that are really aboriginal unities that have somehow fallen away from this primordial nature state or failed to understand that and that we need to get back to it. Since no such natural given unity exists, a fortiori we cannot use our knowledge of it to give unity to our projects and thus be in a position to lead a good life. Kant is right that whatever unity we seem to find in the world is a unity we actually impose. He was merely wrong in thinking that the forms of such imposition were significantly more fixed, universal, and invariable than they actually are. Whatever unity our drives, impulses, projects, beliefs, and commitments have is one that we have constructed. This construction is one to which we have a strong tendency and perhaps a deep commitment, a commitment so deep that it generates an illusion of necessity and perhaps even the ontological preexistence of what it seeks. But, to the extent that it can exceed, is always an open question, subject to the vagaries of the world and the accidents of history. So the question should be, how the construction should proceed, which constructions are possible and desirable, at what cost, and under what social and individual circumstances. Human life is the story of this recurrent need to orient ourselves towards some imagined unity and the recurrent failure of our attempts to achieve it by construction. Seeing this through the cycle no more prevents the illusion from occurring than eating breakfast prevents the recurrence of hunger in the evening. The idealized bureaucrat, who is Kant's model of the ethical subject, may imagine that subsumption under several universal laws is the be-all and end-all of the good, valuable, attractive human life. But the observation that anything can be subsumed under a universal law, if one allows enough room for human ingenuity, means that this apparently strict requirement is actually empty. The real work in a Kantian scheme is done by the formulation of the individual maxim. But this is something Kant clearly does not encourage us to consider carefully. Rather, he strongly suggests that it is easy and unproblematic for us to know what maxim we are acting on. It is not, however, the case that we always clearly and transparently know on what maxim we are acting. It would, of course, make ethics very tidy if for any question we could respond, as utilitarians suggest, by saying the calculus, but one would have to have a seriously deranged personality to consider tidiness the highest human virtue. If the attraction of both the Kantian and the utilitarian models depends to any significant extent on the power of an analogy with real knowledge, as represented paradigmatically by mathematics, then Gödel's results should represent a significant shock to the system. Individual ethics comes to be presented as purportedly separate subject and a topic for a freestanding treatment under certain political and social circumstances, particularly when the world of politics seems to have moved completely out of the control of individuals. This is an archetypical Hegelian point, which he makes about the connection between the advent of the Roman Empire and the rise of Stoicism. So one can see it not as progress in the division of labor, but as an indirect indictment of society, that individual ethics comes to have a special prominence and as a purportedly separate discipline. No amount of heroic courage, strength of will, or moral fiber is going to be able to compensate for having rotten social institutions. As Brenkwitz put it in his Galileo, unhappy is the society which needs heroes. It is perhaps not my fault if the institutions within which I find myself, and which I cannot change, do not permit anyone to lead a good or full life, but so what? Is my own personal purity always what is at issue? What does this very focus on what is or is not the fault of some individual tell us about the society in question? Or, for that matter, about the individual who is keen to make this claim? Is there an attempt to avoid being at fault a good project for a whole human life? Is the attempt to avoid being at fault a good project for a human life? Is a society of people trying to develop and exercise their moral fiber actually all that attractive? To say grandly, "I've spoken the truth and saved my soul," may be an impressive gesture, but why isn't a focus exclusively on the salvation of my soul also a sign of self-centeredness? Maybe it is legitimate for me to be concerned within limits and in certain contexts about my own intentions, motives, and actions more than yours or theirs, but this is certainly not obviously something for me to glory in. One might think that the historical movement in which theology and politics are gradually pushed aside by ethics and culture is simply a part of a story of progressive rationalization of human progress, but I am suggesting that the real story is much more complex than that, and that although it is a story in which something is gained, it is also a tale of much that is lost. A second feature of this volume, which might seem surprising, is the non-monographic approach. Particularly, one might think, if I hold that there is something to regret in the isolation of ethics from theology, politics, art, and the study of history, in society in general. Surely, most of the subjects were in the past pursued not through aphorisms, individual essays on particular points, and brief critical interviews, but in a highly, one might say even excessively, systematic way. Aquinas' Summa Theologica, or Hobbes' Leviathan, or Marx's Das Kapital were the models, extensive, systematic works, not Montaigne, Friedrich Schlegel, Nietzsche, or Musil. So shouldn't a book that tries to ignore the boundaries between the disciplines be at least equally systematic? Of course, Gödel's results do not imply that it is possible to summarize in an encyclopedic way at any given time as much of the results of the pursuit of knowledge and of human reflection as possible. Rather, at best, or worst, depending on one's view, it implies that any such summary will not be at the same time, absolutely consistent and absolutely complete. Nietzsche, of course, raises another relevant question here. He's interested in another aspect of philosophy's obsession with systematicity. There's the issue of the sheer coherence of the idea that we could attain a single axiomatized system of all knowledge, and of the idea that our life as a whole could, or should, be seen through the lens of a technician who puts every decision of ours through a universalization machine and files it according to the result. More importantly, though, traditional philosophers are motivated, Nietzsche believes, by commitment to a certain tacit moral ideal, one expressed perhaps most forcefully in ancient Stoicism. This is the ideal of a human which is an unchanging and invariable character, exhibiting great self-control and extreme fixity of purpose in the face of all the variable accidents of human life. The counterpart of this is the idea of a single coherent, unchanging philosophical doctrine about the world as a whole and our place in it. This in turn means that the ideal form of philosophical writings should be the discursively monolinear monograph developing a unitary worldview, presenting arguments for it, refuting objections in a kind of timeless present, the illusion of which is easily attained in written texts. The sage has a unified personality because he subscribes to a unitary worldview, which can express in a unitary monographic account of the system of the world. Nietzsche thinks that this complex has become problematic partly because we have come to see, more clearly than others before us did, the high cost imposed on self and others by the commitment to this ideal of human personality. Once we have seen through the sources of the obsession with unity, completeness, consistency, and invariability, we may become capable of seeing other possible valuable ways of thinking and living. This collection of essays is informed, as mentioned above, by the general view that it is inadvisable to try to discuss and decide what is best to be done, including what is best for an individual to do, while restricting oneself to the subject matter and method of the purported discipline of ethics and abstracting from what we know about society, history, politics, religion, and art. At the same time, it assumes that it is sometimes appropriate and useful to express thoughts about these subjects in the form of individual essays rather than of the unitary systematic monograph. Chapter 1 builds on the ideas first discussed in Peter Krigler, a piece Martin Bauer of the Hamburger Institute for Social Function asked me to write as a brief statement about how I had originally become aware of Marxist theory and what I thought its continuing interest might be. This German language text was proposed on Sociopolis on May 8, 2018. The text of Chapter 3 was first published in German as Historische Aufklärung Genealogy in Philosophia I Drustovo 27, number 1, 2016. The translation is my own. Chapter 5 was originally published as The Metaphysical Need and the Utopian Impulse in Actions, Reasons, and Reason, edited by Ralph Stoker and Mark Ioro. Chapter 6 was first published as Manifestos and Confessions in the Art World, Cambridge Literary Review, Issue 11. The text of Chapter 8 was originally published in German as Metaphysik on Bodensteigkeit in Negativat, edited by Thomas Kurana et al. The translation is my own. Every effort has been made to identify copyright holders and obtain permission for the use of copyrighted material. Notification for any additions of corrections that should be incorporated in future reprints or editions of this book would be greatly appreciated. In writing these essays, I have particularly profited from discussions of these topics treated here with Lorna Filnisan, Peter Garsny, Gerard Kiritui, Berthe Lochtenskoll, Brian O'Connor, Tim Matthews, Richard Ratzt, and Tom Stern. Ian Malcolm has, as ever, been a model of editorial efficiency and judiciousness. I could not have written these essays without the support of Hilary Gaskin, to whom I owe by far my greatest debt of gratitude. Chapter 1. Who Needs a Worldview? There's a Montaigne quote here that roughly translates to, "And there is no way of life so stupid and so weak as the one who behaves by order and discipline." Proletarians of the world unite. People who prick up their ears and pay attention to this, who begin to reflect on what it means to them and how they should now think, feel, and behave, have a worldview. The same is true for those who have a similar reaction to Allons enfants de la patrie, or O come, all ye faithful. A worldview is not, in the first instance, some kind of grand scientific theory of the universe, but something that characteristically actively addresses particular people by name, telling them who they are, and at the same time imposing on them an identity. In the three cases I have just cited, these identities are that of the communist, seeing myself as proletarian rather than, for instance, as merely a worker or as one of the poor, of the patriotic French citizen, rather than just a peasant from Poitou or a computer programmer from Lyon, or of a Christian and faithful member of the flock of Christ. As these cases indicate, there are usually interconnected individual and collective aspects to this identity. To be a proletarian is to see oneself as part of a group of a certain kind. Following Althusser, we might call this the interpolative aspect of a worldview. I am addressed and stopped in my tracks by the worldview, encouraged to identify myself in the way it suggests and accept the consequences. Usually the identity one acquires by having a worldview carries with it certain duties, expectations, or obligations. With the interpolation, there is often associated a historical or quasi-historical narrative, and sometimes, although not always, a theory. The Christian has Heilsgewissheit, the nationalist the story of the formation, the trials, the successes, and the failures of the nation, the communist the story of original accumulation, the transition from slave societies to feudalism to capitalism, with the prospect of a classless society in the future. This narrative gives special density, meaning, and concreteness to the identity the worldview inculcates. Do we all have worldviews? Do we need them? Bela. In the autumn of 1959, I was 12 years old and starting as a boarder in the Hungarian Catholic school not far from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. The school had been set up and was run by and for refugees after a failed uprising in 1956, together with a sprinkling of priests from the Spanish provinces of the same religious order and a handful of boys in Latin America. I was one of the 2 or 3 boys there in response to a public announcement in one of the regional Catholic newspapers of bursaries available to potential pupils who scored sufficiently well on the entrance examination. I listened attentively to Father Kriegler, Bela, who was to teach us religion. He began by explaining that there were really only 2 major spiritual powers in the world, 2 coherent and complete worldviews, Catholicism and communism. Kriegler was a Catholic priest who had been born in 1925 in a small town of Konsgrad and lived through the late 1940s in Hungary. He was anything but a communist himself. However, he was also no fool, and he was morally fastidious enough to disdain to jump on the fashionable anti-communist bandwagon and take cheap shots at something which one made no attempt to understand. He repeated again and again that although some views were too frivolous or implausible to take seriously, communism did not fall into that category and was something that one needed to understand as fully and correctly as possible, even if, as he thought one must, one had to reject it. In addition, he added, fairness required one to admit that, at the moment, unfortunately in his view, communism had an enormous cognitive and philosophical advantage over Catholicism. The communist worldview rested on the philosophy of Hegel as interpreted, filtered, modified, and adapted by Marx, and was making some attempt to take account of the modern world. Catholicism, in contrast, had taken fright at the pace of social change in the late 19th century and tried to withdraw into itself altogether by nailing its colors to a particularly sclerotic form of late Aristotelianism, the philosophy of Thomas Aquinas. Aristotle and also Thomas were important systematic thinkers who had some significant strengths, but they also had one particular and fatal weakness. There was an Aristotelian and thus also a Thomist concept of development in the sense of biological growth. A tree grew out of an acorn, a human being was generated by two other human beings, but history, real human history, was something radically different from the genesis, growth, and development which one found in the natural world. Aristotle and Thomas simply provided no conceptual tools for theoretical understanding of history. Book 1 of the Metaphysics is not a counter-instance to this, but a model of how not to do history, in this specific case the history of philosophy. Aristotle knows that his doctrine is the true, perfect form of philosophy, just as the fully developed tree is the perfect form which the acorn is potentially and is striving or aspiring to become, and his history of the subject he shows how previous philosophers are his precursors, their doctrines leading up to the truth in his views instantiate. Nature is an unyielding recurring cycle. Acorns grow into trees that produce acorns. Human history, as far as is visible to Aristotle at all, is about similar natural developments and recurrent cycles. What is important about the acorn is that unless circumstances are too unpropitious, it will naturally develop into the perfection of the tree, when the cycle will begin again. Similarly, humans are naturally beings who are political. That is, they live in city-states if conditions are sufficiently propitious for city-states to be established. The only philosophically relevant thing to say about historical change in city-states is that there are a small number of ways in which they can be constituted: monarchy, oligarchy, democracy, and perhaps some variants on these. There will be sequences of orderly transformations of one of these constitutions into another. Monarchies will be replaced by oligarchies, which in turn will give way to democracies, which in turn will break down into chaos resulting from the re-establishment of some kind of one-man rule. There will be a cycle here, as there is a cycle in the transformation of acorns into trees into acorns. That is all one can say philosophically about history. There were potentially other models for Aristotle to have tried to adapt and develop, but neither Herodotus nor Thucydides seem to have been of least interest to him. A further possibility could have been Aeschylus, the Oresteia, which begins in a world much like that envisaged by Aristotle, an unending cycle of murders, each breeding a desire for revenge, and thus generating more murders and more desire for vengeance. However, the third play, the Eumenides, dramatizes how things can change. In this play, the cycle is broken and something new emerges, a court which, by taking punishment out of the hands of individual relatives or clans, lays the basis for a very different kind of human association, the democracy. To be sure, in Aeschylus, the court is founded and thus legitimized by a superlatively intelligent and skilled goddess, Athena, who thinks it in advance and imposes it in a single act. This is still a mythical account, but it could have been the beginning of something more. To get real history, one would have to de-theologize the story, disposing of the gods and goddesses and focusing on human action in its natural and social environment. One would have to recognize that there was probably no single act of founding the democracy, but a series of differing projects and actions by a number of different people and groups over time. Finally, one would have to realize that many, if not all, of the individuals and groups involved were not at the start at all clear about what they were doing and would have been completely surprised by the outcome. Whatever Cleisthenes intended or did in his reforms, he didn't in any interesting sense intend to establish the democracy. It is only in retrospect that we can see that what he did contributed to that result. Even if Thomas Aquinas did not read Greek and could have no access to a manuscript of the Orestia, he could still, in principle, instead of simply following Aristotle to the darkness, have found traces of a different and non-Aristotelian Christian view, which had a place for history in Augustine. Augustine did see that human history was not merely a cycle of recurrent development, or of developing and degenerating natural forms. The form of life in the Garden of Eden ended for good with Adam's fall, a human act which changed everything, just as the Incarnation, a divine initiative, again changed everything. Aquinas, however, did his best to ignore this, or to force it completely into a completely inappropriate Greek ontological category. Hegel, in fact, was the first philosopher who fully understood that history needed to be brought into philosophy and philosophy into history. To understand the human world, you have to understand its history, and that means always being able to adopt two different points of view on past events at the same time. First, the retrospective glance of the philosopher who knows ex post facto where everything is in fact going to end up, because in fact it has already ended up there. But then also the views of the historical participants who are ignorant of the future and precisely do not know what will really eventually happen. The introduction to Hegel's phenomenology shows clearly that Hegel sees the integration of these two perspectives as key to understanding the human world. The cognitive superiority of communism consisted precisely in the fact that its founder, Marx, had really understood and made this basic insight fully his own. Over the weeks and months of the course, Father Kriegler continued. The sorts of cognitive options and positions that were on offer to us in the public sphere, that is, those that were on offer in the east coast of the United States in 1959, 3 years after the uprising in Hungary, were all just variants of liberalism, which was a clumsy and completely unphilosophical rubbish heap of narrow-minded prejudices, bits of wishful thinking, and random observations. Liberalism was just a particularly debased and etiolated form of ancient humanism. Whatever its ancient historical importance, humanism in the modern world faced the insuperable objection that it was unable to give the answer to the question why it was a good idea to do the humane thing. This certainly was not obviously a worthy moral ideal if it meant developing and exercising those capacities that were specific to humans as opposed to animals. As he pithily and tardily put it, this would mean that killing millions of Jews for imaginary reasons would be particularly praiseworthy because no animal would do something like that. This was parallel to the arguments against the Thomist obsession with human nature and natural law. And ethics could not be founded on any such notions because, as he put it, even if one granted, which he didn't, that it made sense to think about ethics in terms of human nature, the most important thing about human nature would have to be that humans could act against nature. Like Thomism, modern liberalism had no useful concept of history and was thus completely incapable of allowing one to understand anything much about human societies, the way they really operated and the way they changed. In addition to this, though, liberalism had two further insuperable problems. First, although it might occasionally prevent itself as a way of resolving conflict, it actually presupposed that society was essentially already in place. That is, that it had attained a state in which all the real vital questions of life were either settled or could be put aside for later that perhaps would never come. In addition, liberalism started from a particularly silly and unreflective form of individualism. It was important, Father Kriegler went on, not to misunderstand this. Neither Catholicism nor communism were actually anti-individualist. Rather, both thought that the individual, differently understood by each of the two movements, of course, was an important goal or telos, but also one that could only be attained through a complicated series of historical, social, and political developments and forms of training. What was wrong with liberalism was that it characteristically started from the idea of an abstract, naked individual who is somehow an ontological and psychological given, waiting out there as a normal part of the furniture of the world, and whose unfiltered and uncorrected beliefs and desires could be a source of legitimacy for action. Both Catholicism and communism, explicitly in Lenin and Trotsky, agreed that there were certain crude rules of thumb that more or less were accepted in most human societies. Don't steal, don't kill innocent people, don't use insulting language to your neighbors. They weren't anything like strict rules because they were too empty, too vaguely formulated, and admitted of too many exceptions. They were also not universally accepted in absolutely all societies, but they were rough and ready expressions of some basic ways of facilitating human interaction and reducing conflict. One principle was that, other things being equal, it was probably a good idea not to interfere with what people thought and did unless it impinged on an immediate and vivid way on other people. One should depart from this rule only if one has very good reason. The valuelessness of this as anything like a strict rule was indicated by the fact that only other things were in fact never equal. What counted as a good reason was almost always up for grabs, and what was vivid and immediate for one person need not be so for others. The emptiness of most of these rules of thumb was masked to most people in most societies most of the time because of the social consensus that existed about which dimensions were obviously relevant ones along which to measure other things were equal and what counted as a good reason. Not all social conflict was in all circumstances a bad thing. Societies in which subjugated groups were making a fuss and trying to threaten the social consensus might well be thought to be better in a better state than those in which the oppressed were silent and passive. Still, in a given society, if one did not wish specifically to rock the boat of existing social consensus, one might think that these moral rules of thumb, such as they were, gave you some kind of general orientation. The same might be true of the principle of not interfering with others without good reason. What this rule very definitely did not do, however, was to give you any reason to believe that the desires, wishes, and preferences of people that happened to think they had they special or foundational status for social ethics. It was not true that people, even in most cases, were the best judges of what they thought. On most subjects, they wouldn't antecedently have a view at all, but would be tempted to make up one if asked. It wasn't true that people were themselves the best judges of what they wanted or desires. Kriegler was a keen student of psychoanalysis and thought that it had once and for all put paid to any assumption of that kind. Finally, it was obvious, and had been so since the time of Plato, that people were not spontaneously the best judges of what was in their own interest. None of these questions, what do I think, what do I want, what is in my interest, could be answered either by simply asking the person involved to express his or her opinion, or by simple empirical observation of their actions. Answering any of them required a tremendously complex and effortful theoretical informed inquiry. The situation was even worse if one changed the question to, for instance, what is in our interests, which by no stretch of the imagination could be discovered by simple summation of suffrages. Rather than taking expressed beliefs at face value, both Catholicism and communism, in contrast to liberalism, looked very seriously at the context within which beliefs and desires were formed, and the possible distortions that could be and were imposed by factors beyond the controls of the individuals in question. Catholicism thought that the human will, and consequently also human cognition, was inherently corrupted by original sin, and communists had complex views about the ideological distortion of belief and the mechanisms for the deformation of human desire in capitalist societies. Both recognized that this meant that one must treat actual expressions of belief and desire as material to be understood and analyzed rather than as the final word on anything in particular. Knowing one's mind is not the natural state of most adults most of the time, but rather it was either a significant achievement of a few resulting from a combination of extreme good luck and enormous moral and intellectual effort, Plato, or it was an unending process that could never be completed, Augustine, or it might turn out that there was no mind to know and that the illusion of unitariness dissolved under close inspection, Lacan, or that really knowing one's own mind was fatal, early Nietzsche, especially in an era in which large private corporations with vested economic interests could wield such huge power to form opinion and shape or even generate desire. To act as if people whom we know to be confused, uncertain, deceived, often abused, and distracted were the automatic and absolute sovereign experts boast of their own desires and the social good was manifest folly. It was not to treat them as adults or to treat them with the respect they deserved, and it certainly did not do them any kind of favor. Rather, it was a recipe for cultural degeneration, moral confusion, and political and social regression. There were, of course, certain things you were not allowed to do to them, although they were deceived, but that was a separate issue. Slavery was a terrible individual misfortune in the ancient world and a deep and unforgivable social evil in the modern world, but freedom alone, although it might be the dearest aspiration of a slave, did not actually tell one anything much about what might be a valuable way to spend one's life as a free person. Liberalism's much vaunted freedom did not amount, as one could see by simply looking around, to much more than an unlimited consumer choice of the members of the population who are allowed to remain uninformed, undisciplined, and mentally and emotionally stunted, or even worse, were intentionally kept in this state, manipulated, deceived, and actively mystified. The political freedom on offer was equally not much more than, at most, the ability to pick almost at random between two forgettable candidates from two virtually indistinguishable parties. It was wrong, a sin, and deeply shameful to oppress, abuse, take advantage of, or even hold in contempt those who, through no fault of their own, had not been able to develop certain capacities of discrimination and rationalization, or whose taste was uncultivated, but it was a very long step from that to declaring the absolute sovereignty of individuals even in their most uniformed, undisciplined, and undeveloped state. Condescension was partly a matter of manner and style, but there was nothing inherently condescending about refusing to take all opinions, tastes, and preferences to be equally good. The consumer world, full of infinite quantity and variety of commodities all being loudly promoted, is something that we take for granted. If we don't, we at least are encouraged to assume that those who do not have access to this world would like nothing more than to enter it as fully fledged, fully engaged, and monetarily adequately endowed members. It was a very important experience for me to see that at a young and impressionable age, that this is not the only possible reaction one could have. It would be hard to overestimate the shock, confusion, and trauma which Hungarian immigrants in the late 1950s experienced when they first encountered this huge, creepy, unknown universe with its mysterious laws and puzzling customs. Several of them said to me more or less the same thing. They could understand why there might be two kinds of soap in the shops, a strong kind for the deep, persistent stains, and a milder kind for the face. Maybe there might be a reason to have 3 or 4 different kinds, but it wasn't clear what the reason would be, but there couldn't possibly be any reason for there to be 20 different kinds of soap. There must be something wrong here. Either there really was no difference between most of them, and the potential buyer was being imposed on, deceived, and duped. He was enticed into spending his time trying to figure out what the non-existent differences there were between them. The parallel to the political situation is obvious. Or there would be some arcane differences between them, but who is such a shallow person that he had nothing better to do with all his time than trying to distinguish between types of soap? Our economic system predisposes us to think that choice, especially consumer choice, is exceedingly important, and that the larger the range of products on offer, the greater the freedom. But, as Kriegler would have put it, the notion that a variety of consumer choice is dialectical. At a certain point, more reverses itself into less. Your power of effective choice between 3 kinds of soap, mild, strong, and very expensive and pampering, may be greater by virtue of being limited than it is a choice between 30 soaps, because then the choice set becomes unsurveyable except by virtue of exerting oneself to an extent not warranted by the value of the choice. Making simple consumer choices was not actually that important and should not be made that difficult. Sartre may have thought that we were all forced to be free. This was perhaps unfortunate, but we should embrace it. Hungarians arriving in the United States often had the sense that their lives were being coarsened by being forced into situations of choice they would have preferred to avoid, and they resented this. If you asked for soap in the shop, no one would give you soap. Instead, you got an interminable song and dance about brands, at the end of which you were none the wiser, and then you had to make a decision. Why would you want to do that? It was just soap, and once you had chosen a soap, you had to move on the same degrading torment about toothpaste, loo roll, and shoe polish. The worst part of it was that this was presented as being in your own interest, whereas it was clearly in the interest of those who had produced and sold soap. This was to add insult to injury. Choice, in general, was overrated. One also did not choose a religion or choose a worldview as if they were different types of soap. Of course, there is a voluntative element involved, but it looked nothing like consumer choice. If you didn't like a soap, you could put it away and never use it. However, to choose a worldview was to commit oneself to it, and once you committed yourself to it, you were a changed person. So at both ends of the spectrum, the trivial and the anything but trivial, choice was not the be-all and end-all of human life. So why did liberalism, in one form or another, seem to be the only game in our town? The United States was, Kriegler said, particularly favored by history and geography. It had been able to exterminate the natives, and it had no enemies on its immediate borders. Canada and Mexico were not threats. Liberalism could thus maintain itself in the United States for as long as its bounty of unexhausted natural resources lasted, and its military power and industrial strength were undiminished. And for as long as this was the case, the United States could starve off internal threats from its own population with promises of increasing material prosperity, and it could afford to ignore the problems of the rest of the world. To be sure, Africa, Latin America, and Asia would very soon become independent agents and players in world politics, and not just geographic reasons, they could be treated as areas for colonial domination. As soon as this happened, a new world system would evolve, and then, at the latest, it would become clear that liberalism had nothing to offer. The true face of US-style liberalism, hiding its true nature, was, as was to be expected, behind a mask of which representing it as being the very opposite of what it really was, would only emerge 60 years later with the election of Donald Trump. Kriegler thought that it was in general always a good idea to look at the reverse, the inverse, or the exact opposite of what people said. This is particularly true in politics. Assertions did not come from nowhere, they were generally motivated. Where was the lack or deficiency or negation, the empty space that motivated the assertion? Sometimes what one found was an aspiration. There was a recognition that something was lacking and that the assertion was an attempt to motivate people to remedy that. It was a country that, despite its many good qualities, was not a particularly well-ordered or progressive Brazil that inscribed the words Ordem e Progresso on its national flag. However, sometimes what was revealed was something much more interesting. Speech was an attempt actively to maintain the deficient state in existence, generate well-focused ignorance, or divert attention away from some empty space. For instance, when British commentators in the 18th century pointed out that it was Virginia slaveholders who shouted the loudest about liberty, or to take an example from a later period, when the U.S. commander in occupied Iraq warned the Iranians not to be tempted to intervene in international affairs of a sovereign political state. I have mentioned a number of respects in which Father Kriegler's observations seems to have been particularly astute and remarkably prescient, so lest it be supposed that my attitude toward him has remained uncritical or even hagiographic, let me mention a few of his opinions that have not, in my view, stood the test of time so well. Although he was perfectly right that world hegemony of Europe and North America was already visibly nearing its end, his vision of the future was very much focused specifically on Africa, where he seemed to expect that a number of new nations, eager for responsibility and brimming over with energy, would establish themselves as major economic, scientific, political, and cultural powers. I am afraid I think he was influenced here by wishful thinking. He at one point suggested to me that I try to study Swahili, if I had a chance, at university. I think he believed that it might establish itself as some sort of Pan-African lingua franca. Kriegler had also an odd, slightly Viennese obsession with statistics, inductive logic, and probability theory. He insisted that I make sure to acquire training in these areas at university because it would be very useful whatever else I decided to do. I suspect this was because he was overly impressed that even the basic laws of nature might not conform to certain naive notions of certainty and determinateness. I did follow this bit of advice until it became clear to me that, although statistics was a perfectly respectable technical discipline with its many uses, I was not able to see the purportedly more universal implications of this body of material that he seemed to have thought it had. I have sometimes wondered how my life would have been different if I had become, for instance, a Swahilian-speaking statistician at a Catholic establishment in East Africa instead of a Cambridge philosopher. I did not find myself able to respond to Father Kriegler's eloquent appeals to help free Catholicism from the sarcophagus of Thomism, as he called it, and to adapt it to the New World society that was arising. This project didn't seem to me likely to be achievable, and would in any case, as I increasingly came to think it, be of at best questionably desirable. It certainly had no attraction for me. Nevertheless, even 60 years later, his acuity of perception, his prescience, and his judgment amaze me, and his basic analysis, subject only to very minor revisions, seems to be very convincing. Certainly it was deeply influential on me and structured my thinking, although at the time I left university in New York in 1963, he had moved to what for me was the far west, Buffalo, New York, and I never saw him again. I did, however, have one déjà vu experience concerning him. During my first term at university, I read Thomas Mann's Der Zungenberg, and had the uncanny sense that Mann had known Kriegler and modeled Naphthma, the Jewish orphan boy who becomes an ultra-leftist Jesuit and a radical scourge of all forms of humanism, on him. Actually, we know that Naphtha was modeled on George Lukács, a completely different Hungarian and one-time commissar of the Budapest Soviet Republic after World War I, who was of Mann's own generation. Sydney. The intellectual father figure space did not, however, remain unoccupied for long, because in my second year I encountered Sidney Morgenbesser. Sidney was a great admirer of the pragmatism of John Dewey, and began his course Introduction to Philosophy, as he often did, with a discussion of Dewey's Reconstruction in Philosophy. Philosophy, he said, arose when human social interaction was disrupted or rendered uncomfortable because traditional beliefs and values were disturbed, especially by new forms of knowledge. When traditional Greek beliefs and values were felt to be under attack by new skills of sciences, rhetoric, logic of a kind, and so forth, professed and propounded by these sophists, or traditional Christianity was thought to be undermined by Newtonian science. Philosophy was a way of trying to restore smooth functioning, and the question it asked was what had to change for a smooth and harmonious interaction to be reestablished. In the past, philosophy had generally been conservative, inventing ways to preserve existing values unchanged, or at any rate to replace them with only minimally modified versions of themselves. It did this by insulating them from subversion by the new techniques and forms of knowledge. Thus, Plato's Metaphysics was developed in order to ground and reinstate the slightly, but really only very slightly modified, versions of generally accepted Greek virtues of manliness, justice, moderation, and the rest by rooting them in a purported form of knowledge, dialectic, that made them impervious to sophistic arguments. Kant's metaphysics and his epistemology played a parallel role in defending modified versions of Christian freedom and responsibility against what was taken to be the universal causal determinism of physics. Philosophy should, however, give up this role of conservative watchdog and automatic defender of past values and devote itself to a more flexible and forward-looking engagement with all forms of inquiry that would allow us to reconstruct our given values intelligently in the light of the current and emerging forms of knowledge. This seems perfectly correct as an analysis of the past, but it did not really make it very clear how one was to proceed. We should not simply cling to our old values mindlessly, but this does not really in itself tell us how we should reconstruct them. Sidney used to say that pragmatism was certainly true, the only problem was that it didn't work. Apart from being a clever dialectical joke of the kind he specialized in, or rather one of the kinds he specialized in, this has always struck me as a very profound statement, if one that is rather difficult to get to the bottom of. The best way to understand pragmatists was by contrasting their position with a traditional and widely held view of human knowledge, its nature, and the role it could and did play in human life, which they were keen to reject. The traditional view had been gradually elaborated over 2,000 years and had been gradually trickled down into everyday language and established itself as a part of common sense, so much so, in fact, that it was difficult for those of us who stood at the end of this long development to see that it was a theory at all, rather than simply being a statement of something self-evident. It was, however, anything but self-evident, and it was important for various reasons which the pragmatists thought they could specify to see how this traditional view led us astray. Given its long history, it would be no surprise that it existed in an almost unsurveyable multitude of different variants. This made it especially difficult to criticize because, much of common sense, it constituted a vague and also perpetually moving target. Still, all the variants of the traditional view had in common a kind of obsession with truth. This truth was categorically singular and had a kind of absolute and timeless standing. If it was true that water was H2O, then that was true at all times, in all places, in all contexts, and no alternative to the statement, such as that water was H3O, was also true. When humans tried to orient themselves, they characteristically and naturally tried to discover the truth about the situation in which they found themselves. The human ideal was to have the full truth about the world, that is, a complete and perfect image, or mirror, or picture, or representation of the world as it really is, or at least, if one had reservations about the use of terms like picture or image, a true statement that corresponded or was adequate to the way the world is. It is this last part, truth as an image or correspondence, which is absolutely indispensable to the traditional view, but which shows in a particularly visible way some of the difficulties associated with the position. They are multitudinous and have been extensively canvassed. For the view to make sense, it would seem to presuppose that one could give some content to the idea that there are two different, fully distinct things. There would have to be, on the one hand, the world as a bare reality existing in itself and independent of our ways of conceptualizing it or of formulating anything about it in a set of propositions. Then, on the other hand, there are our concepts, propositions, and theories. It is hard to believe that the former, the bare world in itself, could be said to exist at all. If it did, by hypothesis, we wouldn't be able to conceptualize it or say anything about it. Furthermore, what did and could correspondence mean between two things like a world and a set of propositions, two things that were so fundamentally different in nature? Two triangles could have corresponding angles, but how could a banana correspond to a string quartet? Truth is correspondence to/with the world. It might seem like a joke in any case because it simply replaced one term about which questions had been raised, truth, with another that was even more dubious. The central idea of pragmatism was to reject most of this traditional image. People were not inherently entities who set out to map, reflect, mirror, or find beliefs that corresponded to the way the world really was in itself. Rather, they were highly developed animals capable of various forms of action, speech, and meditation, who sometimes found themselves in problematic situations which they needed to deal with. Such situations arise when my smooth, routinized interactions with the world are interrupted in some way, so that I cannot proceed. As we might say, I don't know how to go on. In such a situation, I am looking not for an idea or theory that correctly mirrors the world, the truth, but for something that works, that gets rid of the obstacle I've encountered, and that allows me to go ahead with what I'm trying to do. If I want to get honey from a beehive that is out of my reach, I don't want a theory of the honeybee. I want a stick to knock the hive down, or a ladder to put against the tree as a rudimentary aid to climbing it. Similarly, as Marx puts it, if I am drowning, I don't want a book on how to swim. I want to have acquired the muscle strength and coordination and the practical skill which allow me to float or swim. Or, we can add, I want an actual physical life preserver. The solution to my problem will not be a timeless proposition, but something deeply dependent on what I am trying to do at the moment, what other powers and resources I have, and innumerable other aspects of the concrete situation. Eventually, with luck, I and my society may develop beyond made-up individual jerry-rigging in the use of individual tools, and we may move on to such things as sophisticated, systematic usage of one of our most important tools, language, and to science, which involves intentional manipulation of the environment, experiment, and to the use of statements in language or mathematical formulae. We develop complex standards of acceptability for these statements, which standards themselves generally change over time. They are nothing but generalized canons of the kind of thing that we have found in the past will work, that is, will put an end to the problematic situations we encounter and allow us to continue to do what we wish to do in a smooth and unimpeded way. Methods of inquiry and standards of acceptability are, of course, themselves evolving historically in tandem with our ability to deal with the world and our knowledge of it. Scientific method itself is not a kind of timeless Platonic ideal with universal application everywhere and in all contexts, but a developing body of practices and techniques that have shown themselves to be helpful in solving the problems we have faced. There will, of course, at any given time and in any given place, be accepted standards of what can and what cannot be asserted with any kind of warrant, a kind of state-of-the-art of methods of inquiry, but it will be historically variable and contextually polymorphous. In principle, one could imaginatively construct or create some standards of acceptability of warranted assertability, as pragmatists who follow Dewey sometimes call them, that are more strict than those we at the moment happen to impose. But this is a proleptic exercise of the imagination, and it is of strictly limited value. Some minimal provision is unavoidable and as perfectly justifiable, but beyond our very restricted range of vision, the future can be expected to hold surprises for us. Just as Marxists claim that large-scale utopian speculation about the future is empty and futile, either wishful thinking or an exaggerated projection of current fears, or just an extrapolation of present trends, pragmatists insist that the future is open, and we don't know which features of our present situations are fads, idiosyncratic accidents, or passing phases, and which are not. If we did know this, we would not be in the situation in which we find ourselves. The concept of truth, as traditionally understood, prevents us from focusing apparently on this openness and changeability of human experience, and thus constitutes an obstacle to free inquiry and human growth. If the pragmatist is called on to give an account of the old traditional view he or she is trying to undermine and reject, he or she might say something like the following. First of all, one should not assume that speaking of truth, the noun, is all that usual or is in part of our everyday discourse. We generally do not say that it is true that it is raining when we say it is raining. True truth are generally used in everyday life not to change or modify what we say, but to give it more weight or emphasis. That is, their use is hortatory or argumentative. It is true that it is raining doesn't mean anything more than it is raining. It has, some would say, the same cognitive content, although perhaps with a different rhetorical force. So if I say that Tabitha is in the garden, and when someone who is sitting down and cannot so clearly see what I see questions what I see with my own eyes, I can respond by saying, it is true that Tabitha is now in the garden. To say this is not to add something to the observation that Tabitha is in the garden, but just to put it in a way that makes it clear that I am aware of what he said and I reject it. Of course, there is nothing whatever illicit or illegitimate about the use of rhetorical techniques to call people's attentions to things that they might otherwise overlook, or to emphasize that one is disagreeing with them with what someone has said. However, it would be a mistake to reify what is merely a functional property of certain ways of speaking emphatically into a full-blown separate property, the truth. When traditionalists speak of some individual statement being true in some particular context, such as that it is true that it is now raining, or that it is true that Tabitha is now in the garden, although speaking in that way is unusual, except in a highly particular context, what they say makes perfect sense. It means that if we were to use the best methods available to us, in this particular case, simple observation would usually suffice, one would see that it was raining, or Tabitha was in the garden. And if we wanted to go beyond that, we might say that, given our best methods, it was warranted for anyone to assert that it was raining or Tabitha was in the garden. Truth is, from another point of view, a completely dispensable notion. If one wishes to use the term at all, it means warranted assertability, but why persist in using it when one has seen it for what it was, a simple rhetorical grace note? So the traditional view is not false, but it's just pointless at best and potentially misleading, given that it predisposed one to think of inquiry not as a series of open-ended projects, but as fixedly determining terminating in a reliably and invariant state of true knowledge. The idea of truth didn't work. It was a one-size-fits-all response to constantly changing problematic situations, a hindrance to, rather than a facilitator of, successful inquiry and human well-being. Closely associated with, although not actually the same as, this doctrine of truth, its meaning and role in human life, was the view that we must have a worldview, a final, true, certain theory which gives us full orientation in life. Sidney thought that Gödel and Tarski had certainly seriously dented the plausibility of this, and perhaps even irredeemably destroyed it. They certainly gave support to the basically pragmatist way of looking at the world. If, as Gödel had shown, you couldn't even get a complete and consistent formal theory of elementary mathematics, what chance did you have of getting a consistent and complete theory of everything? Tarski's semantic theory of truth was also taken to be correctly understood as deflationary. Dewey's diagnosis and criticism of the conservative bias in the grand tradition of philosophy in Reconstruction in Philosophy seemed exceedingly persuasive, but the positive recommendation one could extract from it, namely, change your values and beliefs so as to make them compatible with new skills, techniques, and forms of knowledge, but without simply trying to reinstate the old values reconstructedly, did not really seem to be adequately informative. What exactly did it mean? What precise direction did it give? Having, since my first encounter with Dewey in 1964, read Adorno, I am inclined to think that what I took to be a deficiency could in fact be seen as a great contribution to understanding something very important, although I am not sufficiently knowledgeable about Dewey's views to know whether or not this could have been a part of his intention. The absence of an algorithm or recipe for appropriate progressive reconstruction draws attention to the fact that we expected a recipe and are bitterly disappointed at not finding one. Perhaps that expectation is precisely the problem, what we need to disabuse ourselves of. Why should there be anything like an antecedently fixed way of responding? And even if there were to be, why expect philosophers, that is, people trained in the mode of thinking inculcated by Plato, Aristotle, Descartes, Kant, and Frege, to be able to provide them? Isn't the point of pragmatism that the new and the unexpected really do exist? Situations change and new problems emerge, requiring new solutions. Why assume that study of old problems, or specific ways in which people went about dealing with old problems, will give you any inside track on dealing with the new? Especially as if, as a good pragmatist, you think that previous solutions have not been closer and closer approximations to access the eternal truth, but simply tricks, gadgets, instruments, and such that happen to work. At first glance, pragmatism would seem to be very bad news for Father Krigler, undercutting and rendering irrelevant his whole mode of argumentation. After all, his tacit but firm assumption was that humans must have a worldview, a universal form of orientation in the world, and that the only question was which one. One way of taking pragmatism is denying that assumption. Krigler, of course, was quite familiar with the claims of this general kind. Heidegger's Holzwege contained a famous essay, Die Zeit des Weltbeits, which put a point very clearly and persistently that the very idea of having a worldview is not a timeless given, but something that arose only gradually over the course of time, and makes sense only during a limited, if perhaps by the standards of an individual human life long, historical epoch. In particular, it presupposes a whole complicated metaphysical apparatus, the conception of substance, a distinction between subject and object, a highly developed, but, Heidegger thinks, dubious and distorting theory of human subjectivity and its modes of analysis in the world, theories of appearance, of the image, of representation, and perhaps correspondence. None of these conceptions existed from time immemorial, rather they were specific creations at particular times. The very fact that the world presented itself as something which could be pictured was a distortion, although how we could now rid ourselves of it was anything but clear. Krigler might have responded that pragmatism itself was clearly a worldview, perhaps despite its protestations of not being one, but this tu quoque retort was so predictable and lame as to be unworthy of consideration. In any case, it would just seem to show that the notion of worldview itself is contested and not very clear, and that the more that this is the case, the more useless one might think it becomes for making any serious distinction, and the whole discussion threatens to become pointless. If that were to be the case, the pragmatist would have won by default. Kriegler did not think he had a response of a different kind. Kriegler did think he had a response of a different kind. Neither Catholicism nor communism pretend they are timeless. Rather, they explicitly locate themselves in history, that is, a particular human history. This is a slightly obscure in the case of Catholicism because of the practical necessities of everyday preaching in a society such as ours, and also the deleterious anti-historicity influence of Thomas Aquinas, but it is still very clearly visible in some pre-Thomist versions, for instance, as Kriegler was keen to point out, Augustine. There was no Catholicism, no complex system of sacraments, no dogmas, no clergy, and no pope in the Garden of Eden, or before Christ's resurrection, and there would be none again at the end of time, when the divine presence would be immediate, or perhaps immediate for some and completely absent for others. Equally, Kriegler insisted communists, at least the reflective and theoretically sophisticated among them, realized that their worldview was a function of the transition period between the Industrial Revolution and the advent of classless society, and that there was nothing wrong with it for all that. Because it did not instantiate some purported eternal truth. Marx was clear enough that communisms before industrialization were nothing but utopian illusions, if illusions that, for perfectly comprehensible reasons, recurred, and one could not now sensibly try to anticipate how humanity would structure their mental life after the abolition of classes, but whatever it would be, it would look nothing like any ideological formation we now knew, not even communism. Sidney had rabbinical training at the Jewish Theological Seminary and had at one time been attracted by a movement called Reconstructionist Judaism, after the title of Dewey's Reconstruction in Philosophy. This moment, which Sidney described as 50% Moses and 50% Dewey, tried to apply pragmatism to traditional Jewish life. Allegorical or metaphorical readings of religious views were always possible, and they have historically flourished. They are also, by their very nature, difficult to control or evaluate. However, many traditional Jewish beliefs presented themselves as if they were true statements of fact, but were clearly false if you took them that way. To say that there were true statements of facts was to claim that they were not just warranted assertable relative to our existing standards of inquiry, but more that, although the nature of the surplus, more than, was unclear. However, what was warrantedly assertable was that God did not really exist, had not made the world, and had not chosen and made a covenant with the Jewish people, had not split the Red Sea, had not given Moses any commandments, and so forth. However, the Reconstructionists claimed that even to ask the question whether such beliefs were true or false was to miss the point. What was important was that there was a body of traditional beliefs, values, and practices that worked for a certain community, gave meaning to their lives, contributed to social cohesion, and fostered progress in human well-being. One didn't have to commit oneself to saying that these beliefs were metaphors. It was just that they had shown themselves to be valuable and to work for the Jews. To obsess about whether these beliefs were true was to remain inappropriately attached to the traditional program of true belief. The continued actual flourishing of the Jewish community was all the proof one needed of their value. There was, however, as Sidney quickly realized, a serious hitch. He found giving sermons difficult. He would start speaking about the way in which God spoke to Moses through the burning bush, but immediately felt the need to interrupt himself. Looking earnestly at the congregation, he would ask, "Do you believe any of this?" This was not simply Sidney's personal problem. Believe, after all, can mean a number of different things. First, it can refer to a willingness to affirm certain propositions. That is, I believe that Tabitha is in the garden can mean I would affirm that Tabitha is in the garden. Tacitly, I am letting you know that I am perhaps not absolutely, but only reasonably sure about this, and if you would care to use the best available methods, in this case going into the garden to look for yourself, you would see that the assertion is warranted. However, there are other uses of belief which put much less emphasis on the explicit affirmation of some proposition, and more on real, especially persistent, focused action. Why does that young man continue to go around trying and failing to sell those newspapers on the street that no one wants to buy, because he believes in the party, its program, and its projects. This might be true, although he would not affirm every single point of the party program, might not be able even to formulate or much care about whether he was able to formulate every particular position that the party took on every issue. Perhaps the Communist Party at some times had this exceptionally high level of expectation for its militants, but the members of the Labour Party who knocked down at my door in Cambridge do not come near imagining that I could use this criteria for judging them. Here, what is paramount, that men or women believe in the party if they allow themselves to be guided in action to a large extent in a certain way. To be sure, there is overwhelming pressure in the direction of connecting these two senses of belief as closely as possible, to allow one's action to be guided by beliefs, and only by beliefs that were to a high degree warrantly assertable. Pragmatism itself is historically part of this pressure. Nevertheless, the two senses are different, and it seems impossible to imagine that there would not be at least some small space between the two. Traditionally, Jews reserved particular contempt for and expressed revulsion at the whole Protestant idea of the primacy of faith. The whole idea that faith somehow made everything all right was loathsome and repulsive in itself, but they also rejected it because of the implication that what was most important about was the subjective state of the individual. Religion, however, was not about individuals, but about a people. It was about action, not mental states. Bad actions weren't just canceled out by changes of heart or one's attitude. You weren't forgiven for them by having faith. You weren't supposed to believe in or have faith in the God's laws as an individual, but the community was to act according to its dictates. Orthopraxis was infinitely more important than orthodoxy. Provided everyone in a community always did what the law commanded, individuals could have the most outlandish personal beliefs. Someone could try to give names to angels or demons, think that the world was going to end next week or not, hold that the dead rotted into dust, or that all went to a place called Sheol, or that each was rewarded and punished according to their merit after death, assign numerical values to the letters of Hebrew alphabet and interpret the results. None of this mattered. Action was governed, speculation was free, and action always had a strong communal component. Keeping a kosher home is a different kind of ideal from accepting Jesus as your personal savior, or substitute for this any other of the other formulae used in the various Protestant sects. Because the two senses of belief were not the very same thing, old-fashioned Jews might perhaps habitually do various things the law required without any clear understanding of why, or any particular kind of cognitive belief at all, and certainly without feeling the need or making any attempt to give a Socratic account, logos, of what they were doing. Given this, one might expect the Jewish community to be ripe for pragmatism. It turned out not to be so, as Sidney discovered. The practices, rituals, observances, and values did give coherence, order, structure, and meaning to life, but they did so only provided that they were not explicitly seen as things to be cultivated because they gave meaning and coherence life. In fact, if you stopped thinking that they were embedded in the network of true beliefs in something like the traditional sense of true, they lost their power to create or even retain meaning. The practices couldn't maintain themselves autonomously without appeal to truth, but that is what pragmatism would have required. If the congregation did not believe in the truth of some claims, the practices simply failed to function or work effectively as cement for solidarity and meaningfulness, and as lubricant for smooth interaction. So the more Sidney explained that Jewish beliefs about Moses, Sinai, and the parting of the Red Sea, and so forth were not true in the traditional sense, although they were pragmatically valuable, and that to expect more was a mistake, the smaller his congregation got. William James spoke of the will to believe as operating in cases of religious beliefs, but here there seems to be something even more archaic, like a need of the kind discussed by Feuerbach and Marx. It is as if the members of Sidney's congregation needed traditional truth. That is, this of course leaves open the question of whether they needed it in the way that all humans need water in order to survive, or in the way in which a drug addict needs his next dose. Was it, to change the religious context, just pain artisanal? Was it the bread of life, or was it the opium of the people that they needed? In principle, the dwindling of the congregation could have been the result of some specific deficiencies with Sidney, for instance in his presentation, but that seems unlikely for a number of very good reasons, one of them being that few people were as charismatic as Sidney when he was speaking. If it wasn't Sidney's fault, was it a deficiency of Sidney's congregation? Would it have worked on some other people? Or was it a problem with Judaism specifically, something about Judaism that beliefs associated with it need to be held as true, but that might not be the case with all worldviews? Finally, maybe it was just the fault of our time and place. In modern industrial or capitalist societies, one could no longer get away with mythic thought, metaphors, or approximations, but one needed something that claimed to be true in the full sense. Perhaps, however, that was not the case everywhere and would not remain the case even here in the West forever. Sidney's experience might be thought to be one further instance of the general truth that meaning is sometimes surprisingly impervious to intentional engineering. You can't intentionally create tradition or even recreate or restore it, because the thing about really following a traditional way of life is that you don't know that it is what you're doing. In very many of what we call traditional ways of life, certain choices do not even arise. Lighting a candle in the room is not using traditional lighting when there is no alternative except to sit in the dark or to set fire to the furniture. Only when electric lights are at least conceivable does lighting a candle become the traditional way, and then it becomes a possible choice. When doing it the traditional way becomes a choice, in one sense the tradition has already broken down, and one is confronted with a new situation. You certainly are not leading a traditionally meaningful form of life if you are doing so because someone has told you that acting in this way will make your life meaningful. It is one thing to act and not worry too much about what one should believe, or to be satisfied with mere phrases. That's the way we do things. That may be fine, as long as the question of beliefs and reasons against a background of possible alternatives never really arises. Never arises, as James says, as a livable option. As long as things are vague or real questions can remain unexpressed or be avoided, or people are satisfied with hand-waving or empty platitudes, things may continue. The situation changes completely when questions of belief and reasons for belief are explicitly raised and can't be avoided or finessed. In our society, at any rate after the French Revolution, the idea that one can raise questions about anything has become ubiquitous. Then, to be told that the reason you are not to do or to continue to do something is not because of anything that happens to be true, but because it works to give meaning to our lives, will fall flat. You can't be told to be unreflective or to unask questions that have been asked. Or at the very least, success in making questions unasked will require a very considerable amount of extra effort and skill. Study your Latin is an injunction that makes sense and can be followed. Study your Latin and like it doesn't have the same status. You can't successfully set out to be a traditionalist. The very fact that you set out to do it means that you will end up with something different from a traditional life. And will it have the same meaning? Another way to think about Sidney's experience is that it perhaps shows that it is warrantly assertable, and it works, two phrases that have been used almost interchangeably as formulations of the central tenet of pragmatism may have started out close to each other, but they quickly diverge, and when they do, the intuition behind pragmatism loses its force. In particular, warranted assertability comes, in fact, in a modern society to be closely connected with systematic observation and scientific experiment, whereas it works, as in the phrase, "it works for me," a usage that did not exist before the late 1960s, but which expresses the central idea of William James's pragmatism very well, has much wider purview altogether, referring usually to dimensions more closely connected with undisturbed experience, where that means psychic and emotional comfort. There was perhaps a way of putting the striving for global worldview that in a way that which makes it at least slightly more amenable to pragmatist appropriation. If as Dewey and others emphasized, we were looking for what worked to ensure smooth experience, then surely we would include a natural propensity to look for more general rather than ad hoc solutions. So there were good pragmatist reasons to universalize. Perhaps trying to fit everything into the Procrustean bed of one-size-fits-all truth was a hindrance to inquiry, but it makes perfect sense to try to simplify life by finding solutions that would work in a number of different cases so that one did not have to face every problem ab ovo and find a unique solution for it. This is also a way of exercising intelligence. It won't get you to a proper, full-blown traditional truth, but it does at least show that the search for comprehensiveness, simplicity, and unity is not just an accident, although it is perhaps then Nietzsche rather than Dewey who turns out to be the most relevant. Human life is not so much a search for resolving individual encountered problematic situations, but a constant process of moving back and forth between attempts to get general and definitive way of dealing with the world and seeing things through any actual construct as deficient, inadequate, and distorting. Seeing through the deficiencies of the opinions that have formed does not itself advance us in some purported road to truth, as Hegel thought. It puts us back more or less where we have started, but given who we are, weak humans, we cannot but have another go at the same doomed cycle of illusion, like a squirrel on a treadmill. Much of Nietzsche's writing, as it were, a written transcript of such processes. This split between the project of replacing truth with what is warrantedly assertable and that of replacing it with what works is perhaps mirrored in a significant difference within the pragmatist movement itself. The disagreement between Peirce and James about the doctrine of real presence in the Christian sacrament of the Eucharist. Catholics say and are meant to believe that bread and wine in the Christian sacrament of the Eucharist are all empirical ways just bread and wine, but are also really the very body and blood of Jesus. Where Protestants characteristically hold that Jesus is not really present in the wine and wafer, but these are merely symbols, aids memories, and so on. Peirce says that this shows that for the pragmatist that there is no difference between what Catholics think and what Protestants think, that the purported difference is meaningless and without foundation. After all, they both agree on that all scientific experiments will show that the bread and wine are nothing but bread and wine, and that this is what counts for the pragmatist. James, however, takes almost exactly the opposite track. Clearly, the difference is not meaningless, but rather vital, because accepting the doctrine of real presence means you can change your real behavior significantly. If you are a Catholic, you treat the bread with exaggerated care and respect. You prepare for receiving in a special way and expect it to have particular effects. You genuflect before the altar if consecrated host is present. If you are a Protestant, you don't do any of these things and think them superstitions. If you are a Catholic, the doctrine of works for you, integrating you in a community of living and dead, giving you your life meaning and orientation, and a very different structure from the ones that would have been a Protestant. There is a real palpable difference between being a Catholic and being a Protestant. What difference, James says, could be any more pragmatically significant? Nietzsche. Sidney's experience with his congregation ought to have caused him to read more Nietzsche, who saw the dilemma he had faced in his Reconstructionist community, I think, very clearly, and who took it very seriously. Sidney thought that Nietzsche was just a kind of neo-Kantian critic of religion and morality with a perspectivist epistemology, and of course, that strand does exist in Nietzsche. However, it coexists with many other strands, some of his most interesting, which are even more deeply incompatible with Kant than perspectivism is. Perhaps he would have said about Nietzsche something like what he often said about the late Wittgenstein. I see that what he writes is very good philosophy, but it is not my idiom. He was right that philosophy is not just about questions, concepts, and arguments, but is also about idioms. Father Krigler was, as one might have expected given his background, a serious student of Nietzsche. I remember him saying that Nietzsche neatly and succinctly summed up 19th and 20th century German philosophy with his poem Die Krahen Schrein, which I then, of course, immediately learned by heart. Krigler, however, tended to interpret Nietzsche as a warning example of what would happen if one lost established worldview, Christianity in its debased Protestant form, and was not able to establish any meaningful contact with the alternative, the socialist movement, and that eventually gave birth to communism. If ancient philosophy was obsessed with the distinction between appearance and reality and the relation between the two, Nietzsche's obsession was subtly different. It is with appearance itself and our relation to it This is what makes him especially relevant. His teacher, Schopenhauer, thought that the world we saw in our waking lives was mere appearance, insubstantial illusion, part of the veil of Maya. Things we encounter in the world present themselves as if they were fully substantial and real, but really are not, so we are deceived. When a wise person realizes that they are just appearances, he should, Schopenhauer thinks, withdraw his willing from them. Why try to embrace, pursue, or realize empty chimeras? Since all is illusion, one should detach the will from everything. That is, our will should turn completely against itself into total self-negation. Nietzsche, on the other hand, agrees that what we encounter is not real things in themselves, but appearances, but he points out that they are correctly called mere appearances, only if they can be contrasted with something else, which is not a mere appearance, but which is really real. They are deceptive only if we refer or connect them with some purported other reality. If there is no such thing, it is not clear why we couldn't, if we are strong enough, accept the appearances of the world for what they are without either being taken in by them or detaching our wills from them. We could perhaps continue to engage with them and affirm them. Schopenhauer's universal negation could, under the appropriate circumstances, mutate into global, unlimited affirmation. Roughly speaking, then, Schopenhauer thought that human life is a dream, therefore a lie. No one, however, can accept that, so one must turn away from it. Nietzsche, in a memorable phrase from Geburt der Tragödie, opposes to its reversal. If life is a dream, I want to keep dreaming him. A dream is not a lie, it does not deceive me, if I know it is a dream, and do not take it for something it is not. Clearly, we can suspend our tendency to take something that appears to us and try to relate it to something else, called reality, or we can even stop trying to ask the question of its truth. We do this all the time in art. The question is whether it is even in principle possible, or actually possible for us, to adopt this attitude not merely towards some exceptional phenomena, but towards our everyday life as a whole. Can I see my whole life really as having the standing of nothing but a kind of theatrical performance? Suppose Schopenhauer, who died in 1860, had lived long enough to go see the premiere of Tristan, 1865, but stood up in the middle of the first act to shout, "That woman is not a medieval Irish princess, but a Portuguese-Danish opera singer in a funny costume. I am leaving. I came here to see Isolate, and I will not be fobbed off with Frau Malwena von Karansfield. I've been lied to and cheated, and I want my money back." When he discovers that the management won't give him his money back, he vows to stop going there to the theater at all anymore. Anyone adopting this attitude toward human life in general will quickly discover that there is no management, and so a fortiori, no return of the entrance fee and no one to sue for damages or opportunity costs. But what opportunities does one lose by virtue of being born? And in any case, who is so lucky as to have the choice whether or not to be born? Is there a need for a worldview, and for a worldview that was true? There could be at least 4 reasons for thinking that there was no such need. First, one could imagine that there never was and never had been any such need at all. It was just a simple, if monumental, mistake. Perhaps truth was a confused or superfluous notion, or it made no sense whatever to think that one could have a total theory of everything of the kind that would be required for a worldview. One cannot, it might be argued, be said to have a genuine need for something inherently impossible. It is, of course, true that in one sense one cannot have a need for something that is inherently impossible, but if by need one means something without which I cannot survive, it can't be that I cannot survive without owning a square triangle. However, the term need is also perfectly legitimately used in a looser sense than this to refer to a deeply rooted striving which will overcome a surprising number of obstacles to move us in one direction rather than another. If it is real, perhaps even a compulsive striving, it might be well the case that even knowing that it is directed at something which is impossible will not automatically free us from it. Second, one could think with Nietzsche that whether the need existed or not depended on the strength of the people involved. Strong people did not have this need, weak people did, and whether one was strong or weak was just a natural fatality or biological fact of some kind. This in itself certainly did not imply any moral judgment that there should be no cause for shame. If you were weak, you would simply feel a need, and there would in fact be little anyone could do to change that. Argumentative criticism of the particular worldview you adopt might or might not cause you to modify or abandon it, but if so, you would light on another soon enough. The need was like an itch. As long as you were weak and it remained, you would find another way of scratching it, and argumentation was beside the point. Maybe only the Übermensch, who was by definition no longer human, could fully dispense with the truth and fully embrace and affirm the world of appearance. Still, the Übermensch might be an ideal we humans could entertain on the path of trying to overcome ourselves. Third, one could think with Marx that whatever such a need existed and what particular form it took when it did exist was a social matter, depending on the level of development of the forces of production of society, the existing work relations, and the class structure. Just as in a class of society, the subjection of the individual to kinds of uniformity required by the demands of production would stop, and the grip of thinking in abstract equivalencies, including labor time and all forms of justice, would loosen, the orientation to a purported non-pragmatist truth would gradually decay and disappear as we would be satisfied with what we know would work. Finally, one could hold with Heidegger that being might stop calling to us and demanding of us that we make an image or picture of it. Perhaps if it began to speak to us again in a different way, it would demand of us not representation, but for us to cultivate and foster it, to be the shepherds, not the photographers or painters of being. Heidegger, radical anti-Pelagian that he was, thought that the initiative for any such transformation, if it occurred at all, would have to come from being itself, not from anything we did, although of course we might respond to the call, if it was issued, in more or less appropriate ways. As he said at the end of his life, only God can save us. As I said above, I lost contact with Kriegler when he moved so far west to be out of my ken. One might think that, in parallel to that, I lost touch with Sydney because I moved so far east, to Cambridge, that our worlds could no longer intersect. That, however, would not be the whole truth. If one thinks that it is a central part of pragmatism to value actions, deeds, real changes, rather than mere words, Sydney had always been a rather odd kind of pragmatist, in that for him the spoken word was everything. He could and did talk about anything, argue one side of an issue, then change and argue the other, reversing positions immediately, elegantly, and at will, assimilate any new perspective, counter, deflect, or rebut any objection, or accept it and suggest revisions of the original position that had been criticized. He was an absolute master of all this. It was his way of keeping the world at a safe distance. You could say anything to him, and it was all grist for his mill. However, although spoken words were everything, also in an odd way, they were nothing. They weren't real, but part of an autonomous realm of discourse, and did not necessarily lead to deeds or consequences. One could also, when talking to him, sometimes get the sense of being caught in a web of words. One could say anything precisely because the words did not really count. They were mere speech. Sydney and I eventually had a terminal falling out, ostensibly due to the appointment of a new member to the academic department of which we were both members. He supported the appointment and I opposed it. After a very long and very acrimonious series of debates, interviews, and discussions in the department and the university, the decision was taken to make the appointment. This was disappointing, but it was also the sort of thing that happens in human life, with which one must deal the best one can. The fact that Sydney and I were on opposite sides of what I took to be an extremely serious matter also did not bother me terribly. We often disagreed. What could be more usual among philosophers? One might even say that it was our natural state, as the joke had it, 2 philosophers, 3 opinions. However, the day after the final vote, he came up to me and tried to suggest that life would now simply go on as before. This infuriated me. In my view, this had not just been one further turn in the argument that could be countered or reversed by another dialectical twist, but an actual decision had been made, which had consequences that changed reality. I made the counter-suggestion to him that if he wished things to remain as they had been, he should write to the provost immediately and to say that we, the members of the department, had not really intended to make the decision and needed more time for further discussion. Then life could continue as before. When he started explaining evasively and interminably why he was not willing to do this, I lost my temper and took the nuclear option, doing the one thing I knew he would find it difficult to construe as a mere move in a verbal game, or which he could make disappear by verbal redescription. I told him I was not going to talk to him anymore. If I had been less angry, I might have responded more positively to his no doubt genuine desire that we stay on good terms. Since I am not, and have never been, a Kantian, I never attribute special value to the consistency of action per se. However, since I was able to arrange an almost immediate change in my affiliation to a different academic department, and soon after emigrated to Britain, we never in fact had another conversation. Thus, I don't know, and never will know, whether he actually took the point I was trying to make to him, that speech sometimes has real consequences. The thing Krigler said that made by far the deepest impression on me was actually something I merely overheard him say when he was speaking with another pupil at his school, a friend of mine who liked to draw. This friend was asking him what he should do if he wanted to become an artist. Krigler was very keen, I know, on non-representational and non-figurative forms of art. He said to my friend that there was, of course, a discipline involved in art, that there were techniques that one had to learn, exercises one could do, forms of manual dexterity one had to master, ways of training the eye, established principles of composition. One had to spend the time required to acquire these, or at any rate most of them, but the most important thing if one wanted to become an artist was to set aside half an hour or 45 minutes a day. During that period, one should ignore and completely forget the exercises and principles and things one may have learned, and simply take a sheet of paper and draw, even if one drew were just a squiggle. There was no requirement that what one produced had to be good at all, and certainly no requirement that one must think or judge that it was very good after one had finished it. In fact, rather the reverse, in that if one was developing one's powers, one's judgment should concomitantly become ever more fastidious, and one should become more and more dissatisfied. Nevertheless, at the end of every day, we should be able to pick up a sheet of paper and say, "So, this is what I do on a day like this." The only way to explain further what a day like this meant was to show the drawing. This had always struck me as one of the purest descriptions of the creative urge I'd ever encountered. I have written out what Krigler said in a non-standard way to try and capture the stress of his voice and intentions. The full stop after "so" meant, I take it, that my friend should stand back at the end of the day and be prepared, when he looked at his drawings, to be surprised. Nietzsche once claimed that in Homer, Achilles was best understood as shorthand for an impersonal verbal expression, not as the name of a subject. As it were, it is now Achillesising here, on the model of it is now raining here. The purported personal subject was a retrospective invention, added for moralizing reasons. But for Krigler, when my friend was the beginning artist, looked at the work, the focus was to be on the object that came into existence, the drawing, not on himself as the subject who produced it, or indeed on the action out of which it arose. The parallel to this would be if I were to look at the cam after a heavy rain and say, "So, this is the cam on a day like this." The artist was the channel through which some impersonal energy passed, which discharges itself in the real object of attention, the drawing. What Krigler did not say was that when my friend looked at the drawing, he would come to, or should, trying to become to, know himself better, or gain greater understanding of what exactly he was. The formula was not, "So, I did this on such a day." One could, if one wished, turn this into an exercise in attempting to get self-knowledge, but that was a different project, and one that would distort what should be going on here. I have said that this seemed to me to describe the creative urge, but perhaps a better way to put it would be that it says something about individual creativity. For a Catholic, the Holy Ghost is the spirit of creativity, but the ghost is essentially realized in this life as a spirit of community, not as the psychological state of an isolated individual. It descends on groups assembled in certain ways for certain purposes. Individuals may be the vehicles of certain actions, but only as members of such an appropriately constituted community. No major medieval cathedral had a single architect, although, of course, without the imaginative and the physical labor of generations of individuals, none would exist. As Hegel pointed out, spirit is neither a purely individual nor an entirely collective phenomenon, but rather an I that is a we and a we that is an I, a point that is also fully accepted by reflective communists. It has been said that those who have neither art nor science need religion, just as those who have no character need principles. This immediately raises the question, what is it, the lack of which requires one to have a character? A question to which I have no answer. Certainly, the philosophy which gives the central place to having principles is the natural dogma of bureaucrats, civil servants, and accountants, as the philosopher Friedrich Schiller put it in the late 18th century. It is a doctrine for the servants, not for the children of the house. Perhaps, then, one should reverse the usual perspective on worldviews. The usual view is that any distinct community will have a distinct worldview, and of course, if one takes the term worldview sufficiently broadly and allows it to be sufficiently indeterminate and inexplicit, this will be right. Members of the same community will often have much in common, many habits, attitudes, reactions, and ways of doing things, beliefs. However, it obviously does not follow from this that they share a single determinate, well-defined, explicit set of organized beliefs about the world. First of all, much of the communality may be constituted by aspects of human action of which the members of the community are not explicitly aware and which are not loosely connected with particular beliefs. Second, if they have shared beliefs, these may form a collection of overlapping sets rather than one worldview. Third, many of the beliefs one might be tempted to say they shared will be inherently indeterminate in content, and this may be a positive thing in any number of ways. Early Christians thought Jesus was the Savior, but this seeming agreement actually masked enormous differences in the ways they construed what that meant. Indeed, if they gave much thought at all to what it meant. The history of Christianity has been one in which ecclesiastical powers have tried to control the writing of history, imposing on the early days of the Church a scheme of orthodoxy defined ex post by what the great ecumenical councils of the 3rd century agreed on, versus heresy, projecting this distinction back onto the past where it clearly had no real place. Perhaps it is precisely when genuine communal energies begin to dry up, or when disciplinary demands are given priority over all else, that the need for a worldview in a stricter sense becomes keener. Similarly, it is perhaps those whose community is diseased, especially threatened, moribund, or in steep decline at the end of the period of great vitality who need a worldview. Hegel analyzed very sharply the illusion that consisted in thinking that by formulating a philosophical picture of the world, one could restore a community to vibrancy. A worldview is like a black and white photo of a painting by Delacroix or Grunwald, which by its very nature could never restore or refresh the original colors. None of the philosophers I met later in life, despite the evident intellectual power and seriousness many of them had nearly the real continuing effect on me that Bela and Sidney did. In his Apology, Plato's Socrates imagines the pleasure he would find if after death there really were an afterlife, how many interesting people he could talk with. I have also had this fantasy of meeting again with my two teachers. We might even form a discussion club with a snappy name like the Lev Bronstein Leon Trotsky Memorial, Reconstructionist Minyan Inspe, and in solidarity of St. Jude, patron of hopeless cases. Of course, we would need at least another 7 members to get the canonical minimal number. Whom else could we invite to join us? However, even if, contrary to everything reason tells us, there is such a thing as human activity, or even human life, after biological death, the words spoken there would be entirely without real consequences, and how could they not be empty? So, if so, why imagine that such an existence would have room for anything like religious rituals or for philosophical discussion? Chapter 2. Games and Proverbs. There is a well-known painting by the 16th century Flemish painter Peter Bruegel called The Elder, now in the Kunsthistorisches Museum in Vienna, which shows children playing various games in the streets of a village. Over 100 children are depicted on this panel, engaged in a wide variety of games. Experts can, it seems, distinguish at least 80 different pastimes. The picture is like that of a number of others by Bruegel that is not only crowded with different figures, actively engaging in some activity, not merely, for instance, posing for a formal portrait. Others like this include the Massacre of the Innocents, also in the Kunsthistorisches Museum, the contest between Carnival and Lent, also in the KM, and the Neverlandish Proverbs in Berlin. At first glance, many of these panels can seem almost claustrophobic, too full of people, too cluttered with chaotic details, or even too much lacking in a simple visual structure and surveyable order. Very much, that is, like real human life, and thus repellent. For an eye accustomed to high Renaissance Italian painting, one can see how the lack of a simple symmetry in many of Bruegel's paintings might constitute a serious obstacle for appreciation. Taken as an example of Italian Renaissance art, at its best, Raphael's fresco School of Athens in the Vatican, just as is the case with the paintings by Bruegel mentioned above, Raphael's fresco represents a large number of individual figures, over 20, but in contrast to Bruegel, it shows extreme single-point perspective. All the architectural details, for instance, the nested sequence of arches, reinforce the focus of the eye on the pair of philosophers in the middle, Plato and Aristotle, with the other figures, representatives of other philosophical schools, grouped on both sides of that central pair in a way that emphasizes their importance. The line formed by the figures of these philosophers, all lined up in a row on each side of Plato and Aristotle, makes two lovely, sinuous curves on both sides of the picture. One figure, to be sure, Diogenes the Cynic, sits. Actually, he seems to perch uncomfortably, by himself on the steps. He is not a member of the party of Plato, the idealists or spiritualists, on the left, or the party of Aristotle, the realists, or perhaps naturalists, on the right, and he is marked out by his spatial location as the exception. Even a painting by Bruegel that has roughly the same binary, right-left, contrastive structure has a strikingly different structure. Take the battle between Carnival and Lent. In this painting, there are two prominent figures representing the two times of year, and the two modes of living. In the bottom foreground, an overweight Sir Carnival in a blue jerkin mounted on a tun is jousting with an emaciated Lady Lent seated on a kind of primitive trolley and wielding a long stick with a flattened end on which two fish have been placed. These two figures, however, are not in the absolute center of the painting, and Sir Carnival is placed slightly higher than Lady Lent, as if still dominating her. If, in the painting by Raphael, the two central figures of Plato and Aristotle seem to impose order on the gracefully organized company of their acolytes, the battle between Carnival and Lent, the other figures in the painting, those, that is, apart from Sir Carnival and Lord Lent themselves, are not unitarily grouped at all. They seem to have made themselves independent and are pursuing their own different activities, dicing, whipping tops, giving alms to mendicants, gutting fish, dancing rounds. All of this without much reference to the two central figures. In very many of Bruegel's paintings, the main actor or action, as given by the title and the associated implicit narrative, is not located anywhere near the center of the painting at all. In the Suicide of Saul, the suicide itself is on a tiny, isolated plateau on the left, while the rest of the painting is dominated by a huge flow of marching armies towards a mountainous landscape. In The Conversion of Saul and Christ Carrying the Cross, the central figure is dwarfed by the surrounding crowds, so that even finding him is like looking for a needle in a haystack. In the most well-known example, cited in the famous poem by Odin, the body of Icarus is not even visible in the Fall of Icarus. One might look carefully at the bottom right to see two legs protruding out of the water. The decentering of the painting vis-a-vis narrative expectations seems too systemic to be completely accidental. This view of the world is systematically eccentric. It is the view of an individual who doesn't know the story being told. This tendency towards dissolution of the sense of a center seems to reach a high point in children's games and Neverlandish proverbs. There does not even seem to be any central figure, group, action, hidden or not, in children's games. Different individual children and groups of children play different games in different parts of the canvas. Some of these games may well have definite rules, like the game of tossing hats depicted in the lower right-hand side. Others, like the boy climbing a tree in the upper left corner, do not. Climbing a tree has rules only at best in a Pickwinian sense. Do not fall off, but even falling off can be part of the fun, if correctly done. Space is locally organized, and the individual games are locally meaningful, and if there are rules at all, they are local rules. The children playing hoops or bowls do not impinge on those walking on stilts or swimming in the river, and if there are rules for swimming, they are different from the rules of playing bowls. The different games are certainly not part of a unitary Gestaltkinderspiel. Similarly, the Berlin painting about Proverbs depicts the different context in which each proverb becomes meaningful and applicable. The soldier in a full armor who is putting a bell around the cat's neck may just as well be construed as existing in a different space from the man confessing to the devil behind a pillar, for all the interaction there is between them, none. And although the man with the cat is sitting on top of the same wall, which another man in a breastplate is knocking his head, the two of them seem to have no cognizance of each other. One can think of children's games and Neverlandish proverbs as works that comment on human social life, which, of course, is a statement one can make without any necessary reference to the psychological intention of the painter, about which we in fact know virtually nothing. That, however, does not matter. At the moment of writing, June 2019, children's games seems a very apt image of the British political class in their attempt to negotiate Brexit. No adults visible, just a chaotic collection of tiny people pursuing, in small groups and as individuals, their own autistic goals, although obviously Bruegel in the 16th century couldn't have intended exactly this association. Neverlandish Proverbs gives a more sinister view. If the children's games are mostly harmless, if pointless, the little girls whirling around in the upper left corner, for example, most of the sayings illustrate either the active folly, the ignorance, or the malice of humans. If some of the games are minimally sociable, the proverb seems, not exclusively, but on the whole to apply to individuals. The fool shits on the world, left toward the top, immediately makes one think of an individual like Trump, the soldier knocking his head uselessly against the brick wall, Cheney of Rumsfeld, even lighting candles for the devil, Blair kneeling before Bush, focuses on the folly of the kneeling human figure. If these paintings are representations of our world, of us, then it also seems unavoidable to ask, where am I in this painting? Which proverb applies to me? There is, of course, a quick answer, which is, however, not very helpful, and I think also morally rather outrageous, which is, none of that is me, mate. I'm the observer, the viewer, the ideal spectator, not a figure in the painting. If anything, I am in this painting in the way that Bruegel himself, the artist who painted it, is. A very comfortable position for me, then, a partner and a collaborator with a genius, Bruegel, not implicated in what is seen. My life, oh no, cannot be summed up in the way Blair can be lighting the candles for the devil, or in any other simple formula or image. I can't even be identified and tied down to the teeming productivity of Bruegel himself, fecund as he was, and productive of such a profusion of images in dozens of paintings, because I can walk down the corridor in the Koningshuis Museum in the middle of the room with the Bruegels and look at the Titan or the Velázquez, or even cross a few streets to see the Klimets in another museum, or come home and go to see one of my favorite Iranian bulls in the Fitzwilliam, or, for that matter, look at the metal bust of Lenin, signed something, on the shelf in my study. And, to top it all, I am not yet dead, as Bruegel is. It is not right to say that this attitude is a way of keeping art morally at a distance. Rather, it is a particularly morally self-serving mode of appropriation. Some people have felt great attraction to Nietzsche's injunction to make one's life a work of art. Many of them have interpreted this injunction to mean that I should make my life unique in a way in which a work of art they think is unique. This would mean that my life should not just be an instance of certain given types of life. It should be at least aspire to be incomparable. This might seem problematic for at least two reasons. First, works of art are not actually absolutely unique. That is, they are not incomparable to anything else, just as my life is not incomparable, but can easily be compared in various ways to the lives of other people my age, with my background, with my resources, and my infirmities. Artworks create and occupy a distinct space of their own. If we don't know it is in a play, we should be tempted to intervene and save Caesar from Cassius and Brutus. But they belong to recognizable types: dance, sculpture, film, literature, and two distinct genres: epic, lyric, comedy. Nietzsche himself was explicit about this, and throughout his life obsessed with the differences between different kinds of art, and especially different genres of literature. If this is the case, what kind of work of art can my life be? Why make the unmotivated leap from work of art to narrative, that is, literary work of art of a particular kind? Why not turn my life into a statue or an image, a building, a dance, or a work of music? Why can't my life be best represented in a lyric rather than a narrative mode? There may be legal and policing reasons for this. Thus, narrative, one might think, lends itself more easily as a mode of presentation of self to use in a court of law rather than lyric does. If this is a fact, it would seem to be a sociological fact about our form of society. Should I, however, allow my conception of myself, rather than merely my external actions, to be guided exclusively by the demands of public order? Many, of course, have held that thoughts are not, and ought not be, free. Arguably, the Plato of the Republic and the Laws. Certainly, in the Republic, Plato assumes a parallelism between the structure of the soul and public order, and if he thinks that it is the soul that is primary, and that the political sphere should mirror the harmony of the well-balanced soul, others might well think the opposite. If one does not believe that legal considerations should finally determine my relation to myself, one should at least affirm this clearly and try to think about its consequences. The second question Nietzsche's injunction raises concerns the notion of making, that is, making one's life one thing or another. This idea is tempting only if it can distinguish between making one's life something and just being, acting, or living, where making is an intentional activity. Actually, this looks very much like a point in which is the exact opposite of the one Nietzsche usually makes. In general, Nietzsche seems to wish to emphasize the importance of giving as free rein as possible to the instinctual element in human life as opposed to the more reflective or conscious side. Living out your instincts, however, would seem to be something rather different from intentionally making anything, even making one's life a work of art. In some cases, one can distinguish simply from living one's life from making one's life a work of art. For instance, Alexander of Macedon was said to have kept a copy of the Iliad near his bed, and wanted to make his life like that of Achilles, except more so by surpassing him in deeds of heroism. Achilles, one might imagine, was not in the same way trying to do that. He was not trying to make his life something, but living, trying to take Troy or humiliate Agamemnon or avenge the death of Patroclus, but that is a different thing. Making one's life something seems to have a strong reflective moment, which is lacking in instinctive activity. In making my life something, I'm consciously taking stock of what it is and trying to change that existing state, transforming it intentionally in one direction rather than the various other directions in which it could possibly evolve. If this is the case, then, looking carefully at Achilles, he seems less different from Alexander than one might first imagine. When he is not in battle, we see Achilles sitting beside his tent, himself singing the praises of the heroes of old, and we know that his mother, the sea nymph Thetis, has told him that he has a choice between a long, comfortable, but obscure life or a short life of undying glory. We see him reflecting on which he will choose. Which of the two proposed lives is he going to make his? Finally, of course, he comes to Troy, it seems, with a kind of tutor, Phoenix, who is supposed to teach him how to turn himself into a good speaker of words and doer of deeds. So Achilles had models for aspiration, and not even for him does it at all come absolutely naturally. This is true despite Nietzsche's fantasies, or to put it more sympathetically, philosophical constructions, in The Genealogy of Morality, about an aboriginal group of masters who simply didn't think about themselves at all, or would mold themselves into a shape imposed by reflection at all, who were not even in any interesting sense subjects, but were, as it were, sheer act, all verb. This, however, is not a realistic description of a way of life that is actually cognitively accessible to us, no matter how far back we reach in the written record. It is, if anything, even less practically accessible to us. Let's assume then, for the sake of argument, that the model for making one's life a work of art is not the mythic, fully spontaneous, instinct-driven artist, but something that is at least a place for looking before one leaps, and observing where one is intending to leap from. So the painter does not simply push forward, applying colors to a board, panel, wall, or canvas, but in some sense registers what is already there. First the substratum, then gradually the accumulated paint on it, and takes account of that in some process that is like reflection or rationalization when proceeding, even if this process is not fully discursive. As Lessing points out, visual arts as arrangements in space have to struggle to accommodate representations of change, development, and history. To be sure, although the final painting, certainly one finished in the sense in which was understood until the very end of the 19th century, was supposed to stand on its own, certainly not flaunt the marks left by the process of his production, the heavy weather made during Whistler's court case about the fact that his painting did not look finished shows this rather clearly. One could, I suppose, interpret Nietzsche's remarks about making one's life a work of art as referring to the process of artistic production rather than the finished product. In most cases, to be sure, there will still be an important difference in that in the case of the painting, the artist, in general, makes the work by acting in various ways through time, but there is still some final product at the end, which has at least some relative stability and can be viewed by others and by the artist him or herself. The finished painting was supposed to last longer than the time needed to paint it. Even cases like Bansky's drawings that shreds itself upon being purchased are clearly individual violations of this expectation and are intended to be seen as such, so they, perhaps paradoxically, work partly by drawing attention to this rule. This isn't the case with human life. I work on it, and then, at the very moment at which it is complete, I am missing. There is no product, except perhaps in the imagination of other people who remember me after I am gone, or the perception of the gods who see my life as a whole, including its very, very end. There are traces of this kind of view in Nietzsche's early works, The Birth of Tragedy, when he talks about the Greek gods as the spectators and humans as actors who put on a play for their entertainment. If, however, there are no gods as universal connoisseurs of human lives, is it Achilles who makes his life a work or art, or Homer? Themistocles or Herodotus and Plutarch? This would make any project of making my life a work of art oddly dependent on others and their reactions to it. This would be something that was deeply and radically out of my control, which might be a perfectly fair comment in general on human life, but is not what would seem to have been intended by those who speak of making one's life a work of art. Assume that the basic idea was that I was supposed to be both the artist and the audience of my own life. At any given time, though, my life will have to be given to me in three parts: a past I remember, a present I perceive, and a future I anticipate. The moment of anticipation is essential because if I have no anticipation, I have no future. And if I have no future, I am dead, so there is no artist, but there is no audience. Part of what I have to do if I wish to make my life a work of art is to integrate some remembrance of my past, cognizance of my present, and minimal proleptic anticipation of what is about to be. The anticipation of the future is crucial. Much of the poignancy of the final words of the most marvelous of the Roman emperors, the matricidal anti-Christian Nero, qualis artifex peredo, is that with the artist, in one sense of that work of art, which is his living human life, perishes, although perhaps another different work becomes possible in the form of images of Nero produced by others, including latter writers. No future, no life as work of art. The role of prolepsis in art cannot be overemphasized. A painter, while at work, presumably sees the present state of the canvas, but also has some conception of that which is not yet there, some idea of an envisioned finished product, or at any rate a direction in which he or she wishes to continue. This means a kind of cognitive state that is temporally extended in two senses. First, the painter has a shifting knowledge which is modified during the course of the production, if only because with each stroke made the object, the painting, is changed. Second, at each point he or she has some intentionally and voluntatively tinged apprehension of what he or she is about to do, the stroke that is about to come, the shape that is about to emerge, what ought to be but is not yet there. I fully take the point that this is a significant simplification, also that this is not fully informative and that it does not say what kind or kinds of knowledge, apprehension, cognizance, and so forth are involved. Finally, I take the point that this account probably over-intellectualizes what is going on. Whether or not that is the case depends, of course, on what particular account one can give of different kinds of knowledge, and since no such analysis of this is given here, some degree of skepticism and dissatisfaction is appropriate. However, unless one wants to adopt the Nietzschean position that the artist, or at any rate some kinds of artist sometimes, are in their work, not even in any relevant sense real subjects holding beliefs at all, but just pure outpourings of instinct, unmodified by any form of reflection, thought, or cognition, then something like the account just given will have to hold. I have spoken of the painter's relation to present perception and to imagined futures, but what about the past? At some level, one might argue that just as there is no meaningful perception of the present without at least minimal pretensive apprehension of possible futures, so also there would be no cognizance of what is present to me at the moment without the activation of various forms of memory. Still, the painter in a medium like oils can effectively cancel the relevant past of the painting, for instance by scraping it off and painting over it, rendering it invisible to the sort of eye, the unaided or only minimally corrected human eye, for which the painting is intended. That past doesn't exist, except perhaps sometimes for a modern expert equipped with a highly specialized technical instrument. This, I take it, is the second of the two important ways in which the working of a painting is different from living a life. The first has already been mentioned and is a staple of the existentialist literature. My own life as lived is always incomplete, because when it is finished, it is over, and although perhaps an object of contemplation for others is no longer my life as lived. This refers to the future. To live is to have a future that is not yet closed and finished, and if one has no future, one is not living. This second aspect of difference has to do with the past. In painting, one can effectively undo the past by removing and painting over it. In human life, my actions have consequences for others. Some of them are registered in the public realm or in the memory of others, and although I may have succeeded in reinterpreting them, I cannot simply make them disappear at will. If I snub you by acting, under appropriate circumstances, as if you do not exist, I may eventually genuinely forget that I have done that. The fact that I don't remember it does not mean that it is necessarily has somehow ceased to exist. You may, for instance, remember it. The Christian hopes, of course, that through a certain kind of religious faith, the past can be made as if undone, in a limited sense, that some of the consequences that are concomitants of past action are no longer associated with it, especially divine punishment. But even this does not actually undo the acts. It, too, merely reinterprets them, putting them in a wider context as part of a prehistory of the salvation of a sinful human individual through divine grace. This line of thought gives prominence to the limitations and faultiness of human memory. The painter can in principle have terribly poor memory, forgetting, in the course of work, and the original project. The bits that are all painted over and invisible are simply getting on from where the painting stands to where it is now envisaged as appearing to be. Perhaps this is not the absolutely highest form of artistic activity, but one could get a finished result from it. In the case of my life, if I am trying to think about it as a whole in order to make a work of art, I am dealing in memory with constantly whimsically decaying material, that is, with a constantly changing content, parts of which are always sinking into oblivion. I don't remember everything. There is my past, as it is documented in historical records and in the memory of others, and there is what I remember of it. These two things will invariably diverge. In lots of ethical contexts, this divergence is anything but negligible. I didn't know I was doing that when I was doing that may in some cases be exculpatory. I don't remember doing that, even if this is perfectly true, does not have the same force. That you don't even remember having done X to Y may be an additional aggravation of the original offense. We know well about the willful or half-willful mechanisms for suppression of uncomfortable memories, but even apart from motivated distortions and forms of forgetting, there's a simple malfunction. Perspectival recollection and limitation in the registration of details are perhaps not exactly even forms of malfunctioning, because they are a normal part of the functioning of anything like human memory. Freud is clearly right that there have been things lodged in the soul in the past which we do not remember and which may influence us in various ways. Some things can thus be retained, and therefore perhaps anything might potentially be retained. One should not, however, infer from any of this that every impression we ever had is correctly and vividly retained in all its details somewhere in the mind. To assume this would be to give the functioning of the human unconscious mind a perfection and a retentive capacity far beyond anything we have any reason to attribute to it. Even less should we assume that every reaction on any other person with whom we had dealings and the possible offense they may have taken at our actions is retained somewhere in our memory. As long as I am alive, my future is to some extent open and indeterminate, only accessible to me through speculation and planning, but equally my past is a constant crumbling papyrus on which a full text was never written and to which, in memory, I have only partial and perspectively skewed access. So, to pursue the analogy, if I'm to try to make my life a work of art, like, say, one of Bruegel's paintings, I am watching the panel on which Children's Games is taking shape, while knowing that I shall never see the final finished version that will come into being at the time of my death, when I will no longer be around to see it. I also know that I am painting. Part of the existing panel is crumbling under my eyes and hands, as my memory of past functions in a normal way, retaining only part of what is there. Finally, I know that a viewer who is not me, even now, but certainly after my death, will, if sufficiently interested to observe my life with concentration, clearly see things there that are invisible to me now, but are a part of the painting, or at any rate a part of the process by which the painting came into existence. An external viewer may see parts of the painting that have already crumbled, or material which has ceased to exist for me, but is not really either gone or invisible to an outside observer. One might claim that Bruegel has organized the unitary aesthetic space within the frame of each picture, so he has imposed some unity. This may be true, but Bruegel is still not one of the children playing, and his paintings is not the same thing as playing hoops or bowls, walking on stilts, or climbing trees, nor itself, exceptionally accidentally, an illustration of a Dutch proverb. Maybe, if I do look at my own life, or my soul, my past, my present, and my future, without imposing on it the philosophical construct of a unified totality, I will see something like the contents of these paintings. Traditional philosophers used a number of different images to speak of the structure of a human life as a whole, or its essential features, or to provide an ideal to be aspired to. There is the Cartesian Narcissus contemplating himself in the pool, or watching the figures move across the stage in the theater of his mind, or peeping out of his darkened metal chamber through to two tiny sockets of human eyes in the bright light of the world. There is the Kantian legislator producing and exemplifying in his action a particular unitary, consistent, and surveyable code Napoleon. There is Plato's assent to the vision of the idea of the good, or the medieval Intertanium mentis ad diem, and there is Wilhelm Meister finally encountering the members of the Turmgemeinschaft. My life is more like children's games or Neverlandish proverbs, or perhaps, more exactly, like the history of these paintings from the moment Bruegel began to sketch the very first figures to the moment, sometime in the future, when the last figures become effaced and the panel rots away. My awareness of my own life is a series of flickering moments located in various of the personages in the panel and very occasionally incorporating the imagined perspective in a fictional observer, including possibly Bruegel himself, as I imagine him to have been at various points during the production of the picture. Even this is an imaginary projection of mine at a certain point in time. There is no point, not even an imaginary one, from which all this looks like a single, unitary anything. Chapter 3. Enlightenment, Genealogy, and the Historicality of Concepts. The following is a quote from Nietzsche in Twilight of the Idols. You ask me what's idiosyncratic about philosophers. There is, for instance, their lack of sense of history, their hatred for the very notion of becoming, their Egyptianism. They think that they're honoring a thing if they dehistoricize it. They see it sub specie aeterni if they make a mummy out of it. End quote. The English century produced a number of important works of history that can be counted as belonging to the Enlightenment, such as Gibbon's Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, 1776 to 1789. Still, Enlightenment and historicization do not seem to be natural bedfellows, but rather to be in tension with one another. What was most characteristic of the Enlightenment, one might argue, were not the historicizing discussions, but grand speculative projects, like those of Condorcet or Kant, which, while they might claim to describe macro-structures or large-scale patterns in past and present, did not actually contain much of what we would now call real history. Rather, they were attempts to reduce real history to some kind of schema. After all, the major figures of the Enlightenment were strongly fixated on an abstract and purportedly universal concept of reason, which, to put it mildly, is not the best point of departure for an understanding of the past or of historical processes. Is it possible that in this respect, as Adorno and Horkheimer claimed, the Enlightenment needed to be enlightened about itself? In his essay on Kant's article, Was ist Achtung, Michel Foucault distinguishes between what he calls the ethos and what he calls the dogma of the Enlightenment. To be an enlightened person was a form of life with appropriate habits of thought and action, dispositions, and personality traits. The philosophy, the quintessential figure of Enlightenment society, was supposed to be the relentlessly critical in all domains of life. He or she was to be an indefatigable enemy of prejudice, rigid dogma, and obsolete tradition, and was never supposed simply to accept the word of any purported authority at face value without citing it to appear before the tribunal of reason and subjecting it to implacable scrutiny. The major thinkers of the Enlightenment were always critics of their own time. The fidelity to certain elements of doctrine is not what constitutes the Aufklärung. Rather, it is the constant activation of an attitude, that is, of a philosophical ethos, which one might describe as being that of a permanent critique of our historical being. That was a quote from Foucault. This is one of the reasons that Enlightenment produced so many and such varied programs for reform of the state, the church, society, and the education system, and science in the second half of the 18th century. It is hard, if not impossible, to deny that the major figures of the Enlightenment, contrary to their own self-conception, and despite their best efforts, were themselves caught up inextricably in dogmas of their own. The cult of the goddess Reason, which was propagated by the Hebertists in the second year of the Revolution, was not just a weird and slightly ludicrous singularity, but it was an authentic, if exaggerated, expression of the central motif of the Enlightenment. It is in fact the case that the conception of reason, to which many of the major figures of the Enlightenment were most attached, was almost as inflexible and dogmatic as the theological doctrines of the established church, which they vigorously rejected. Reason, they thought, was absolutely universal, unitary, unvarying in space and time, and irresistible, and it gave one clear and certain criterion for judging any situation, action, desire, belief, practice, or institution whatever. Reason was the opposite of prejudice, so there was a certain plausibility in the claim that Hans Georg Gadamer made in the 1960s that the philosophers of the Enlightenment were inconsistent because they had a prejudice against prejudice. Foucault is broadly sympathetic to many aspects of this line of criticism of the dogmatism of the Enlightenment. Nevertheless, he is of the opinion that it is both possible and advisable to distinguish these dogmas from something else which it is important to continue to cultivate. This is what he calls the ethos of the Enlightenment, the commitment to universal criticism. To remain true to this ethos means that one does not exempt the concepts on which the Enlightenment project itself rests, such as concepts of reason, science, knowledge, and truth, from a scrutiny directed at trying to see what authority they have. It is a sign of the seriousness with which Kant took the Enlightenment project that in his critiques he undertook to conduct this scrutiny. This is true, even though the actual results of Kant's inquiry are meager and disappointing. It is no great surprise that pure reason certifies the validity, within certain limits, of its own utterances. When the accused is also at the same time the judge and the jury of its own case, he can look forward with some optimism to the verdict. Is it, however, incontrovertibly obvious that reason is the only possible judge in matters concerning the authority and justification of beliefs, actions, practices, and institutions? Certainly, some revolutionaries, and not only revolutionaries, have claimed that history itself was the final court of appeal. They have spoken as if there were a tribunal of history to which the Kantian tribune of reason is finally subordinate. Or, should our knowledge of history lead us to the conclusion that the whole conception of a final and ultimate authoritative tribunal should be dispensed with or relativized? Perhaps the very idea that life is to be construed as the object of permanent proceedings in a court is distorted, incorrect, or wrong-headed. Perhaps the Enlightenment was mistaken to jump at the conclusion that life was like a continuing court case in which it was imperative to come, quickly and efficiently, to definitive judgments about what was true and what false, what was legitimate and what illegitimate, and what was justified and what was not justified. We know that many people find it difficult psychologically to tolerate, even for short periods of time, ambiguity, indeterminacy, and anything that renders boundaries indistinct or straddles them. This human trait can take a number of particular, historically variable forms and can be weaker or stronger at different times and in different places. It is a definitive deficiency of the Enlightenment that it exhibited this weakness to a rather high degree and even gloried in it rather than recognizing it for what it was. Foucault wishes to cultivate the ethos of Enlightenment, the commitment to continuing critique, but without acceding to the blackmail often exercised by those who insist that this ethos requires adopting certain particular 18th century dogmas. There's a French quote that I can't read, and then Geuss says, "This means roughly, we need to try to escape the alternative inside the strictly drawn boundaries of Enlightenment reason, or outside, and we must learn to live at the boundary on the boundary itself. How, though, is one to conduct a court if all the relevant frontiers and lines of demarcation between events, actions, and concepts are fluid, that is, if we take history seriously? It is a well-known fact that critique originally meant analysis, not, as it has come to mean in many cases today, rejection or opposition. To criticize a position meant to take it apart and to try to understand it, rather than necessarily to argue against it and reject it. So, the critical attitude, which is the central component of the ethos of Enlightenment, is not one of negativism, but merely putting into abeyance forms of automatic belief. It means keeping one's cognitive and affective distance from existing institutions, practices, and beliefs, and maintaining one's faculties of analysis and judgments in good shape in order to better be able to understand and evaluate one's surroundings and one world. There is a venerable philosophical precedent for this demand of suspension in the interest of clarity and mental hygiene of our automatic identification with the social world we live in. The ancient skeptics were not committed to rejecting all the views other philosophers presented, but rather they simply wanted to consider and investigate them carefully, and the arguments for and against them, before making any judgment. That the arguments offered don't have the force attributed to them by those who propound them, and therefore do not amount to a conclusive reason to accept the view being propagated, is not the fault of the skeptic. Suspending judgment in such cases is not perverse, but perfectly reasonable, and that this outcome results again and again is also, for the skeptic, just a fact to be observed, not something from which he draws any theoretical conclusions. As any good philosophe that is a self-critical partisan of the Enlightenment, one should allow oneself to ask the question which Kant never seriously raises. Is there such a thing as pure reason? That is there a human capacity to generate its own substantive concepts which are clear, well-defined, and can be abstracted away from the historical and linguistic context in which they have their final origin, so as to permit reason itself, in employing them, to be a judge of the kind Kant envisages in a tribunal of universal competence and jurisdiction? Kant's austere high judicer may it turn out on inspection to be the cleaning lady of the halls, laboratories, and libraries of science, or a mere under-laborer in the work gang directed by the leaders of one political grouping or another. Hegel's utterly devastating criticism of Kant's ethics, and in particular the view that the principle of non-contradiction could give one an adequate criterion for morality, means that appeals to pure reason alone will not really advance us at all in morality, science, and politics. The Enlightenment developed a huge apparatus for evaluating and judging opinions, beliefs, and claims to authority. It is possible, following the lead of Husserl, to put brackets around the claims to validity that are made by this huge and complex machine in order to investigate it. Doing this will reveal internal structural features of the system and also ways in which it is connected to the rest of the society, which are otherwise hard to see. How and why do people in society come to make certain statements, and why do some of these finally become firmly established as recognized truths, whereas others that are in principle equally possible either never get formulated or are immediately excluded from further discussion or even suppressed? There is a simple answer to this. The ones we establish themselves are always those that correspond to reality, whereas the ones that do not get discussed are ignored because they do not so correspond. This answer, however, is not either in itself plausible, nor does it seem to conform at all to what we know about history. The same is true for the variant of this answer that is specifically characteristic of Enlightenment thinkers. The statements and opinions that are rational are widely discussed and will eventually be accepted. Others are not and will not be. A historian, for instance, might legitimately be interested in the Christian doctrine of the Trinity, a complex set of beliefs that was exceedingly important for more than 1,000 years in the West. Such a historian might examine the prehistory of various of the elements that come to make up that doctrine, the various versions of henotheism and monotheism that were a part of the late ancient milieu, in which the doctrine gradually crystallized, and various attempts to put some of these elements together in differing ways. One might ask how theologians in Alexandria, Antioch, Constantinople, and elsewhere came to know these elements, and what political context, in their wide extent, including church politics, the various groups and figures were operating, how the various competing doctrines were propagated, which ones were repressed, by whom and for what reason, and which ones cultivated and fostered, by whom and for what reasons. It isn't exactly the case that rationality, in some very general sense, plays no role whatsoever in the story. In some parts, it may well have acted in the background, but the idea that this is a story of the essential movement of which is driven exclusively by a push towards or against the Enlightenment version of reason, a story which can be comprehensively be reconstructed on those terms, seems entirely fanciful. Questions of absolute truth or reason are at best subordinate in historical inquiry and can be put aside here. This does not, or at any rate need not, imply, of course, that there is no truth, only that our judgments about the truth or rationality of various claims that need to be treated in the course of this historical inquiry are not of overwhelming relevance. Representatives of dogmatic enlightenment who attempt to ride their hobby horse of an abstractly construed reason through the jungle of history either don't seem to get the point of the historical enterprise at all, or they show a character defect in their excessive readiness to refer everything to their own preoccupations. In the ethos of enlightenment, if the ethos of enlightenment really requires a self-critical investigation of our history and our historical knowledge, and one that is free of prejudice as possible, then it seems right to try to develop some sensitivity to the kinds of questions the systematic pursuit of historical knowledge raises. The non-dogmatic partisan of enlightenment would have to develop a historical sense Traditional philosophy will, as Nietzsche noted in the passage cited above, be of no use in this, unless one could transform it radically by historicizing it. What, though, would it mean to undo and reverse the dehistoricization of philosophy? As a first approximation, I suggest that historicizing thought might be considered to have the following properties. 1. It recognizes that the past was different from the present, at least in certain aspects that are of particular interest to us. 2. It assumes historical contingency. No laws of strict necessity determine the course of historical events. 3. It treats the past as relevant to the present. One might think that the first of these 3 points is perfectly trivial. After all, even Homer could be said to be thinking in a historicizing way when he mentions that heroes of an earlier generation were different from men now, at any rate significantly stronger than any of his contemporaries. Stones today are like stones of yesterday, but the hero Diomedes was able to pick up easily with one hand a stone which two men, as mortal men now are, would scarce be able to carry. That was a quote from the Iliad. One is thinking in a historicizing way if one focuses on differences between the practice of democracy and the concept of democracy in the ancient world and in the 20th or 21st century Europe, and tries to understand and to give it some kind of general and theoretical account of these differences. Thus, elections, especially multi-party elections, considered to be a central characteristic of democratic regimes in the 20th century, were vigorously rejected as anti-democratic in the ancient world because they gave an advantage to those who were wealthier, more eloquent, more knowledgeable, better known, or more personable, and the very existence of distinct parties, even more of organized parties, would have been thought by the major ancient political thinkers to be a very bad sign indeed. It would be a form of historicization to point out that what we retrospectively call religion in the ancient world was something completely different from religion in the post-Christian era. If one wants to speak of ancient religion at all, it was one without a scripture, without anything like a church structure, without dogmas, doctrines, or creeds. The second point refers to the way in which historicizing approaches attempt to keep their distance from the absolutizing of any form of necessity, whether it be mythical, metaphysical, logical, natural, or semantic necessity. The mere use of the conditional implies a knowledge that not everything happens of necessity. To take an example again from the Iliad, at the beginning of Book 2, Agamemnon puts the Greeks to the test by making a proposal to them which he does not wish or expect them to accept, namely that they abandon the siege of Troy and return home immediately. To his great surprise and disappointment, his proposal is granted with loud approval, and the troops begin to prepare the ships for embarking. At this point, Homer interrupts the narrative to remark, if no one had intervened, then the Greeks would have returned home safely, contrary to what their fate had planned for them. Someone, however, does intervene. The goddess Hera, inveterate enemy of the Trojans, confers with Athena, explains the situation to her, and the two set about preventing the premature departure of the Greeks. Athena, in turn, has her favorite Odysseus act to stop the dissolution of the army. If Hera had not done that, Homer says, the Greeks would have got away, beyond and contrary to fate. So there was a certain sense a mythic necessity which prescribed that the Greeks were to destroy Troy, but a deviation from this fated path was obviously not unthinkable for Hera, who can be assumed to know about these things, and who saw that she needed to act herself to put things back into order, that is, into the state she preferred, the eventual destruction of Troy by the Greeks. Another and slightly more complex example can be found in Pindar's Pythian 4. Pindar tells how, on the return voyage from their quest of the Golden Fleece, the Argonauts landed on the island of Thera, and he produces a prophecy made by Medea, who is with them. Like the seer Calchas in the Iliad, Medea knows what was, what is, and what shall be. She recounts how, before arriving at Thera, the Argonauts had crossed the African desert. She says they carried their ship for 12 long days. When they finally reached the coast and were about to raise anchor, a god appeared and offered one of them, a certain Euphemus, dominion over Libya, that is, Africa. Since, however, Euphemus was in a hurry to return home, he was not able to take over the exercise of this dominion immediately. So the hospitable god gave him a magic clump of African earth to serve as a pledge and guarantee of his lordship. Unfortunately, the magic clump of earth was swept overboard and lost in the sea voyage to Thera. One might think it in no way surprising that Medea knows all this. After all, she was there when it happened and need do no more than exercise her memory. But she claims also to know what will happen in the future. A descendant of Euphemus will one day visit the oracle at Delphi, and he will get a commission from the god which he does not expect and perhaps does not even want. He will be instructed to go and find a settlement in Libya. In doing so, he will take up his inheritance, the dominion over Libya, which the god once promised him, or rather once promised one of his forefathers, Pindar, as Pindar has already mentioned. That Battus, the founder of the Libyan city of Cyrene, is a descendant of Euphemus in the 17th generation. Arcesilaus, the victor in the chariot race at Delphi, to whom this Pindaric victory ode is dedicated, stands at the end of the genealogical series. He is a descendant of Battus in the 8th generation. What is most interesting about this passage, though, is that Medea not only predicts the future, but she reports about a possible future that will not be realized. She knows what would have happened if the crew had paid attention as she told them to, they would not have lost the divine clump of earth. If this had happened, Euphemus, when he eventually arrived home, would still have the clump of earth, and he could have thrown it into the mouth of Hades near Taenarum. In this case, one of the descendants in the 4th generation would have conquered and settled Libya. This, of course, is a good example of a kind of colonialist ideology with which we have become familiar. God gave us this land for our own, so when we suddenly come over the horizon, conquer the place and murder, drive out, or enslave the inhabitants, this is really to be interpreted as our return, because our ancestors, many generations ago, for instance, 17 generations ago, were here. The course which the actual story takes is contingent, only because the crew of the Argo, despite Medea's repeated warnings, happened to fail to pay sufficient attention, and Euphemus's magic clod was lost, but this need not have happened. Nevertheless, a certain mythic necessity does structure the narrative, because at the end of the story, if not the details of the way in which that end is reached, is considered to be fixed. A gifted seer can know in general what will eventuate from in the long run, but this knowledge will also be limited because in the short and middle terms, humans can act differently, one way or another, and what happens in the short term is dependent on what they do and fail to do. Not even Medea could know antecedently whether or not the crew would be sufficiently careful. That is why she is so persistent in warning them. However, in the long run, the deviations of human action from the prescribed fated plan and the dark regions of ignorance in the visual field of the seer are insignificant, because the seer can be sure that the gods will make it their business to intervene in events again and again until the preferred outcome, for instance, the rule of the descendants of Euphemus in Cyrene, has been brought about. Since historicization is not ontological, but an epistemic and methodological category, mythologizing and historicizing approaches are not necessarily mutually exclusive. To see how this might be possible, consider a case like that of a bank which decides to sell all of its assets of a certain type. In some various obvious sense, this decision can be understood as a single ontological event, even if, for some purposes, it is construed as a temporally extended one. Nevertheless, one can look at it from a variety of different perspectives with a view to answering a wide variety of different questions. For instance, why did the directors make the decision? Was it wise? Was it compatible with the existing laws regulating banks? Was it consistent with the general financial policy announced by the bank? Was this decision what set off the crash of the banking system, which occurred shortly after it was made? These are legitimate questions, but to answer them, we need to use different methods. To find out whether the decision was legal, one would have presumably to consult law books and judges. The judge who is qualified to give an opinion about the legality of the decision won't necessarily be able to say with any authority whether the course of action taken was wise or advantageous. Of course, in some cases, there can be overlaps between different questions and the methods needed to answer them. Whether or not a certain decision is wise may depend in some cases on whether or not it is legal, and the probability that an illegal act will be discovered and sanctioned. It is not completely not completely dissimilar way, then, Medea can place contingent historical details, the crew was careless, the magic clump was swept overboard, in the larger framework of mythic necessity without necessarily destroying this framework. Logical and natural necessity replace them in the modern world the mythic connections that played such an important role in antiquity and the divine providence of the Dark Ages. But historicizing accounts focus on the contingency of processes and the openness of their outcome. So Plato's account of the cyclical succession of forms of constitution is not historicizing in the appropriate sense because the sequence itself is supposed to have a quasi-logical necessity. Similarly, the summaries of the views of the past philosophers, which one sometimes finds in the works of Aristotle, are not in any way precursors of historicizing modes of thought, because he thinks he knows where the succession of theories is headed and what its endpoint is, namely the distinctions he makes and the theses he defends. He is, in a way, the first Whig historian. Thus, the positions of earlier philosophers that are passed in review at the start of the Metaphysics are presented as if philosophy was a child that was passing through a series of transformations before reaching its mature and fully internally articulated form, which is assumed to be Aristotelianism. If this is the case, the historical parts of the writings have only been pedagogical or antiquarian value, or as a rare show of striking zoological monsters. Anyone who had a strictly philosophically cognitive interest in metaphysical concepts like cause could simply start with Aristotle's own discussion of the four causes and spare the detour through these past positions. Marx said of the bourgeois economists of the 18th and 19th centuries, for them, there had been history, but there was no history anymore, and the same was true of Aristotle. This leads naturally to the third property. A historicizing approach differs from most more traditional modes of thought, and that it is concrete and tries to establish a relation of relevance between a past recognized as very different and the present. In a world that is ambiguous and uncertain, as our world is, practical orientation depends in part on cognitive success. Those who can see better have a better chance of finding a nutritious meal to eat, and thus better chances of survival. Those who recall what happened the last time a member of the tribe ate the tempting but poisonous red berries on this bush will spare themselves, at the very least, an uncomfortable night. The accumulation of many observations is probably an important precondition for the rise of empirical science, but many traditional philosophical views claim that theories, once formulated, can be abstracted from the context of the accidental observations which led to their formulation. This very primitive theory, these red berries are not good to eat, is one I might form because I see what happens to my friend X, Y, and Z when they eat these berries, but if the theory is to be useful or valid or true, it must not depend on those specific observations. One can understand the theory without recourse to the specific chain of experiences, and one could have formed the same theory on the basis of completely different observations, because it is supposed to hold for all cases and thus be confirmed by any possible further observation. The so-called positivists of the early 20th century spoke of a distinction between the context of discovery and the context of justification, and claimed that no matter how one actually came originally to form the theory, when it comes to testing it, it must be completely detached from its origin. Only when the theory is completely isolated and standing, as it were, on its own 2 feet alone, can one begin to establish its possible validity and value. What is important is not the particular past, the specific experiences and observation that led someone to formulate the theory, but the possibility at any given time of reconfirming it and the expectations which gave it rise. Usually, the philosophical tradition was intent on pressing a second form of abstraction on us. It demands that a theory, in addition to being isolated from the context of its origin, must also be couched in terms that are temporally neutral, as timeless as possible, even if these leave out important aspects of the subject under consideration. Berries that are poisonous in Serbia are equally poisonous in Germany, that is, not suitable for consumption by anyone anywhere. Aristotle is quite right to observe that fire burns in Persia as in Greece, but this is not obviously equally true for those sorts of things historicizing thought is concerned with, because human societies are not natural phenomena. Clerics do not have the power to have you turned over to the secular arm and burned at the stake in 20th century 21st century Britain as they did in certain parts of the late medieval Italy. A human society carries its past along with it. We, in Great Britain, have this form of government, the Queen and Parliament, as the final result, for the moment, of our specific history. People in France have a different historically equally conditioned system. The Chinese have yet another one. The past is not a closed book, which can be investigated if one happens to have antiquarian interests, but which otherwise has no relevance to us. Rather, it marks our present in a way which leaves us no choice but to engage with it. If we want to orient ourselves theoretically and practically in the world, and how would we avoid that even if we wish to try, we must take account of our past and relate our present to it. Completely historicized sciences are in fact always constructed around two sequences of pasts. First, there are the series of observations and the theories framed by past thinkers. Second, there is the sequence of past social formations within which these observations were made. Thus, Pseudo-Xenophon, also called the Old Oligarch, thinks A, B, C, where Hobbes holds that D, E, F, and Rousseau proposes G, H, I, first sequence. Pseudo-Xenophon was most likely an internal analyst of 5th century democratic Athens. Hobbes was writing in an absolutist France while observing the English Civil War, Commonwealth, and Restoration, and Rousseau compared the republican institutions of Geneva with absolutist France, second sequence. In epistemically favored circumstances, we in the present can look back at past theorizing and see both what theorists of the past saw and also from what standpoint they were observing and judging what they saw. One of these things that we can clearly recognize in this is that past theorists were dependent on forms of experience which they had within the confines of past institutions and practices, and these are institutions and practices, the limitations of which are now self-evident to us. This strongly suggests that we should try to apply this same insight with ourselves, our own experience, and purported forms of knowledge, and see if we cannot distance ourselves from effectively assuming that our own standpoint is absolute. Neither the periodically recurring change of seasons, nor the logical succession of propositions in a geometric proof, nor the development of an infant into what we call a grown-up, is a good model for historicizing forms of knowledge. To put it paradoxically, fully historicized forms of thought can develop only in societies where there is no firmly rooted philosophy of history, no concept of fate, no divine providence, no natural teleology, and no overriding laws of development prescribed by reason or nature. That is, they can emerge only where socialized humans know that they are left to themselves and their own devices. This is one sense of freedom. Are genealogies, then, good examples for historical thinking in the sense set out in the quotation from Nietzsche at the beginning? Yes, provided, of course, that one distinguished proper genealogies from their pseudomorphs. Before trying to say something about genealogy, it is important to set aside some persistent misconceptions. One sometimes sees the term genealogy used as if this referred to a very specific method of inquiry, the genealogical method, as if it were something which was parallel to the inductive method, the deductive method, the method of observation, and the method of appeal to authority, that is, as if it were a specification of a series of steps that could be taken to confirm, validate, corroborate, or support some statement or theory, to disconfirm, invalidate, or undermine it. The models employed to illustrate the application of these models are, in the first instance, knowledge claims. How do you know you are right to claim that the cat is in the next room? Go in and look for yourself. Method of observation. How do you know that most of the coins in your left pocket are 20 pence pieces? I have emptied my pocket and found it to contain 7 coins. The first, second, and fourth, fifth, 6th, and 7th investigated were visibly 20 pence pieces, and the third was a 10 pence piece. Method of induction. Not all methods are infallible or even highly reliable, and for that matter, not all methods are at all sound. Traditionally, philosophers have been especially hard on the method of appeal to authority, and one can see why that might be. Why do you think that homosexuality is an intrinsic evil? Because the Pope says so. On the other hand, it is beyond reasonable doubt that some appeals to authority are perfectly warranted. If I wake up on the operating table to answer the question, "Why are you letting this man saw through your breastbone like this?" my answer, after the obvious, "I was nicely narcotized, you fool, why have you woken me?" might be, "The NHS consultant cardiologist told me I need a bypass operation." This is perfectly pertinent and convincing. Of course, the consultant could be wrong, or I could have fallen for an elaborate hoax when I went to the Papworth Medical Center, and I could there have spoken to someone who is not at all an NHS consultant cardiologist, but something else altogether. The details of such a situation I will not further elaborate, but all those are separate issues. Similarly, it is not unreasonable to believe that a certain piece of music I hear is in a certain key, rather than some other key, because Hilary, who has perfect pitch and a PhD in musicology, says so when she hears it. In fact, the more one thinks about it, the larger the swath of opinions we have that we will find to be based on authority. Why do I believe that Warsaw is the capital of Poland, or that rabies can be caused by the bite of an infected animal, or that the planet Mars has 2 moons? Because I read it somewhere, or someone told me. To be sure, if I have a good specific reason, or am of an untrusting disposition, or if the context makes me suspicious, I can sometimes try to assess the reliability of the authority. Sometimes this is easy. I take notes of a piece of music and look at them to see the key signature, then I play the piece without showing Hilary the notes and observe that she always gives the correct answer. Testing the reliability of other witnesses, for instance the Pope in the matter of morals, may be much more complex. Tests for reliability are generally not infallible either, nor can I even try to apply them to more than an infinitesimally small number of authorities on which most of my beliefs rest. If it is thought that I am not really using the method of appeal to authority because I could, in principle, if I pressed, tried to test the reliability of the authority, one would have to be ready to accept a similar kind of argument about induction, because in principle, when I do my induction over the contents of my pockets, if you deny the first piece is a 20-pence point, I can try to use variants of the method of appeal to authority, for instance, asking other people to look at the coin and say what they think. Does this show that induction is based on authority? Genealogy, however, in any case, does not belong in this context of discussion at all. One should think of genealogy not as a parallel to induction, appeal to authority, deduction, and so forth, but like zoology, the study of animals, geology, the study of earth, mycology, the study of mushrooms, or topology, the study of places and spaces. That is, it designates the area or domain of interest which is to be investigated. The domain of objects of genealogy is the historical origins of things, especially where the things in question are the result of historically extended strands or sequences of successive acts of generation. So, to illustrate what is meant with a few obvious examples, the book 6 in the Iliad, the Greek hero Diomedes encounters the Trojan Glaucus in the battlefield and asks him who he is, and Glaucus gives his genealogy. Aeolus beget Sisyphus, who beget Glaucus the first, who beget Bellerophon, who beget Hippocrates, who beget me, Glaucus the second. The genealogy is the study of the successive strands of one human begetting another. Similarly, with ancient manuscripts that were reproduced by hand copying before the invention of print, I can try to study the origins of some given text that I have before me, say Cicero's De Finibus. The text I have was put together by a philologist who studied 8 great main manuscripts, 1 written in the 11th century, 3 from the 14th century, 2 from the 13th century, and 2 from the 15th century. Obviously, Cicero did not compose the text in the 11th century, so that manuscript has probably been copied from earlier texts that were probably, in turn, copied from earlier texts. Genealogy studies the historical sequence of acts of writing, each one of which generates a text, which may then itself be further copied. Finally, the Roman Catholic Church holds the doctrine of apostolic succession, according to which every recognized bishop in the Catholic Church is a direct successor of one of the original apostles, and is thereby endowed with a certain number of spiritual powers and competencies which eventually derive from Jesus himself. Jesus, so the doctrine runs, is the absolute beginning and the legitimizing source of all such powers. He possessed them in his own right, but decided to grant a certain number of them to his apostles, and through them to their successors. The transmission of these powers takes place through a series of prescribed rituals and ceremonies, including an official laying on of hands, which is an existing apostle or one of his successors, a bishop, publicly gives them over to someone who did not antecedently have them, but thereby becomes invested with them. So any given bishop in 2019 has those spiritual powers to the extent to which there is an unbroken historical line of transmission that connects him with one of the original 12 apostles. This can be the object of genealogy, that is, the study of historical origins of the powers claimed by contemporary bishops, tracing back the sequence of historical steps by which these powers were purportedly transmitted sequentially from Jesus, ideally in an unbroken succession, to Pope Francis. Just as biology, the study of a certain domain, is not to be reduced to the employment of one particular method, but rather develops and uses a variety of methods, observation, experimentation, idealization, deductive reasoning, and so forth, depending on the particular research project in question, so similarly, there is no reason to assume that there is one specific genealogical method, only one way to study the historical origins which form the objects of interest. A fortiori, pursuing genealogical studies need not be associated with a claim that the non-existent singular method of genealogy in itself provides, supports, corroborates, disproves, or undermines anything whatever. I emphasize this point with such repulsive insistence because of the tendency some have been shown to think that the whole project of genealogy can quickly be dismissed by appealing to the genetic fallacy. The genetic fallacy is the mistake I would make if I were to use some fact about the origin of a statement to try to deny it was true, or for that matter to prove it was true. Those who like this terminology might say that I confuse the genesis or origin of the statement with its validity. So, Mr. X, who hates me and wishes me to fail, points out that I have made a mistake in some calculation I present. It would be an instance of the genetic fallacy for me to reject his criticism of my calculation on the grounds that it had its origin in his desire to discredit me. If the calculation is false, we have clear, agreed-upon methods for determining this, then all that matters is whether the calculation does or does not give the right result. What Mr. X's motivations were in pointing out the mistake is strictly irrelevant to the correctness of my calculation, although there may, of course, be perfectly relevant to some other inquiries made in other contexts. Thus, if I am a psychologist investigating how hatred focuses the attention, Mr. X's state of mind will most likely be relevant. So just because the genetic fallacy is clearly a fallacy does not mean that genealogy is a disciplinary non-starter. If I am an ancient Lycian and Glaucus says to me, "Do as I say because I am your king," then I am unlikely to try to deny or refute this claim by simply reciting his genealogy and stating that because he was begot by Hippocrates, he has no right to command me. He thinks he has a right to command me precisely because Hippocrates begat him. I can, of course, try to give an alternative genealogy, asserting that Glaucus is not the son of Hippocrates, but the bastard offspring of a relation between a Hittite slave and a local prostitute, but I would know that, or have discovered that, by the usual empirical methods, whatever methods were available for determining paternity. There would be no special genealogical method for discovering this. Of course, in the envisioned situation, the whole discussion rests on the acceptance by both parties of the right of a king to command, and the automatic acquisition of that right by the eldest son of the ruling king when that king dies. Another way I, as the ancient Lycian, could try to refute Glaucus's claim to be king would be to deny that there should be any kings at all, or that Lycians should be subject to a king, or that kingship should be transmitted hereditarily. I might be able to argue for one or more of these claims, but if I did, I would not be using some sort of special kind of genealogical method to do so. If I wanted to argue persuasively, I would be using whatever methods of political and philosophical argumentation I could muster that would seem to me likely to be convincing. Anyone can commit a genetic fallacy anywhere. A particular kind of genealogy may be confused, pointless, flawed, irrational, fanciful, or vitiated by deep incoherencies of reasoning, but this will not be because genealogies in general must be congenitally committed to committing the genetic fallacy. I would like to distinguish three kinds of genealogical reasoning that have been developed to study historical origins systematically. By research project, I mean a kind of inquiry into certain subject matters with particular questions in mind or with a particular purpose. So one kind of biological research project might be to study living organisms, biological entities, with the intention of making them as useful as possible to humans, who were assumed to have a certain set of needs and purposes. Another might be to study living organisms in order to discover how relations of equilibrium between different species may be fostered in the interests of maintaining biodiversity. A third could be a study of the way that biological organisms manage their boundaries with the external environment, something we could be interested in for a variety of reasons, or how they are affected by patterns of light and darkness, or how food chains get established in particular environments. These different programs of study would presumably use a variety of different specific methods. The three forms of genealogical research I want to distinguish are, first, genealogy as study of primordial origin and founding in the interest of legitimization of a current practice. Second, genealogy as the study of convergences with the intention of showing that certain of our standard forms of conceptualization and thought were virtually unavoidable when we emerged from the state of nature. And finally, genealogy as dispersal of purported unitary origin and dissolution of meanings. Nietzsche rejected the first two forms and practiced the third. The first type of genealogy is the study of a certain institution, practice, identity, or bundle of rights, powers, and claims to authority, with an eye to showing the legitimacy of the institution or practice in question. This type of project generally assumed that there was a single original source of meaning, validity, and authority in the past, and the investigation is devoted to trying to discover the relation in which this practice or institution stands to that aboriginal source of meaning and authority. So to the return of the Catholic doctrine of apostolic succession, the high dignitaries in the Catholic Church are considered to have a high set of powers, rights, and responsibilities which form a meaningfully unitary whole and which depend on a single divine act of institution or inauguration, which took place in Palestine during the time of the early Roman Empire. Jesus had all these powers and was the source of absolute legitimacy. He was the utterly singular point of origination of them. Each bishop today gets his legitimacy from the miracle working of the first century, which was crucified under Pontius Pilate, and the genealogical study tries to trace the transmission of episcopal power and legitimacy back to explicitly in an unbroken line to that original foundation. Tracing the historical line does not itself give legitimacy, and finding a break in the chain or a deviancy does not undermine legitimacy except in connection with the theological story in which doing the genealogical research is embedded, and which gives it its focus. Thus, if I had a different theological story, for instance if I thought bishops derived their power from an obvious charisma from which showed them to be bearers of divine grace, or if I thought that they had what power they had because they were freely chosen by members of their community, I could look at breaks and gaps in their genealogical succession with complete equanimity. Nietzsche struggles against this first type of genealogical thinking because he considers it to be completely mendacious and utterly unhistorical. It is unhistorical because there is no absolute beginnings, origins, or initiations in history. Even Christian believers now admit that Christianity did not originate in a single Big Bang in ancient Roman province of Judea, but was formed in a synchronistic process in which a great number of different elements collided, converged, coalesced, and were forced together over generations. Jesus did not invent monotheism, which was already in existence since the 6th century BC in Greece and Mesopotamia, and he had little interest in the Greek philosophical speculations that were to play such a great role in the genesis of what we call Christianity. Various conceptual items that seem to have been invented by Saul/Paul played an important role in the eventual Christian synthesis, as did elements taken from mystery religions, bits of Roman legal thinking, and so forth. The one closer looks, the more roots one discovers, and the more diverse these roots are, and the further back the purported absolute origin one can trace them. The second reason for saying that this form of genealogy is unhistorical is that this kind of account one generally finds that the historical transitions from one stage or phase to the next are presented in an overly simplified way, which forces them to conform to a schema that artificially imposes a pre-given meaning on them. However, the rituals that constituted the consecration of a bishop in the 2nd century Spain were certainly not the same as those used in Africa in the late 20th century, nor were the associated ideas of those participating about what was actually happening. So, a genealogy of the first type starts from a purported single point in the past when Jesus transmits certain powers to his apostles and traces a further history of transmissions in an unbroken line down to the multiplicity of bishops who exist today. It is assumed that at the end of the process, that is, today, all these bishops have at their disposal a set of competencies that are coherent and legitimate and that form a kind of unity. There is a unity of meaning, episcopal power that stands at the beginning and at the end of the process and is historically invariable. A second type of genealogy tells the story of the exit of a state of nature. It generally operates, although often not explicitly, with some concept of the convergence of reasons operating in a variety of different circumstances, which finally leads to the conclusion that certain outcomes are virtually inevitable, and that in this way it gives some kind of justification. If, state of nature theorists argue, you understand certain almost universal features of the human condition, you can see that it is not merely an accident that we develop certain practices which bundles together tightly a number of different elements. You may tell a kind of idealized historical story of how, through a succession of steps, it becomes clear how, under certain circumstances, it was natural, sensible, comprehensible, almost inevitable that these different elements came together to form the ostensible unity they did. Thus, in the early modern period, sovereignty was a key concept designated a bundle of different powers that states claimed for themselves. These powers included, for instance, the power to control borders and the power to coin money. They are, one might think, two different things, but the state of nature argument tries to show that it is perfectly reasonable for them to come together and be located in the same unitary structure, the sovereign, and that this will be true in a wide variety of circumstances. This kind of genealogical thinking has some structural similarities with the prophetic wisdom of Medea, which was discussed earlier in this chapter. Medea knew that there was a fixed endpoint, the dominion of the descendants of Euphemus over Africa, which would eventuate no matter which diverse historical paths human action in history took. So equally, for state of nature genealogists, there is an endpoint which is so highly privileged by its overwhelming rationality as a solution to some invariant problems that the difference in the starting point and huge variations in the actual development are largely irrelevant for understanding. This is true if, in contrast to the case of Medea, no one at the beginning of the process knows or can know what at the time the endpoint will be. Thus, some theorists might claim the invention of the hammer was unique and overwhelmingly optimal solution to a whole variety of problems with which all human societies are sooner or later confronted. If this is the case, then sooner or later something like the hammer will be invented or imported, and the details of that process by which a particular society acquires hammers are less important for understanding the hammer than seeing why it is the uniquely suited instrument it is, and thus that its adoption is sooner or later virtually inevitable. Whatever the usefulness of modes of inquiry like this are for understanding particular artifacts, like the hammer, this procedure will fail when it comes to giving an account of our basic apparatus of rationality and notions like those of objectivity, if only because it will tend to become circular, explaining how we were virtually fated to acquire the concept we have because it can be shown to have emerged through the historical series of rational responses to situations. Certainly, this mode of arguing is not a good instance of historical thought. It was never intended to be that, and in fact one might suspect that its attraction, like the attraction of many other forms of state of nature theory, is precisely that it seems to allow those who use it to avoid anything properly historical. Nietzsche's third type of genealogy is structured in a way completely different from either of those two pseudomorphs. It differs from the first pseudomorph in that it does not assume that there is a past absolute origin for anything. It also differs radically from the second kind of genealogy in that it operates in exactly the opposite way to the state of nature theories. State of nature arguments, even if they work, by stretching a series of historical or quasi-historical steps that are to be led from nature to the emergence of whatever it is being explained, assume that each step in the process, the transition is natural, rational, reasonable, to be expected. Nietzsche, on the other hand, emphasizes that the historical process is highly accidental, not virtually inevitable, and that the elements that coalesce are not almost predestined natural partners, but are forced together. Nietzsche starts from an analysis of the contemporary situation and notices that we take our world to be self-evidently structured around certain unities and that these are construed as units of meaning. These unities could be things such as value systems, for instance, Christian values, institutions, the penal system, kinds of practices or disciplines, psychoanalysis, or identities, homosexual, frigid woman, masturbating child, delinquent. These unities present themselves to us as if they were constituted by elements that belong together and naturally cohere with one another. It is no accident that a bishop, who is a concentrated spiritual shepherd of his flock, preaches to its members, but also hears the confession, presides over the ecclesiastical court, is responsible for Dionysian finances, and represents the diocese in various public contexts. These different functions, actually have had varied historical origins and have had little to do with each other. Why should a good preacher also be a good judge or a good financial administrator? They have come to be instantiated together in the office of bishop only through a highly complex and contingent historical process, or perhaps better, a series of different processes. Nevertheless, for whatever reason, we have now arrived in a situation in which we endow them with a purportedly unitary meaning, episcopal, and imagine them as obviously belonging together. In the first type of genealogy, we imaginatively, but misleadingly, try to project that unity of meaning back onto some imaginary or originary act of foundation, as if Jesus himself, or at any rate the Apostle Peter, must have been, or ideally ought to have been, responsible for the finances of the church, in addition to being a preacher, a judge, a dispenser of good advice. A similar process of pseudo-unification takes place in the case of certain social identities. Thus, take another example in the spirit of Foucault. One common stereotype is that it is no accident that a man who loves other men also has an effeminate character, likes to use makeup and so forth. The seemingly self-evident way in which such properties are thought to go naturally together is an illusion generated by social and historical processes that have forced distinct elements together into what looks like a synthesis. Under the sharp light of this third kind of genealogy, clear study of the realities of the past, all of the above-cited purported unities dissolve, and the idea that there is an inherently meaningful connection between the elements of which are composed loses its plausibility. There is no single moment of founding of Christianity, there is no criminal personality rooted in laws of psychology, and history cannot be understood as merely a series of repeated gestures, of the same gestures repeated again and again, in which powers are transmitted down the generations. Crimes were different in the ancient world, different from those defined in the legal code of any modern society, as were those who committed them. The criminal is not the same everywhere. He or she is a construct and must, to be understood, be located in his or her historical and social context, and it is certainly not the case that people who commit crimes everywhere have the same motivations or the same personality type. A fortiori, it is not the case that the elements of a purported criminal personality cohere together everywhere because they naturally belong together, or universal reason decrees that they must coexist in conjunction. The conjunction of monotheism with a speculative doctrine of individual salvation and a church structure modeled on the administration of the Roman Empire is a contingent historical fact. Roles and identities, bishop, homosexual, need to be historicized if they are to be understood. To be sure, one can thrust one's head into the sand, ignore the rest of the world, and adopt a definition of bishop, for instance, following contemporary Catholic canon law. It can make perfect sense in particular fixed and well-defined context to adopt this policy. If one is conducting a court case in an ecclesiastical court, there would perhaps be nothing amiss with proceeding in this way. However, what is or should be at issue here is not to inquire a utilitarian guide to successful behavior within the framework of a set of institutions that is assumed, for the moment, not to change, but to attain some kind of proper understanding of what, for instance, a bishop is. The fact that one cannot say once and for all what would count as such a proper understanding in all cases is not an objection. One can, of course, be skeptical, and the skeptical impulse is almost always healthy, but philosophy traditionally aspired to seeking something more than merely providing the ability to maneuver around in an artificially simplified environment. Of course, people can invent new concepts if they wish. They can try to look for stricter and more plausible definitions of given or frequently used concepts. They might try to change the meaning of certain terms or modify the function of certain linguistic forms. No one is going to prison for this, as things now stand in Europe, nor will they even necessarily be assigned to an imagined celestial correctional institute or a virtual conventory for this. Nevertheless, the main question is not the possibility of giving sharp definitions of concepts, but the cognitive usefulness of this project. Definitions tend to get you nowhere if you are not operating within a fixed system, but in the radically open world of human praxis and real politics. Concepts like Christianity, democracy, property, punishment, childhood, war, and economy, which are deeply entrenched in our world and give it structure, get their content through their social context and through the history, which it is part of the history of institutions in which they are embedded. It is this social history that one must understand. Historically accidental conjunctions, forced marriages of different elements can, under some circumstances, secrete a false sense of coherence in the elements, of general meaningfulness, and even of self-evidence around themselves. History and genealogy can help break open the carapace of mystification that surrounds important parts of our social world. This is not the same thing as refutation. Genealogical analysis, critique, does not simply imply a rejection of the office of bishop, only the destruction of an illusion that is associated with it, the illusion that it is self-evident that the office and identity of bishop exists, and that it encompasses a purportedly systematically interconnected and unitary collection of powers, tasks, responsibilities, rights, and functions. To be sure, the genealogy will most likely undermine certain attempts to legitimize this identity because it will show them to be without foundation. This does not mean that there might not be reasons to bundle together some of the other rights and functions that are in fact located in the office, although one would then probably be obliged to specify what these reasons might be. Nietzschean genealogies take history seriously in a way that makes them difficult to integrate into the dogmatic structures of the Enlightenment. In any case, the dogmatic Enlightenment committed suicide at the latest in the early 21st century in the torture chambers of Guantanamo Bay and Abu Ghraib and secret CIA prisons of Poland, Romania, and Afghanistan. Whether the ethos of the Enlightenment will suffer the same fate is unclear, if only because it is by no means sure how long humanity itself will survive given the ecological catastrophe we have created. Chapter 4. Life is a Game. A lifetime is a child playing checkers. That was a quote from Heraclitus, fragment 52. No, it isn't. Games are amusing or entertaining. They are fun, giving active enjoyment. They are not serious. In many cases, they have rules. They start and finish at a definite point and have some kind of fixed standards for evaluating performance. Often, although not always, there is one or more clear winners and one or more clear losers. If the possibility of a draw is admitted, there are clear rules for when that result occurs. Human life, however, 1. has not overall been very amusing or entertaining or much fun for most people who have lived on the planet. 2. is not unserious, rather it defines what the seriousness is with which a mere game is contrasted. 3. doesn't actually have anything like a set of fixed rules for evaluating performance. To be sure, one can see the power of the temptation to compare various individual aspects of human life, or indeed human life itself overall, as a whole, to a game. Many individual human activities are teleologically oriented and rule-governed. I pay the milkman every few months so that he continues to deliver the milk, and I do this by leaving £100 in an envelope rolled up in the neck of an empty milk bottle, which I know he will pick up every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday morning, and replace with a new full bottle. I haven't actually seen the milkman since we originally set up this arrangement some 20 years ago. He leaves the milk in the very early morning when I am usually sleeping. Another individual, or several, may have taken over the milk route, but they and I know that they can exchange these banknotes with other people through a series of complicated rule-governed procedures. Whoever picks up my £100 knows they can eventually use it to acquire things they need or want or pay for services. It is partly a result of the predictable stability of the socially enforced rules for exchange that this is a comfortable practice, which conveniently ensures my supply of milk can continue. Games recommend themselves to many as a model for human action because of their explicitness, particularly their explicitness in the matter of rules. There are books that codify the rules of bridge or Go or chess, specifying how the game starts, the possible sequence of events, what counts as valid procedure, how the game ends, and in cases like chess, crochet, bridge, or Go, how score is kept and who has succeeded in winning and who has lost. For games like chess, there is an algebraic system of notation of moves, which gives an internal account of each game while strictly avoiding any reference to what are taken to be irrelevant circumstances. The algebraic notation tells one, for instance, that on the first move, one of the players moved a certain figure in a certain way, as specified by the rules of chess, but not what the temperature in the room at the time was, what kinds of shoes each of the two players were wearing, if any, or how many people were watching the game apart from these two players, if any. It would very much simplify things, that is, if it would make understanding human life easier if it were like this, and no doubt, game is sometimes a useful hermeneutic metaphor. Thus, Clifford Geertz, in a much-cited paper, considers the whole Balinese culture through the lens of one of its characteristic institutions, the cockfight. Geertz calls the cockfight deep play rather than a game, but this terminological difference should make no difference in this context. The cockfight is a game because it is a form of activity governed by clear rules, including rules for starting and for timekeeping. Highly complicated forms of betting on the outcome are associated with or even considered to be an integral part of the fight. The various rules of the game are written down in palm leaf manuscripts and overseen by an umpire, and they specify a clear end, one cock killing the other, and thus a clear way in which success can be distinguished from failure. The cockfight has two groups of participants. One is the owners, handlers, and audience, all of whom bet on the outcome. The other is the two birds, equipped with 6-inch razor spurs, who fight to the death. It is a game, of course, only for the humans involved, not for the birds. The humans follow the rules, the birds just fly at each other. The humans find the fight entertaining, if serious, and, if Geertz is correct, profoundly meaningful. The birds are not entertained at the end, or both. One or both of them is usually dead. Geertz takes the cockfight to be a metaphor of Balinese culture in particular, but I have always thought that it could also be read as a metaphor of two-tiered societies like the ones we in the West inhabit, in which a small group of bankers, financiers, and investors provide the mass of the rest of us with spurs, egg us on, red pepper is stuffed down their beaks and up their anuses to give them spirit, and bet on the outcome. Still, it is at best a metaphor because it is illuminating by virtue of concentrating our attention and inviting us to look for parallels. In fact, human life in general, and as a whole, is not really much like a game of any kind at all. Just to repeat, first, for a game, the question of how to individuate the action to be evaluated, and in particular how to determine what the appropriate goal is relative to which is to be evaluated, has a clear solution. This is not the case for human life. Second, that is, whose standards of success and failure apply, is usually given internally by the rules of the game, but in human life that is an open question. One cock kills the other, or is itself killed, or both are killed, or one or both refuse to fight. Each person who bets on a cock has a clear goal, that cock win. The Go players place their stones in turn on one or another of the specified, as yet unoccupied, points of the board. The one who at the end has enclosed the largest amount of space, calculated by very strict rules, wins. But how is one to cut up into specified actions or moves the whole sequence of actions which Churchill took during World War II as he tried to defeat Nazi Germany and thereby to preserve the global dominance of the empire? As various external observers at the time saw very clearly, the means which Churchill adopted to attain his first goal, the defeat of Hitler, made it much more likely that he would fail to attain his ultimate goal, the survival of the empire. It did not require much foresight to see that Britain, completely exhausted by total war, in alliance with two other larger powers, the USSR and the United States, both of which, for completely different reasons, were actively hostile to the continued existence of the empire, would be unstable to keep control of its enormous colonial possessions in Africa, Asia, and Oceania. Churchill knew very clearly that Stalin was no friend of the empire, although he might be a useful ally against Hitler, but perhaps at the beginning he did not completely realize that fully 2/3 of German losses in military casualties and material would be on the Eastern Front, and hence that this alliance would turn out to be as crucial as it was. However, not being by any means dull-witted, he must also at some level have known that the United States too was looking forward eagerly to the dissolution of the empire, so that it could pounce on the resulting fragments and integrate them into an economic system under its own control. How did Churchill deal with this uncomfortable fact about his other great ally? Not being a historian, I don't know the answer to this question. I suspect his method of coping was a usual combination of means, focusing on the immediate task at hand, defeating the Third Reich, distracting himself and his attention, not thinking about things too carefully or clearly, compartmentalism, the mystification of self and of others. One can see the invention of the special relationship with the United States as a massive instance of such mystification. Human life in general is much more like this very brief account of Churchill in World War II than like the activities of a chess player reported in algebraic notation as the official record of a match. It is characterized by a plurality of interlocking and sometimes not fully articulated goals, and it proceeds following sometimes some fixed rules, but more often changing policies and guided by shifting and unclear general orienting principles. Sometimes people do have individual detached goals that seem to have no clear connection with the rest of their motivational set, although if the idiosyncrasy and isolation become too extreme, we may enter the realm of pathology, fetishism. Thus, a recent survey of members of the Conservative Party in the United Kingdom found that a majority of them want a no-deal Brexit, even if it was bad economically for the country as a whole, destroyed the Conservative Party as a political force, and broke up the Union by driving Scotland to secede. So Brexit seems to have become a singularity, a quasi-religious goal detached from the real politics, and more importantly detached even from the other traditional political concerns of the Conservative Party. However, it is also the case that the appearance of a complete detachment is exhibited by fetishes, religious manias, and phenomena like Brexit, usually disappears as one acquires more information about the people who are subject to these pathologies. Even if we are unwilling to say that the foot fetishist has reasons or good grounds for his obsession, at least the more we learn about his history and behavior, the more we will be able to locate his special concern in a wider context of perhaps unconscious desires, fantasies, and motivations, so that it will become less of an absolute singularity. For most humans, our goals are generally not detached and atomic, but nested. Most frequently, we have a sequential nested set of goals. I want to turn on the light so that I can find my glasses, so that I can read, so that I can finish the book that I am reading, so that I can write my report on it, and so on and so on. In fact, the sequence of my goals may go on into the indefinite future before petering out, just by virtue of a failure of my imagination and knowledge and by sheer fatigue. All of the above is by way of arguing for the non-applicability of the model of a game to human life as a whole. If player A moved a knight by the rules of chess, A has moved a knight, and this is true regardless of the larger strategy within which the move is located. The move is defined by the rules of chess. On the other hand, in the case of Churchill, adopting a shorter-term framework, defeating Hitler in Europe, or a longer-term framework, maintaining the empire, will cause one to give a different specification of what action is being performed and for what teleological end, and that can change the evaluation of success or failure of the action, even if the same criteria of success and failure are used. When Churchill, during the height of the invasion scare, sent a large number of tanks to Egypt, this was neither a clearly demented aberration nor a simple mistake. It was part of the defend the empire action, even if it didn't really make a lot of sense as a contribution for defeating Hitler in Europe. In this case, the individuation of the action performed depends on the framework chosen, but both frameworks were ones Churchill himself could have used, and presumably did use, and the relevant time frame was his lifetime. However, it is perfectly open to us to use timescales that reach beyond an individual's lifetime. The ancients recognized this when they discussed the fate of Priam, a happy and prosperous king whose city was destroyed just after his own death. Should the fact that since the 1960s the Federal Republic of Germany has been significantly more prosperous than the rump UK, shorn of the empire, cause one to change one's evaluation of Churchill's actions during the war? Did it merely look like a success in 1945, but do we now see that it was actually a failure? Human life is perhaps more like a war than like chess, but in fact even war is too close to a game to be a very good model for life. After all, in war there are rules, specified detached actions, invasion, retreat, truce, and so forth, and some sense of closure through success or failure. If many of your main cities are razed to the ground by firebombing, including with atomic bombs, your emperor signs of capitulation and your territory is occupied by your opponent's military without resistance, then you have failed to win the war, even if small groups of soldiers or individuals hold out for longer in isolated places, in one case until the 1970s. To say that mostly my goals are nested in clusters, systems, or sequences rather than existing as freestanding individual aims, and thus that my life is subject to constant reevaluation even after my own death in light of further events that occur, is not to say at all that my goals or desires necessarily cohere to a single system or network. I may wish to go on French lessons so that I can improve my French, so that in turn I can express myself more clearly, converse more easily with my friends, and so forth. I may also try to repair Tabitha's cat flap, so that she can enter and exit the house more easily, but is protected from marauding intruder cats, with the result that she becomes less stressed. There may be no obvious connection between my ability to speak more fluently to my friends in French and Tabitha's more relaxed state. They may simply be two distinct goals that I have. To say that they must both form a part of a single teleological network because they are both goals I pursue, even though I am not aware of any such network or system, is just to try to impose on me a philosophical conception of a unity that has no phenomenal basis. Perhaps there is a single final cause or even neural unity, but that is surely a separate issue. Philosophers who are devoted to the unity of an individual's human projects often shift their grounds from making a speculative metaphysical claim about unity grounded in human nature to exhortation. It isn't that, try as I might to avoid it, I always of necessity have a single final set of unified projects, but at any rate I ought to be trying to impose this particular construction on my life, that of seeing my goals as potentially unitary totality. Perhaps they are right, and the exhortation is sensible, although I don't think so, but even if they are right, you ought to impose a single goal on your desiring and acting is not the same thing as your desiring and acting really has a single goal, whether you know it or not. What would be wrong with failing to impose unity? It might be inconvenient, even highly inconvenient, but surely whether or not it would depend on a very large number of other factors that would have to be taken into account. Do we know a priori that all cases the overall result on reflection would be that the convenience of unity outweighed the inconvenience of what I needed to do to impose such unity? Not only, however, is the identification and individuation of action in real human life more difficult than in games, there may be a wide variety of different ways in which failure or success is evaluated, or the criteria may just be unclear. Even in the case of games, where there are embedded institutional standards and rules for scoring laid down in books, the individuals who engage in them may be pursuing their own goals and may perfectly appropriately evaluate the activity relative to those goals. If I am playing football for my health, I may reasonably count this activity as a failure if it results in a constant broken bones, even if my team scores more than the opponents. It may even turn out that everyone on the football team is playing for reasons of health and has no genuine interest in the final score. It is, of course, true that games can have gray areas in which it is not clear whether certain things are permitted or prohibited, and whether there is a certain amount of disagreement about what the rules really are. Anyone who has ever played as a child with children from a different neighborhood or milieu knows that such variants in well-known games exist and give a certain kind of particular obnoxious child their first outing as a litigator. The existence of such gray areas in informal play is one of the reasons that bodies like the Chess Association and various organizations governing and regulating sports were originally founded. It is also true that games can in one sense remain identifiably the same while changing their rules. This is especially the case when there is such an overarching regulatory body, although here one can wonder whether it does not then become a tail wagging the dog. Nevertheless, if the rules are changed constantly and unpredictably, or even if one knows that they could change at any moment without warning, and if there is constant irreconcilable disagreement about what, in any case, the rules actually are, or for that matter, whether there are any rules at all, as is the case with living a human life, then it is not at all clear what is gained by saying that what one is here is the case of a game. That I or anyone else can arbitrarily decide to construe my life or anyone's life or as if it were a game is, of course, no more excluded as a logical possibility nor ethically prohibited that I or anyone else can construe the slow sliding of two beads of water down a window pane as a race between them, but then construing it as a race has no more standing in telling me anything substantial about water droplets themselves than construing them as a set of binocular magnifying glasses fit to improve the vision of an animal sitting on one side of the window pane who wished to look at them something on the other side, or as two children of Poseidon antiphonally singing his praises, or as twin sublunary comets, the nipples of the goddess Thetis, tears from the weeping eyes of Niobe, or the window's homage to any two overweight twins. It has often been pointed out that it is perfectly common and considered perfectly acceptable to contradict oneself palpably in what are called proverbial context. A bird is in the hand is worth two in the bush. All good things come to those who wait. Life is real, life is earnest, life is a dream. Life is a long, hard slog. Life is brief and fleeting. This seems to be because proverbs are taken to be statements that formulate in a pithy way certain aspects of life, and that a proverb aptly catches something about that aspect in no way implies that it exhausts all that can rightly be said. That is, there may be, and in fact there is certain to be, more than one aspect to the phenomenon in question, and different proverbs formulate in a vivid way different things that are true about the phenomenon. To say, seriously, and in a non-proverbial context, that life is a game and thus makes two mistakes. To take what is at best a metaphor to be reality, the rules of life, to take a metaphor that is useful in some limited context and abstracting it from that limited context, apply it, purportedly non-contextually, to the whole of human life. Or is philosophy itself best construed as a form of proverb spinning? Chapter 5. The Metaphysical Need and the Utopian Impulse. Philosophers, and others, have in the past discussed a number of different ways in which the imagination impinges on different aspects of our life, such as the imaginative sublimation of what is some sense immediately given to us in everyday perception, so that we see three-dimensional objects and not two-dimensional patterns, the role of imaginary reconfigurations of important social institutions, for instance, the way in which we are trained to see our specific form of the market economy as especially free, and finally, the large-scale forms of speculation, the kind of embodied in religious and large-scale social and political movements. So we have learned from Benedict Anderson Imagined Communities that nationalism requires Muslim, Javanese, and animist Sumatrans to imagine themselves as Indonesians, while presumably also imagining the Dutch administrators in Jakarta to be not Indonesians, or Catholic Bohemian resident of Prague to see the Protestant Moravans as in a small village as fellow Czechs, but not his German-speaking neighbors in his own city. This chapter is a discussion of a set of connected topics involving such large-scale forms of speculation, which were very widely canvassed in the 19th and in the first third of the 20th centuries, but which have fallen rather out of fashion during the past 50 years or so, in the sense that they are not even much addressed anymore. These 19th century views are centered around theses about certain ways in which humans are enticed to go beyond the world as we see it, our everyday universe and its familiar structures, and either imagine something beyond, or even act to realize the content of an imaginary image of that which is radically different. It seems to be reasonably well-supported hypothesis that all human societies give themselves some kind of general account about the world as a whole and their place in it. Let us, at any rate, assume that this is the case for the moment. These accounts can take a variety of different forms, including myths, narratives, religious dogmas, philosophical theories, or worldviews. Religious and philosophical worldviews will be my main examples. These general ways of looking at the world seem to have some striking properties. First, they seem to be non-utilitarian, a form of luxury. They go beyond what one would need to know for any obvious pragmatic purpose. They often provide some special concepts which give the mundane affairs of our world a kind of extra or surplus meaning. This is not a decision to live together and support each other, but a sacrament of marriage. Or, this is not a civil disturbance, but revolution. Or, this is not picking up one deodorant rather than another, or one set of almost indistinguishable politicians to rule us rather than another, but autonomy or democracy. Such concepts often show themselves particularly resistant to nominalist interpretation. Second, they seem to have deep practical effects on the way people act. Not only will martyrs allow themselves to be tortured and killed for what seem to outsiders to be utterly obscure and insignificant points of doctrine, but as the various wars of religion showed, they will also kill large numbers of people because those people refuse to accept a particular imaginative image of the world and insist on remaining Protestant rather than Catholic, or vice versa. Third, some of them are very persistent, even in the face of apparent refutation, so that one suspects that they are held for reasons that are not strictly cognitive. At the beginning of the 19th century, one could have found two different ways of thinking about how it came about that humans held these general accounts of their world, or, as the ancients put it, how humans began to philosophize. First, there was a very old view which was formulated clearly by Aristotle, who is essentially an extroverted biologist and natural historian rather than on the model of David Attenborough, but who also engaged in a bit of general theorizing on the side. Aristotle begins his Metaphysics with the assertion that all humans, by nature, desire to know. That is, we have a deep-seated curiosity about the world around us, and this causes us to want to see in perspicuous ways how the world is and understand why the way it is. Since the desire to know is naturally boundless, satisfaction can come only from the kind of complete view of everything. Given Aristotle's views about the connection between satisfying one's natural desires and experiencing pleasure, one can expect the satisfaction of our curiosity about the world to be associated with distinct pleasure. This is very definitely not any kind of pragmatist view. That is, Aristotle does not hold that we desire to know what we need to know in order to make our way around the world. He is very clear that the kind of speculation he is interested in comes to its fullest fruition when people have the luxury of leisure time, that is, when they are precisely not trying to satisfy their basic biological needs in the most efficient way. This account of the origin and nature of the world views does not, however, help us to understand one of the phenomenally most striking features of the historically most influential worldviews, which, as was mentioned above, namely their sometimes uncanny persistence. If we had a natural curiosity, and that was the end, or at any rate the main burden of the story, why should we not be keen to find out something new, or to come to a better understanding, and thus to change our view of the world? So the keenest pleasure might then be inquiring or even finding out one had been wrong and acquiring a more adequate view than the one had held. Philosophers in the ancient world were continually coming up with new systems, just as the ancient gods were constantly presented anew in unfamiliar combinations and under different aspects by ancient poets. For Christians in the Middle Ages, after all, curiosity was a vice precisely because it was thought to have this property of making people eager to move on to new views and lacking in loyalty to positions that one had taken. There was, however, at the start of the 19th century, another way of thinking about worldviews which did not refer to their origin in the first instance, to their intellectual exuberance of human beings who had natural curiosity and leisure, but gave them a rather darker etiology. This second strand emphasizes the overwhelming experience of weakness, failure, pain, loss, disharmony in human life, and the difficulty we humans have in facing up to this fact and dealing with it in one way or another. If the more optimistic notions about the importance of our natural desire to know and a relaxed attitude towards its consequences is characteristic of the mainstream of ancient philosophy, this second strand is more closely associated with various religious views. One might think here of the Book of Job, which is about apparently meaningless suffering, human weakness, and the pointlessness of human curiosity. As God hopefully points out to Job, who is not up to the task of understanding the foundations of the earth anyway, so what, one might reasonably ask, is the point of trying? This religious motif has a slightly subterranean life in the West, running with full force through St. Augustine. In his Confessions, Augustine considers the question of what God was doing before he created the world, and he canvasses the answer, apparently held by at least some Christians at the time, that he was preparing hell as a place of eternal torment for people who ask this kind of question. In the early 19th century, this strand of thought emerges in a rather significantly modified form in some philosophical writers. Hegel, characteristically enough, has versions of both of the two strands of thought. On the one hand, in the main body of his work, he has a story of the generation of the three great cultural artifacts, art, religion, and philosophy, as the teleological culmination of the development of the human spirit, which is essentially construed by a desire to know. To be sure, Hegels thinks that this desire to know takes what one might think is a slightly peculiar form of desire to know itself, that is, to understand and grasp itself in concepts, seinen Begriff zu erkennen, gehört zur Natur des Geistes. But given that everything that is, in a sense to be specified by philosophy, spirit, the injunction spirit gives itself to know oneself is not really a limitation on the universal desire to know. On the other hand, in some early writings, Hegel has very strong traces of the other strand. Thus, he writes that the need for philosophy arises under highly specific social and historical circumstances, namely when life has lost its unity. Philosophy, then, is the attempt to replace the social and other bonds that have been lost or destroyed through speculation. We might think of this as an appeal to the imagination, although Hegel would not put it in this way, in some uncertain relation to more strictly cognitive human faculties. One can easily see how prima facie implausible it is to think that such a unity, if it ever in fact existed in human societies and was lost, could be re-established by speculation alone. This, of course, was a line of argument Marx developed extensively. In fairness to Hegel, however, he did not think that abstract theorization alone would solve what were actually social problems, but rather had a very complex theory about the way in which modern society had various real hidden resources which were adequate to resolve social unity and harmony if they were correctly understood, laid bare, and mobilized. The role of philosophy was imaginatively to activate them. Still, two aspects of Hegel's claims are significant. First of all, it is highly significant that Hegel speaks of a need for philosophy rather than merely a desire or a wish or interest. Human beings have all sorts of desires, wishes, and preferences, many of which are transitionary, unimportant, or even whimsical. Even if Aristotle's desire to know is universal in all humans, that fact by itself does not yet tell us anything about how systemic this desire is or how urgent or important its satisfaction should be. Perhaps all humans occasionally desire to sneeze, but nobody thinks that that's important. Perhaps a desire always to think well of oneself and to put one's actions in the best possible light is also universal, but we think that that is rather a desire it would be good for us to resist and combat, or at least to try to control. When we speak of desire, in the cases like these, we are usually adopting a first-person or intentional point of view of the subject. At least in pre-Freudian life, I know what my desires are, and even in post-Freudian life, desires will be attributed to me only when my own intentional action exhibits a certain subject-structured form. On the other hand, we sometimes use interest in a subjective way and sometimes in a more objective way. In either case, to speak of an interest is to speak of something which one ought to cultivate or to continue to cultivate in a coherent or consistent way. To speak of an interest is roughly to speak of what it would be rational for me to desire to concern myself with in a sufficiently flexible and open-ended sense of rational, even if we all know that I do not in fact always want what it would be rational for me to want. So you could say of me that I actually have an interest in preserving my health, even if I do not acknowledge it, because I ought, in some relatively abstract and objective sense of ought, to take care of my health, even if I do not at the moment want to. But I can also say that I have an interest in Greek poetry because I have not merely a momentary whim to read it, but have a coherent, long-term view that it is in some way objectively important to cultivate it, or that it will continue to be a source of enlightenment and pleasure for me, and I generally also have a desire to act on that view in appropriate circumstances. A need is something of an entirely different character altogether from either a desire or interest. A need is a conditio sine qua non of successful functioning, and as such has nothing in principle whatever to do with anything anyone might be aware of. So if I need a certain minimal caloric intake, that means that without that intake I will malfunction, and this is an objective state of affairs that has nothing in principle to do with I might want or desire. To say that I will malfunction does not necessarily mean I will die off immediately. I can live for months on a seriously inadequate diet, but it does mean that there will be distinct pathologies that I will develop, perhaps diseases like scurvy or anemia. If I do have a need of which I am unaware, I can also say I have an interest in satisfying that need, even though I do not know that I have that interest. However, even if I am using interest in a strictly objective way, as when I say that you have an interest in maintaining a healthy, non-privatized postal system, even if you don't know it, I am at most saying that you should wish to support a system because it is really in your rational advantage, whether you recognize it or not. However, I can probably continue to function without pursuing or attaining everything that it would be in my rational advantage to pursue or attain. You could eventually not like a world without a public postal service, but I am not necessarily saying that you will seriously malfunction without it, in the way in which you will seriously malfunction if one of your strict needs is not met. The difficulty arises when one extends this analysis of need to the psychological and social domains. It seems rather clear, though, that there is no insuperable obstacle to forming psychological and social analogues to the concept of physical or biological malfunction, and that is sufficient to perform the range of the concept need to be appropriately extended. This account would, I think, go some way toward explaining the persistence with which populations cling to their traditional religious beliefs, If those beliefs really did satisfy a need, even a psychological need for continuity, provided one can genuinely understand an interest in continuity of life as a need, then it is understandable that people will not give up these beliefs until and unless they either find a substitute which is shown to be equally good, a hard proposition when what is at issue is a complex structure which has lasted thousands of years, has constructed cathedrals, inspired paintings, and run a large number of educational and charitable institutions. One further possibility, of course, would not be to satisfy the need in some other way, but to get rid of it altogether. The question would be whether that is possible at all, and if so, how it might be possible. One of Hegel's predecessors, Kant, leads the way here in talking about reasons and needs, but he has construed these needs as cognitive and atemporal. He had a complex theory of the nature of the human mind, which has as one of its corollaries that the humative cognitive apparatus really could not function without generating large-scale imaginative constructs like the ideas of the world as a whole, the soul, and God, and in that sense they satisfied a need we had and could claim a kind of legitimacy, although they had no cognitive content. Oddly enough, then, Kant thought that things like metaphysical and religious worldviews were inescapable and essential for the functioning of the mind, but also that they had no truth value in the sense in which normal statements about the world, such as Margot lives in Marburg, had truth value. He devoted much energy to examining various systematic ways in which the natural tendency of the mind to totalize might also result in illegitimate constructions. We see, he thought, that every event we encounter in the world has a cause, and we might then be tempted to think that the world as a whole is a single huge event in which there is one cause. There is, as it were, one cause of everything. This, Kant thinks, is the origin of the idea of God. This idea has some practical uses in that it gives us a useful practical directive, namely, whenever you find the cause of something, never stop there, because in principle that cause itself has a cause, and you could go on indefinitely. To that extent, it has a kind of legitimacy or practical warrant. Nevertheless, this idea has no cognitive content of the kind Christian theology attributes to it. The same is true of the ideas of the soul to the extent to which this is more than a merely formal category. These were, as it were, necessary byproducts or signs of the healthy functioning of our mind, subjectively necessary, he says, but also objectively contentless, and potentially very dangerous, because they could be incorrectly taken to be forms of cognition, though they were not. This Kantian theory of human need, to which large speculative structures were a response, construes this human need as essentially timeless, and his views as essentially individualist. The need is connected with the requirements of healthy functioning on the part of the human cognitive apparatus of each human individual, and that is assumed to be the same everywhere and at all times. Hegel's view is distinct from this in two aspects. First of all, Hegel does not share either Kant's individualism or the so-called faculty psychology to which Kant subscribed. Faculty psychology is an 18th century invention, a program which divides the human person into distinct functional systems that do not have much to do with each other. For Hegel, the need to which speculation is a response is not a mere feature of the isolated cognitive apparatus of each human being, but is a holistic property of human individuals and groups. We need to see and understand ourselves as part of a group with which we can positively identify and which collectively has cognitive grip on the world as a whole. This is as much an emotional and moral need as a cognitive one, and it is a need for which there could be only a collective form of satisfaction. Second, Hegel does not share Kant's exclusively atemporal orientation to the human world. For Hegel, our needs too have their history. That brings us to the second significant aspect of Hegel's claim that the need for philosophy arises when life has lost its unity. The context very strongly suggests that there was a time when life had its own unity, and philosophy would not only have been a luxury, but would have also been so superfluous that it would not have existed at all as a serious enterprise. This idea that life had lost a unity which it had previously had, that there was something problematic or deficient or defective in their own society and the modern age in general which prevented their contemporaries from leading a full and happy life, was very widespread during the late 18th century and early 19th century. And there was very wide agreement that what was wrong had something to do with a loss of forms of large-scale social identification or the fragmentation of human life. This disharmony or alienation was thought to have a number of interlinked aspects. A. Individuals experienced themselves as internally split rather than psychologically unified and felt unable to develop all their powers harmoniously, with the result that they became one-sided or felt mutilated. B. Being subject to particular sets of systematically and irreconcilably conflicting demands, all of which had a hold and claim on the individual. C. Human populations saw themselves as divided into inherently antagonistically related groups. D. Individuals were unable to identify with and have a positive and affirmative attitude towards themselves, their fellow humans, and their social and political institutions. E. Human life in modern societies lacked meaning. This was also virtually universally construed as a specifically contemporary problem, that is, one specific to the late 18th century and early 19th century. This is not thought to have beset the ancient Greeks, Schiller, Hölderlin, Hegel, the members of the Universal Church in the Middle Ages, Novelists, or immediate producers in pre-capitalist societies, Marx. If ethics is the discipline which helps us to understand what features of our world and life are difficult, dangerous, or problematic, and suggests ways of dealing with these features, this account makes it seem natural to try to supplement traditional forms of ethics with a philosophy of history. I would like to point to the implausibility of the comparative claim that the ancient world exhibited natural or unreflective or naive unity of interests. Anyone who reads the history of Thucydides will find it hard to believe that each city was a beautifully structured, harmonious concert of citizens with as yet undifferentiated interests. Again, in fairness to Hegel, he is very clear that this view about the primordial state of unity is a kind of ideal type constructed for analytic purposes, a bit like the idea of a perfectly frictionless plane, and so it need not, and was not, ever actually instantiated, but still has value by virtue of throwing cognitive light on an important aspect of our situation. I spoke above of several interlinked aspects of contemporary society to which thinkers I am discussing took exception. Obviously, these aspects can be seen to be connected if one takes as a tacit ideal the idea that a meaningful human life to be one in which psychologically unified individuals are able to fully develop their powers in a unified society with them, they are able to positively to identify and which imposes on them only coherent demands. The lack of a unitary worldview which allowed me to identify with my world and society would then result in some distinctly pathological forms of human behavior. If there was a time, however, when life had its own unity, before the need for a philosophy arose, then there might in principle be a time in which that unity was reconstituted, as it were, from within society itself. This raises the distinctly un-Kantian possibility which fascinated several later philosophers in the Hegelian tradition, among them Marx, namely the idea that in a satisfactory society, from which certain kinds of deep-seated conflicts were absent, philosophy, along with religion, would be superfluous and would disappear. Of course, even in such a basically harmonious society, there might be a pale successor discipline to the antique magnificence of philosophy, which might, for example, take the form of straightforward attempts to get an overview of the state of our knowledge, or even suggestions for minor improvements in our social arrangements. People in such a society might have a use for a kind of encyclopedic summary of their knowledge, but they would not need anything like the traditional worldview. They could be happy nominalists, living lives without dark shadows, metaphysics, and deep hidden meanings. One line of criticism of what are sometimes called positivist strands in 20th century philosophy consists in claiming that positivists in fact propound methods of direct observation and theory construction which would in principle be cognitively perfectly appropriate in a fundamentally harmonious society. However, by advocating the exclusive use of such methods in repressive and conflict-ridden societies like ours, they tacitly contribute to diverting attention from fundamental social antagonisms. One of Hegel's followers who took the possibility of a society without large-scale speculation seriously was Feuerbach, although he primarily was concerned with theology rather than philosophy. He brought out in an especially vivid way something that Hegel and Kant had only gestured toward, namely that beneath various other rather superficial desires and human interests to a vital need for self-affirmation, which they will go to any lengths to satisfy. Despite themselves, Kant and Hegel were still in thrall to the traditional philosophical view that gave to cognition and the striving for propositional truth a central role in human life. To some extent, Feuerbach ignores this and shifts the focus from the cognitive correctness of worldviews to the role speculative constructs plays in our psychic economy. He concentrates on what we would probably call psychology and what he called anthropology. For Feuerbach, we were creatures of emotion and need, especially the needs we have for other people, rather than even potentially pure knowers. Religion, he thought, arises out of human experience of weakness and failure, that is, experience of the direct negation of such self-affirmation. When we experience our weakness in some crucial area or of endeavor, we genuinely find it difficult to face this fact directly, and so we attempt to compensate for it in imagination by creating an idea of a being, God, who has exactly the powers we experience ourselves as lacking. This compensatory projection gives us a certain pseudo-sense of power, self-affirmation, and meaningfulness, a sense mediated through the imaginary being. So the idea is that, for instance, the members of some extremely primitive tribes wish desperately to cross a river and find they cannot. They find it difficult, if not impossible, simply to access this state of powerless, so compensate or console themselves with the imaginary thought of an entity to whom they are related and who can, or could, do exactly what they cannot. They can't cross a river, but they are the children of a god who could, if he wished. A consequence of this, Feuerbach thought, is that the more human powers develop, the more this imaginative projection becomes unnecessary. As its basis, an experienced impotence progressively dissolves, the conception of God becomes ever thinner. When human powers are fully developed, we will be able to dispense with the compensatory fantasy altogether. Thus, this theology loses its object. Feuerbach thinks that this state of affairs has already been reached, and so theology has had its day and is over. He thought, to be sure, that a naturalized religion, a kind of celebration of our human necessities, such as eating and drinking, would survive, because we would realize that in such celebrations we were actually affirming ourselves, but this is a separate issue. Still, the history of concepts of God is epistemically significant because it can be seen as laying out in thought of the various features of human nature, our needs, aspirations, and developing powers. The whole process of history is one in which we attribute to this alienated fantasy the imaginative image of a being who is utterly different from us / alien to us, what are our own aspired natural powers. What happens historically is what Feuerbach calls an inversion of subject and object, which we need merely to reinvert to get the original real sense. In Feuerbach's memorable phrase, "When we say God is love, we really mean love is divine, that is, that the human capacity to love is a positively valued feature of our human nature, a power that we wish to cultivate." History, then, is the story of the way in which we reappropriate these alienated powers by making them our own and realizing that they are our own. One might well say, or rather one is virtually forced to the thought, that this use of the imagination to create a god was cold comfort at the time, and it remains cold comfort now. If I want to cross the river, the imaginary idea of a god who can cross the river in my place is no substitute. I think that it is precisely this inadequacy that causes people to hold fast to these imaginative constructs. They are not the objects of obsessive concern, although they do not work, but precisely because, in one basic sense, they do not work. If they did work, they would truly and fully satisfy our need, and would they not then, they themselves, become indispensable? This would seem rather clearly to be the consequence of Feuerbach's reductionist approach to theology and the theological form of activation of the imagination. Once divine love may have given our inchoate aspirations a certain structure and direction, but if it is merely a compensatory fantasy, once you have the real thing, once humans really do have the power of love for each other, the imaginary form is useless and at best of historical value. Divine love, however, was supposed to be both A, something located in an alienated construct of the imagination, God, and also B, something infinite. Even if one agrees both that the imaginative projection has its origin in real experienced human failure, and if one admits that the localization of the imagined power in God is a mistake because what are finally at issue are human powers and their development, does this necessarily devalue the aspiration for limitlessness in the development of human powers, for the infinity of purportedly divine love? Might not there still be a residue of something which is not completely without value left, a utopian impulse that arises, to be sure, from finite disappointments, but develops a legitimate life of its own which does not automatically disappear when real human powers progressively unfold? There seem prima facie to be two further difficulties with Feuerbach's account of post-theological society. First, an individual may find complete meaningfulness and integration into the productive activity of a collectively organized society, but then again he or she may not. Whether it is likely that such integration will be fully satisfactory to any given individual depends on many empirical factors, including details about how the society is organized and perhaps features of personal temperament. But even if a social group is optimally well organized, it is not, or should not be, a foregone conclusion that it is what the individual will adopt existing structures of meaning as his or her own. Is he or she to be forced to lead a meaningful life against one's will? There is also a second objection. This whole discussion, while interesting enough in itself, has focused only on one aspect of the original problem and left one important factor out of consideration. Thinking back to Job, his problems were not overwhelmingly either cognitive, like those analyzed by Kant, or social, like those analyzed by Hegel and the proto-idealists. Job's problems are not exclusively lack of feeling or identification with his society, or even lack of developed powers, but the loss of his flocks, boils and pustules on his body, and the death of his children, and so forth. Maybe greater powers would have allowed Job to keep his flocks intact and save his children from certain well-defined dangers, but no amount of human power will render his body completely invulnerable to illness or his children immortal. It is true that man, as much today as it was 2,000 years ago, that he encounters nothing that will confront him which he does not have the means to deal with. The only thing he cannot provide himself with is a way of escaping death. One might use the term existential as opposed to cognitive or socio-political to refer to those concerns. There are actually two slightly distinct issues here, both of them to be abstractly categorized as relating to human finitude. In fact, finitude is often adopted as a more general description of what it is about human life that makes it unsatisfactory in a way no social reform can change. First, there are forms of concern for fundamental features of human life, such as birth and death, that seem to be rather independent of the particular social, economic, and political order in which we find ourselves, and which are not yet merely atemporal properties of our cognitive apparatus. Many philosophers held that certain existential features of finite human life was death. The second kind of issue that is often discussed here is having to do with the inherent nature of human desire and choice. To choose X is not to choose any y that is not compatible with x, and there is no reason to deny that this represents some kind of limitation inherent to the human condition. We all have to face our own death alone, and no amount of sensible work during my lifetime or social solidarity with my friends and neighbors will completely do away with the need for me to find some way of facing up to this aspect of my finitude, although forms of social organization can clearly make death more or less bitter. Similarly, it has been argued, despite Marx's early fantasy about a form of society in which I hunt and fish in the morning and write philosophy books in the evening, if I choose to spend the day boxing, I will simply not be able to spend the evening playing the violin. Much of the central part of the intellectual history of Europe during the 20th century was dominated by disagreements between followers of Feuerbach, for instance Marx, and existentialists. Once a connection is established between certain forms of inquiry or intellectual discipline, such as philosophy, with interest or needs, however, the door is open to a further subversive thoughts. It might be the case that some particular conceptual or theoretical invention itself creates a set of psychological needs which, once they are in existence, are difficult to get rid of. This is the model that Nietzsche uses for Christianity. It develops a complex set of practices and institutions which arise for perfectly understandable but utterly contingent and perhaps slightly disreputable reasons, for instance human weakness and resentment of that weakness, but which, once they get themselves established, generate from within the new set of human needs of which Christianity is the fulfillment. The salvation of which Christianity offers is arguably not for everyone, but for those who need it. Since salvation means, in the first instance, salvation from sin, so it would seem that Christian, Greek word, the message that sins could be erased and salvation was at hand, would have no purchase on those with no sense of sin. Missionaries have special difficulty with people lacking a sense of sin, so they may need to create one. Christianity did not in the first instance cure the pre-existing problem of sin, but attempted to cure a completely different, and Nietzsche thinks virtually incurable, other condition, namely a historically specific widespread form of human illness. Christianity, as he puts it, turned sick people into sinners. This means that Christian institutional life can genuinely not merely inculcate a belief that one is a sinner, but can actually produce people whose somatic constitution is one which is correctly described as sinful. The model here is addiction to drugs. Those who believe or feel themselves to be sinners will think they need the consolations Christianity can provide. Those who really have been turned into sinners really do need that consolation in the way that the addict needs the drug. The only difference is that whereas we tend to assume that drug addiction is in principle reversible, that is, given sufficient willpower and a facilitating environment, Nietzsche seems to think that for most people the changes introduced by Christianity will be effectively irreversible. Still, this is compatible with thinking that they are radically contingent. Nietzsche, then, agrees with Marx that most of members of contemporary populations really do have a metaphysical need, but attributes this not to a deficient social condition, which causes people to need consolation for the exhausting but meaningless work to which they are condemned, but to their own inherent weakness and operation throughout millennia of social institutions which generate that need. This purported metaphysical need for a consoling world is a philosophical claim about what people need. One can, of course, reject the existence of a metaphysical need, while continuing to accept a general view of human beings which emphasizes that they are beings constituted by various needs, for food, drink, and so forth, and, of course, one can assert that needs are an important separate category without asserting that they are the only thing that characterizes humans. Humans may well have needs, desires, interests, beliefs, and so forth, without there being any form of universal reduction of these things to some single category. Still, there is the kernel of something else in the Nietzschean view that is important to keep a grip on, and that is his account of the way in which the imaginative satisfaction of an otherwise unsatisfied need can change what I really need. I try to remedy my weakness by inventing the imaginary consolation of Christianity, but the real operation of the institutions which Christianity in turn develops change what I need. This may be a positive development, at any rate one which we as the heirs of the change retrospectively judge positively. The priests, who invent various religious fantasies, after all, in some sense render the human being for the first time an interesting animal. It is an important fact about the development of human culture that sequences of events like these are possible. Suppose we clap our hands together to draw the rain god's attention to us. Then we do that rhythmically. Then we sing and dance in rhythm to please him. Since pleasing gods is, we think, very important, we develop more and more complex forms of clapping and singing. Eventually, after 4,000 or 5,000 years, we get the B minor Mass. It is perfectly possible that we might not have got that, had we not had the illusory religious beliefs we had. The music of that Mass is made to be as close to being an appropriate, satisfying sound for God to hear as possible, but would also be an appropriate sound for any human of the appropriate level of musical cultivation to hear. It is neither the case that the origin, even the necessary origin, of this music is in utterly ridiculous beliefs makes the music any less beautiful, nor should the fact that we find the music beautiful commit us to endorsing the matrix of beliefs out of which it arose. Perhaps one needs, in some circumstances, to have aspirations to something beyond what one can ever in fact achieve in order to attain certain high levels of achievement at all. One might speak here of the utopian aspirations or of a utopian impulse. Note, too, that one should not be too quick in this area of human life to apply the simple dichotomy between true belief/false belief, or even well-supported belief/disconfirmed belief. A lot of the beliefs, as associated with traditional forms of philosophy and religion, don't even purport to be descriptive, or they are too indeterminate, too lacking in specific propositional content, for us even to say whether or not they are true or false. God is an agent who created the world 4,500 years ago is perhaps a statement that can be true or false, but what about be perfect even as your heavenly Father is perfect, or there is a destiny that shapes our ends, /rough hew them as we will. An aspiration, such as to make music so perfect it would please even the God, may be more or less ambitious, more or less energizing for those who nourish it in themselves, more or less socially useful. It is not obvious that looking for the truth value of the more propositional beliefs perhaps associated with the aspiration is always the best way of attaining any kind of interesting understanding of it. The word utopia is a coinage of Sir Thomas More, which he used in the title of his book he wrote in Latin and published in 1516. This title is an erudite pun because this invented Latin word could seem to come from one or another of two completely different, also invented Greek words. In U plus topia, the second component, topia, is straightforward, place, in an abstract sense, contrast topos as a concrete specific place. However, the first Latin syllable, u, can either represent the Greek ou, meaning not, so utopia is no place, or it can represent the completely different word if, meaning well or good. So utopia means either a place that is very good or a place that is nowhere, that does not exist in reality, but since it is being discussed at all, must exist in at least the imagination, but only in the imagination. In More, and following him the tradition, the two meanings are conflated. It is a place that is too good to be anywhere, too good to exist. We are familiar with Marx's criticism of utopian social thinking. There are two prongs of this criticism, one rather superficial, and one that is much more deeply rooted. The superficial criticism ran, what is the point of describing the ideal society if one cannot specify a mechanism by which we can act to realize it? Many utopian theorists seem to have accepted a highly naive and very implausible theory of human motivation. That is, they seem to think that by describing a certain state as good and recommending it to humans' attention, they could have solved the issue of how to attain it. In doing so, they overestimated, he thought, the power which imagining the good actually has to motivate us to act effectively in the world we live in, and also the power which such motivated action might have to attain in the face of recalcitrant reality, including other agents with their own powers and vested interests, the goals it might actually set itself. The deeper criticism is epistemological rather than practical. Utopian thinking assumes that we have too much cognitive ability to detach ourselves from the world we actually live in, or to jump over our own shadow, as Hegel put it. But that is not the case. Every philosopher, even the utopian, is a child of the times, and what looks like utopian speculation about something completely different will eventually show itself to be not so very different at all. It will generally turn out to be merely a way of taking some features of the present at face value and absolutizing them. Utopian projects, thus, are not so much impossible to realize, rather they might all too easily be realized and then, however, turn out to have some of the same basic defects of the present, merely magnified. This all seems perfectly reasonable and unobjectionable, but is not necessarily the last word on utopianism. Consider the work of Gustav Landauer. In 1907, Landauer published a book entitled Revolution, which contains a rudimentary anarchist theory of history. In this book, he distinguishes two forms of human life, topia and utopia. Topia is the total state of a society at any given time considered under the aspect of its givenness and stability. So one might think of topia as a term describing the existing world simply as it now really is. Utopia, on the other hand, designates all those individual impulses which under certain circumstances can come together and move this world in the direction of a perfectly functioning social formation that contains no harmful or unjust elements. One might bridle at the inclusion of moralizing terms like injustices in this account, but it is possible to understand that this in a historicist way. At any given time, a given population will have various conceptions about what is harmful or unjust, and these changing conceptions provide the kernel of the utopian aspiration. These states of affairs intended in the utopian strivings will not ever be fully realized, so their significance consists simply in driving humanity on from one topia, from one place, to the next. However, because they actually do have a kind of motivating force, they are equally not nothing. At any given point in time, then, Landauer maintains, the utopian impulses actually and effectively in existence derive from two sources, specific dissatisfaction with the given topia and remembrance of all previous utopias. He puts particular emphasis on the role of history as a way of revitalizing past utopian impulses. He appeals in particular to the twofold sense of the English word realize, which means both come to understanding of and to bring into existence. History is supposed to realize previously embodied utopian impulses in both senses of the word. History, he thought, was at least as much about creating new forms of cooperative human action, and thus about the future, as it was about the past. To return to my example at the start, when people in the late 19th century started writing histories of the Czech nation, this was partially a way of producing a set of institutions that in which those who realized that they were Czech in both senses of the English word could effectively act as to pursue some collective goals which would otherwise be beyond their reach, in fact, creating a Czech nationality rooted in and supported by a state. I merely note that a theory of this kind might also be thought to assign to literature a clear function in human life as the repository of preserving and clarifying utopian aspirations. The metaphysical need in the 19th century was construed as essentially retrospective and irenic. The satisfaction of this need was to reconcile us with this world in more or less its present form by showing us that we could see ourselves as integrated into pre-existing metaphysical order. The utopian impulse, by contrast, is future-oriented and polemical. My dissatisfaction with the status quo and recollection of previous moments in history at which similar dissatisfaction has led to effective change is itself directed at a potential future transformation of the present topia. From the fact that all of the content of my utopian striving is not fully realized in the sense of effectively embodied in the world, it does not follow that any of that content that did come into existence could have been realized if it had been presented in a non-utopian form. Neither does it follow that whatever transformation eventually does come about is unimportant because it does not satisfy the utopian impulse fully. Finally, it would also be incorrect to conclude that my retaining my grip on those impulses that are not yet realized or realizable is insignificant. In fact, Landauer is committed to the view that utopian impulses are motivationally essential in permitting any form of human progress or any higher cultural achievement to come about. Quote, We can say without fear of contradiction that some delusion, obsessive illusion, has always gone ahead and illuminated the path to any large form of structuring of human communal life, that humans were only ever bound to one another by some delusion, that only such a delusion ever put together individuals to higher forms of organization and collectivity. The word I've translated delusion/obsessive illusion here is wan, which originally seems to have meant hope or wish, then wishful thinking, groundless hope, and now in addition carries a very strong connotation of erroneous compulsively held conviction. The relation between those two components in wan, on the one hand error, and on the other belief compulsively held and acted on, is unclear. One can, of course, hold an erroneous factual belief and yet not cling to it or act on it compulsively, and one can act compulsively on a belief of indeterminate truth value. I shall win, or even on a belief that is true. There are traces of dust in this room. I must get rid of them completely, no matter what that cost. Wan was one of Richard Wagner's favorite terms, and I suspect it was from Wagner's Meistersinger that Landauer derived, if not the general idea of the cultural productivity of wan that goes back to the idea of antiquity, at least the use of the specific term for it. At the end of Act 2 of Meistersinger, a civic disturbance has broken out in Nuremberg, caused partially by Beckmester's poor singing and the critical reaction to it by the townspeople, and partly by a complex case of mistaken identity. The next morning, Hans Sachs, the main protagonist, reflects on the previous night's riotous activities and comes to the conclusion that the whole thing was wan, but adds, quote, "So watch how Hans Sachs carefully guides this obsessive illusion so that it produces a noble work, for if such illusions never leave us alone, not even in Nuremberg, it is because the works like that stand out above ordinary things seldom succeed, and if they do succeed, never do so with small admixture of obsessive illusion. So no B minor bass without the obsessive illusion of God, and no Czech Republic without the obsessive illusion in the 19th century that there is a naturally given Czech people with a coherent, distinct history. Wagner makes it easy for himself because his Hans Sachs trusts himself to be able to guide the development of the illusion carefully, but as we know to our cost, in most cases this is not as easy as it looks. There is in fact, one might think, some incompatibility between the very concept of an obsession and the idea that there can be a careful guidance of it the way that obsession works itself out. This, however, might as it were be a problem for human life, not a problem resulting from some theory, and so might not be a reason to deny the importance of utopian impulses. I'm suggesting that the metaphysical need and attempts to satisfy it do represent the dead hand of the human past. Perhaps we cannot completely avoid our past. It would be highly surprising if we could, and so it might be perfectly natural for us to be tolerant towards those who still experienced this need in its more vivid forms. Being tolerant does not, of course, necessarily mean agreeing with them, admitting their claims to truth, or allowing them to impose various of their imaginative structures on others. On the other hand, unless one thinks that we already live in the best of all possible worlds, and that lack of flexibility in our relation to our own future is a good thing, giving up on our utopian impulses completely would represent a serious loss. Chapter 6. Creed, Confession, Manifesto. To launch a manifesto, it is necessary to want ABC to thunder against 1, 2, 3. Art doesn't reproduce what is visible, but renders visible. Those are quotes at the beginning of the chapter. These two short texts, written within a few years of each other, the first by Tristan Tzurza in 1918, the second by Paul Klee in 1920, express in a very succinct way the central intent of any manifesto. A manifesto, as the name indicates, promises to make something manifest or to render something visible. In fact, Klee's statement seems to be a manifesto raised to the second power. It reveals what art is, and that is that art reveals something. One might say that art itself, for him, is always a kind of manifesto. Tzurza points out that a manifesto is meant to be launched, but launching is a public act which must be understood relative to the desires, intentions, and goals of those who formulate and launch it. They are always particularly keen to divide the world into things they want, A, B, C, and things that are not to be tolerated, 1, 2, 3. Pursuing, then, the parallel between a manifesto and a work of art that is suggesting by Klee's remark, what is exactly that a work of art renders visible? It seems obvious that what is to be rendered visible here is something, whatever it is, which is not already visible. What sorts of things, though, are not visible? Several possibilities suggest themselves. First, things can fail to be visible because they are covered or are hidden, either by someone or by nature. So, rendering them visible means revealing or uncovering them. Second, things can fail to be fully visible because although they are in plain sight, they are, for one reason or another, simply not noticed or attended to. I can render them visible by calling attention to them in an arresting way. Perhaps they are not visible because of a general feature of space and human perception. Either they are too small for the human eye to easily see, or perhaps the context or laws of perspective make it difficult to perceive them from certain points of view. Here, decontextualization, change in perspective, or foregrounding might be ways of rendering them visible. A further possibility is that something is not visible simply because it has not been publicly proclaimed. If I am a vegetarian or a teetotaler, left-handed, arachnophobic, or colorblind, it is not necessarily that I am hiding something, it is perhaps just that if I do not bother to proclaim my state publicly. If so, I will not be made visible. Invisible, that is, may be shorthand for impossible or very difficult to see for humans from some particular perspective and in some medium, where medium refers to such things as, for instance, the kind of light used, the technical methods employed, and so on. Thus, when the invention and the use of infrared light or thermal imagery, things that were not visible in or throughout ordinary light become so. To try to render visible what was before invisible by using new techniques, or render visible in some medium what is inherently invisible in some other medium, is therefore a perfectly coherent endeavor. A further, and perhaps the final possibility, would be to create something completely new and different, whatever that turns out to mean, which ex hypothesi cannot have been visible before, because nothing like it has ever existed. This project of rendering visible might seem like a high-flown version of the program which later came to be associated with the architecture of the Bauhaus, an institution which Klee was a member for many years. The original Bauhaus Manifest, issued by Walter Gropius in 1919, puts its main emphasis on the need to overcome the distinction between fine art and craft, and on a return to craftsmanlike values and training, while fully embracing modern industrial materials and methods. Gropius's text is part of the upsurge in socialist thinking that took place in Central Europe at the end of World War I, and it positions itself firmly in that movement with its call for increased social housing, its attacks on luxury production as opposed to production for use, and its aesthetics of truthfulness and authenticity. This combination of goals might suggest that at least part of the project of Bauhaus design would be to reveal what the new industrial materials now being used really were, and what they could achieve. So, one would do with steel girders what could be done only with steel girders, and not use methods derived from building in stone, and one would allow that to be seen. Eventually, and much later, though commitment to many of the earlier social ideals seemed to lapse and affiliation with the Bauhaus came to mean devotion to a particular form of functionalism. Here, a clear answer is given to the question, what is to be rendered visible? What should be immediately clear to the viewers/users of the building is the function of each item in the work. Sometimes those associated with the Bauhaus spoke as if this was more or less the same thing as revealing the truth about the materials used. A good example might be the Centre Pompidou Biauberg in Paris, which puts lifts and other service structures that could only be made of some kind of steel on the outside of what seems to be the surface of the building, making them clearly visible. Why, however, assume that function either refers to showing the materials or the role of each formal and structural element in the building rather than, say, the social functions of the building as a whole? We may have a traditional vocabulary which mandates that Flemish Gothic-style architectural forms, say municipal government, Greek revival is for major culture institutions, and domestic architecture is vaguely Georgian for the aspirational middle class, early Bauhaus for the wealthy, or Victorian for the poor. If this set of social meanings were to be firmly in place, a big if, buildings could be immediately read for their social function, and why shouldn't this form of legibility take priority over the revelation of the truth of the materials used or of the architectural structure? Perhaps the point is that Klee is speaking of is not really of all art, but of the visual arts. What is music supposed to be making visible? It is not impossible to imagine or make up an answer to that, but none of the answers known to me has overwhelming immediate plausibility. Take the portrait of Churchill by Graham Sutherland, 1954, since destroyed by Churchill's family, which, as far as one can tell from the sketches and surviving photos, revealed Churchill very fully and very exactly. His family obviously thought much too fully and too exactly. He is visibly a tired, out-of-touch old man filled with incomprehension and rage at a world he half realized he no longer understood. After all, by 1954 he must have realized that although the first part of his great project in defeating Hitler in order to hold on to the empire had succeeded, the second part had failed utterly, even if this became uncontrovertibly clear only after Suez 2 years later. To speak of art as making visible might then refer to the fact that this portrait of Churchill reveals something about its subject, that is Churchill himself, which might not be obvious to spectators still partially dazzled by the successful conclusion of the war in Europe. Making visible does not in the first instance mean that the painting reveals something about the painter, the viewer, or the temporary owners, the family who had it destroyed, although that will almost surely be also the case. What it reveals about Churchill will not necessarily be the same thing as what it might tell us about Sutherland, about Churchill's family, or about people who might have viewed the portrait before it was destroyed. Given that Klee's own art was not really fully representational, perhaps one should change tracks here. Perhaps what the portrait is supposed to make visible has little to do with the person portrayed. Maybe the subject is not Churchill, but is to be construed simply as the set of planes, geometric configurations, or patches of pigment. The painting reveals something about them, about what can be done with them, about what they lend themselves to, how these tensions will play themselves out. If the analysis is to apply to music too, it would seem that it would have to go in this direction. There would have to be something like a musical subject about which something is revealed, but what could that be? It does not seem completely far-fetched to say in some cases a composition can be seen as a process in which a composer takes a certain harmonic, melodic, and rhythmic material and reveals something about that material by showing what it can be made of it, and some lovers of music certainly seem to find it illuminating to speak as if an especially satisfying composition showed the potential latent in the material. To be fully satisfied here, one would, however, need to have great confidence that this kind of analysis could be given of more or less all forms of music, rather than of a specially selected range of examples, and one would probably also have to have great confidence that the aesthetic effort was the result of this revelation. Still, what if one persisted in seeing no special virtue in revealing or making something visible over hiding? Thus Alban Berg thought, precisely contra Bauhaus, that each movement of his opera Wozzeck should be constructed according to the precise rules of one form or another, fugue, sonata allegro, themes and variations, chaconne, but that he should ensure that the auditors of Wozzeck should not be able to identify the musical forms being used. What then, if one wishes to fully get away from the visual metaphors that are commonly used in thinking about knowledge and about art, and suspects that the persistence and pervasiveness of these metaphors have caused great confusion? Maybe the point of art, religion, or politics, the three areas where manifestos seem most common, is not to make things visible, but by something completely different, to change the world or make life more pleasant, to free people from coercion, to worship a god or protect society, to provide tools for dealing with the human or social environment. There might, in addition, be some things that are better not revealed to us. Up to this point, revealing, manifesting, or rendering visible has been presented as if it were obvious that what is at issue is a cognitive or epistemic unveiling of something that is ontologically pre-existent, something already there, although not salient. Sarza seems to introduce a completely different dimension into this discussion by mentioning what the members of some group, those issuing the manifesto or identifying with it, want, not what they have seen, believe, or know. Desires certainly don't seem to have the same relationship to which exists already as true assertions or propositional beliefs purportedly do. Even if a desire is finally what moves me to action, it is not at all obvious that desires are connected in any straightforward or one-to-one way with the determinate description of the world in which I find myself. I need not desire some state of the world that already is in existence. In fact, on classical analysis, I cannot even really be said to desire something that already exists, because desire is of the non-existent. If I say I desire something I have already had, That means either that I wish to continue to possess it, or I like possessing it, which is not at all the same thing. Whatever the relation between desire and its object is then not one of pure description. To be sure, the verbal expression of a desire, at any rate the explicit formulation of it in a sentence of the form "I want X," can in principle be nothing but the statement of a detached observation, but the observation in question is then one of me, the desirer, and of my state, not of the object desired. Generally, however, if I say "I want tea," I am not reporting anything, but doing something else, such as making a demand or request, although I would generally couch this in slightly less peremptory way, such as "I would like some tea, please." Saying that I want a cup of tea in some context is a reasonably successful way of obtaining one. Let us grant that Klee is right and that manifestos are revelations. Sarza adds to this further qualification that these revelations are promulgated and promoted by people who have a specific agenda of things they do and things they do not want or desire. The proponents of a manifesto have a vested interest in presenting the relation between their revelation and what they desire, and what they do not desire, in a very particular way. They will tend to say they want X because, as they now reveal, Y is the case. This gives what is, in the modern world, an appropriate construction, desire grounded on a realistic assessment of what is true and how the world is as revealed. Outside observers may want to turn that relation around. If they are sympathetic, such observers may say that the authors of manifestos are able to see and then reveal Y only because they already wanted X. Desire opened their eyes to something which may have already been there, but which they would have otherwise not been able to see. If the observers are unsympathetic, they are more likely to say that the only reason the authors of the manifesto believe X is the case because they think that if others also believe that, then their own heart's desire, Y, will be fulfilled. This is a kind of wishful thinking. As far as the promulgation of the revelation is concerned, it might be useful to think of comparisons of the ancient world. Ancient Greece and Rome contained lots of what we now call mystery religions, that is, a form of ritual which is purportedly hidden but existentially significant truths were revealed to specifically prepared initiates. Access to these rituals was controlled, the peremptory sacrifices were often very expensive, and there was no sense in which they were, or intended to be, open at all. It was usual for the revelation to take place in a secret, for instance in underground chambers or in dark or otherwise inaccessible places. There was often a specific prohibition against speaking of anything associated with the rituals, which one could be seriously punished for violating. Revealing the content of the Eleusinian mysteries to a non-initiate was a capital offense in Athens. In stark contrast to this, a manifesto which is intended to be launched into the full light of day. To launch a manifesto, however, is not to simply act in the anodyne sense in which saying anything at all in public is doing something, but to perform a very particular kind of speech act which depends on particular institutional structures and has constituent consequences. To launch a manifesto is closer to saying, I concede defeat at the end of an election, I accept these conditions in a formal negotiation, or I plead guilty in court, than to say, merely reading out the temperature on a thermometer, speaking out the Latin name of a tree I happen to pass, or reading out the headline in a newspaper I see displayed. The further characteristic of the manifesto which Starza points out is the striking importance for writers of manifestos of what they are against. The fulmination against 1, 2, 3 is at least as important as the positive wanting of ABC. Even in the phrase cited from Klee, it is striking that the negative part of the statement comes to be before the positive. What is really important and must be noted first is what Klee rejects, art as imitation of what is antecedently visible. Sometimes the negative part of the manifesto can become so complex, extensive, and baroque that it outruns the positive part. A careful study of any of the standard collections of early creeds of the Christian churches, such as Desinger Schometzer's edition, I can't read this, will illuminate this clearly. The earliest creed, Desinger 125, the Nicene Creed of AD 325, contains a dozen or so short and simple positive items: belief, faith in God, the Church, the forgiveness of sin, and the resurrection of the flesh, followed by a handful of beliefs that are specifically anathematized, that is, condemned as pernicious and to be rejected. In the course of time, creeds mutate into documents that trail behind them enormous swaths of anathemas. Some people who were young in the 60s will remember a similar phenomenon among groups of the political left when every clause of a statement seemed to be followed by 4 or 5 qualifications about what that clause certainly did not mean, the qualifications being set up specifically to exclude what were thought to be typical beliefs of rival groups. This reference to religious creeds seems appropriate. Up to now, to be sure, I have been treating both Sars's text and that of Klee as instances of manifestos, but Klee's text is not actually called a manifesto. Rather, it was published in a collection called Schoffens by Confession. Confession here obviously does not mean confession in the usual sense of that word in English, admission of some failing or sin, but rather in the sense in which one speaks of the Augsburg Confession, Bekenetitis, which was a document presented to the Emperor Charles V in 1530 by Protestant princes setting out the tenets of their religious faith. So Klee's confession is a kind of creative creed or credo. A creed is a Christian invention of a rather peculiar kind. In 325, the Roman Emperor Constantine, freshly converted to Christianity, convoked and presided over a council of church leaders, bishops, at Nicaea in what is now Turkey. His intention was to get public agreement on a canonical form of belief for the church as a whole. One can ask why it was thought appropriate for the emperor to have anything at all to do with the statement of religious beliefs. This does, however, solve one major question, which often plagues public statements, namely, by what authority is the statement made? Here the authority is, on the one hand, that of the collected bishops, but much more importantly, that of the emperor. So a creed is a set of beliefs collectively and authoritatively agreed on, which define a group, Christian church, and are mandatory for its members. As far as I can determine, there is no very clear semantic distinction between the words creed and confession in English, if only because confession is generally used in a different sense altogether, confession of sins. If one took the etymology seriously, it would be tempting to try and make a distinction between two of the following sort. A creed is a matter of individual belief, credo, whereas a confession is a public statement, individual or collective, confitor, confitmer. However, perhaps perversely, I am going to adopt a usage in the rest of this chapter which is almost the reverse of this. That is, I shall tend to use creed for a public collective document that is like the Nicene Creed, and confession for more informal and personal statements of beliefs. What a confession reveals about the world is, at the very least, where the confessor stands, like Luther at the Diet of Worms, 1521. The tale told about this event may be apocryphal. Complex theological debates had, of course, been conducted before Luther made his powerful and striking statement, and they would continue to take place after, but these are downplayed in the story, which is told as one of a moment of virtually pure performance. When the inquisitor asked a simple question, "Will you recant and submit to the authority of the church?" the answer is an equally simple but high-octane and absolute refusal. "No, I can no other. Here I stand." This contrasts strikingly with the voluble and versatile discoursing, the filigree dialectic, the citation of arguments and counter-arguments that constitute the drama of, for instance, the trial of Socrates. Is there, one might ask, some connection between the existence of a creed and monotheism? In the ancient world, two different things that can both be called, in a crude and general sense, monotheism arose in the Eastern Mediterranean. There is, first of all, a positive philosophical view, which one might call monotheism arising out of speculation. Then there is another kind of view, which puts more emphasis on the politics of refusal, negation, and exclusion, which one might call monotheism arising out of henotheism. The positive philosophical monotheism is one of the offshoots of the Greek search for a Greek word, some kind of explanatory and organizational principle that would allow a synoptic comprehension of everything there is. Xenophanes drew the conclusion that finally there would have to be one and only one such principle. If you call it God, that would mean finally one God. This was the important point, and what one then did was the plurality of visible gods worshipped in the various cities in the Mediterranean world was merely a further detail of no great theoretical or moral importance. There may be some stories about the gods that needed to be refuted, but that was a separate issue. As far as we can tell, this form of monotheism was considered to be perfectly compatible with remaining relaxed about continuing to participate in a variety of cults and individual recognized deities. Maybe they were aspects, or mere aspects, of the one final explanatory principle, a god who in any case might not turn out to be anything like a human individual. In fact, the more one thought about it, the less likely a final explanation would be anything like a person at all. Rather, it would be like a Greek word, an abstract rational structure. Maybe the individual gods of cult were something like sub-gods. Maybe they were like literary aids, memories, or pleasing and useful inventions designed to hold cities together and indispensable for that purpose. Maybe they were just powerful natural forces or heroes with memory deserve to be cultivated. Maybe the gods were the biggest or most powerful possible persons in the universe, and going upscale beyond them, you arrived at philosophically more interesting final abstractions. The one, the idea of the good, the logos, of huge explanatory value, but little potential relevance to everyday human life, because one could not propitiate it or appeal to it for help. Perhaps the answers to these questions were not really that important, so one could leave the whole question open. Why, in any case, should the one be at all interested in what opinions we had about it in our actions and our prayers? Epicureans thought that gods probably existed, but, because they were perfect beings, had no interest in human affairs at all. Even if people do confuse the gods worshipped on earth with the cosmic principle, what is so wrong with that? People make lots of philosophical mistakes all the time, so enlighten them. It isn't obvious why speculative errors need to be repressed or those who commit them punished. Henotheistic monotheism has a very different nature. Henotheism is the worship of only one god by an individual or group. This, of course, is a completely different thing from speculative monotheism because worship is a question of some form of overt action, not of belief. One can, in principle, easily worship one god, that is, to cultivate him or her exclusively, without necessarily believing that there is only one God, just as a Roman young man was expected to exhibit special obedience to his father's wishes, without thereby thinking that his was the only father who existed, or just as one might think that anyone who marries should marry only one person without thinking that only one person existed in the world who was a spouse. To worship one God here means inherently not to worship any of the competitors, and since such competitors might well exist, this is not at all an empty demand. One might develop a repressive apparatus, either an ideational one or a real one, to punish those of his worshippers who deviate from the ethical and political demand to worship the only one correct God. What happens, though, when inflationary pressures begin to affect a henotheistic tradition? This tendency towards gigantism may be thought to reach its climax when some begin to believe that their God is bigger and better than that of others, so everyone should worship just him. In addition, the god, being of irascible disposition, might be incensed if his followers do not worship only him. One way of exalting the henotheistic deity is by denigrating his competitors. However, a limit is passed when one moves from "this god is the only one to worship, and we will sanction you if to the extent to which we can if you refuse or deviate and whore after some other god," to a kind of henotheism transmuted into a speculative principle about the existence of gods. At that point, "don't worship them, they are not the right gods for us to worship," becomes "do not worship them, our God is the Greek word, and what's more, they don't exist." And henotheism has become a kind of monotheism. When that happens, the theological problems with rendering such a position coherent increase exponentially. If speculative monotheisms are matters of right belief, and henotheistic-based monotheisms are more focused on forms of worship, that is, external cult, distinguishing correct from incorrect forms, and on repressing external deviance, then the Christian notion of a creed adds a potential third dimension, that of internal orientation, attitude, psychic state. The basic term of a Christian creed, credo, does not refer directly to a state of propositional belief, nor of a Greek form of external cult practice. Earlier, a creed was described as a set of defining beliefs by virtue of which people were members of a certain group, and this is the way in which Christianity usually portrays itself. However, if one looks at them closely, most of the creeds in their fully developed form, say the Creed of Nicaea, seem to be a mixture of elements and, in addition, of elements of different types, not at all of which are beliefs in the cognitive sense. Some, to be sure, are assertions of purported truths, but others are expressions of trust or hopes, speculations, performances of varying kinds. What does seem to be clear is that creeds are not originally in every respect merely lists of propositions to be affirmed. We, believe in one God is not in the first instance intended to be the answer to a speculative question of how many gods are there, but to the completely different question, in what/whom do you place your final trust? Or perhaps we would be more likely to say, what form does your final commitment in life take? It may, of course, be that for such belief/faith/trust to make sense, certain things are presupposed to being true of the world, but asserting something and presupposing something in what one says are two completely different things. I believe in the Catholic Church is one of the invariable components of the oldest creeds, but does not even have the right linguistic form to express a propositional belief. I believe in the resurrection of the corpses, on the other hand, is not what we would call an expression of confidence or trust, but of something like a pious hope. As time goes by, church authorities tried not simply to formulate matters of commitment, but to express fully the assumptions that are, or ought to be, made by such professions of faith or commitment. Political agents, such as the Roman emperor, had an equal interest and control of this. The history of creeds is a complicated texture of struggles between religious experts and political institutions in the cause of finding formulae that would both survive minimal logical scrutiny and have some chances of being widely accepted, more or less freely, depending on the means of coercion available, by the members of the target group, the faithful. Creeds do several things at the same time. Vis-a-vis the outside world, they express and reveal to others the characteristic or defining commitments of the group and help it distinguish itself from others, something which, in view of the theistic background of Christianity, is an essential part of it. Vis-a-vis individual members of the group, they set the terms of the membership and define and reveal to members the identity they have assumed in joining, or being otherwise incorporated into, the group. The act of reciting the creed is often thought to strengthen group solidarity and also to have magical character. To say the words is to bring it about that they are true. That this person standing in the river or cistern or at this baptismal font or pool undergoes the operations, performs the required deeds, and says the words will reveal lots of things, and by revealing them may bring other things about. To be sure, one must remember the example given by Max Weber and see that what exactly it reveals is socially complex. As Weber noted, when in North Carolina, in the United States, a certain aspiring banker was baptized into some Protestant sect in a very public ceremony, this might tell one less about his piety than about his greed. Also, since the sect was as well known for its views that only the elect and righteous could be baptized, and its elders were known to make diligent inquiries about rectitude, including fiduciary rectitude, and available capital resources before permitting them to be baptized, the fact that he was allowed to go forward with the ceremony showed that he had survived the scrutiny. The members of the sects would themselves do their banking with him, and since he had now become one of them, would protect him potentially in other ways too. They had certified him, his reputation was established, and, for the moment at least, assured, so his credit would be good. Reciting the words and performing the deeds that constituted baptism in this context made him creditworthy. This is one of the differences between a proper full-blooded creed and manifesto. Manifestos are not usually recited collectively in public or intended to be so recited. Even if they are collective manifestos, they are creeds for a disenchanted secular world. In addition, their position in the existing relations of political power is characteristically different than those in which creeds arise. Creeds formalize existing power relations. The emperor and the dignitaries of the church are there in Nicaea, laying down the law of belief. They address an existing group. Manifestos nowadays are usually issued from more politically marginal positions and are a call to come together and maintain solidarity around a certain set of beliefs. They address an audience that does not yet exist as fully organized, and they appeal to a communauté, a construire, rather than to an existing group. Finally, the form of negativity that against which the creed/manifesto thunders is different. The creed excludes heretics from an existing group. A manifesto is much more likely to take a form of tacit critique of some existing state of the world. Both manifestos and creeds are different from apology in that the latter are inherently argumentative, whereas the former are assertive and performative. However, a discursive defense of given theses or of a mode of life is something very different from the bald or incantatory statement of faith, trust, and beliefs, or the various performative acts which one finds in manifestos and creeds. The real authority behind a traditional creed is the collective expertise and the power of religious and secular dignitaries, originally the bishops at Nicaea and the emperor. Such a creed usually claims to have sources further back than that in the revelation of the deity himself, or herself, or themselves. A modern manifesto cannot appeal to those sources, so what kind of authority can it have? One possibility, to move for a moment outside of the realm of art, is that it can appeal, as in the case of the manifesto of Marx and Engels, to science as purportedly relatively impartial and unprejudiced. Another possibility is that in democratic societies, a manifesto can claim to have some authority if it succeeds in being recognized as revealing and articulating the worldviews, beliefs, commitments of some significant section of the electorate. Or perhaps art reveals something in a way that gives it its own inherent authority. Individual confessions are, then, not manifestos, and the latter shared, with ancient creeds at any rate, the aspiration to formulate the identifying traits of a human group, and thus to be the voice of a collectivity. To be sure, here, as in so many other cases, Dada seems a kind of exception. Sarza writes, French, and that's translated as, "True Dadists are against Dada," but I submit that this is really a confirmation of the view that the point of a manifesto is to formulate a collective aspiration. The statement is intended to be outrageous and would not be so if it did not see it as stating a kind of paradox. Given that the Dadaists were, in some sense, trying to be a club without rules, any manifesto they released would have to be at the same time an anti-manifesto. With an individual creative confession, the question of authority also arises in the very different way. Since in a confession I am not trying to subject you, perhaps with a little help from my friend the Emperor, to a creed, nor trying to mobilize you around a manifesto. Whatever authority a confession might have would derive primarily from the power and success of the works I produce. I can take the Nicene Creed seriously for any number of reasons: the accumulated weight of history and the significance of this document in that history, the authority of generations of emperors and bishops, the consent of the faithful. Perhaps I may even believe that it is divinely inspired. I take Klee's confession seriously because of Klee's paintings. The 1920 volume Schopenschwedt Confession, from which Klee's remark, which was cited at the beginning of the essay, is derived, also contained a creative confession by the composer Arnold Schoenberg, which is entitled, ironically, Certitude. In this essay, Schoenberg warns how easy it is for an artist to observe and then describe his own practice incorrectly, and says that in his case the only thing he can be sure of is that whatever he finally comes up with, it will be very different from whatever he originally envisaged. This, of course, undermines the very idea of a creative confession. If Klee is a bad observer of himself and his creative process, why should admiration of his painting lead anyone to attribute any freestanding authority to his self-description of the confession? The confession, then, becomes a curio or a symptom of something else. Self-reflective as ever, Schoenberg goes on to say that any certainty he has is one he only has today, with the implication that it could change tomorrow. He concludes his remarks with one of those wonderfully sardonic comments that seem to come so easily to him, saying that it would be easy for him to issue a manifesto, he calls it a program, but that is an unimportant verbal difference, for other people to observe, provided, of course, that he was free to ignore it. If others realized the program, so much the better. It would dispense him even from the necessity of feeling guilty about not following it at all. Although he published a book in 1924 entitled Sept Manifest Dada, Sarza says he does not like principles or manifestos. Neither do I, recalling that not every collection of assertions is a manifesto, but only one with a collective intention standing in a highly specific social context. We would, I think, be better off if the particular performative and functional social niche which manifestos fill in varying ways did not exist. So is that my wholly negative creed? I forbear to point out the obvious pragmatic contradiction which I, too, have not failed to notice in this. It is not, however, the mere contradiction that bothers me. After all, in my view, mental life does not consist simply in contemplating or eternally reaffirming a fixed set of demonstrably true propositions, but exists only as a form of motion and activity where contradictions are an inevitable part of vital movement. Sarza, in fact, had already found a way, when he launched the Dada Manifesto of 1918, to undermine the world of the manifesto very effectively, arguably even more effectively than those in the text of 1918. He did this on July 14, 1916, when he read out to one of the first Dada meetings in the Café Voltaire in Zurich the first celestial adventure of Monsieur Pyrrhine, which he later reprinted as Manifeste de Monsieur Pyrrhine. The text begins, "Dada is our intensity, which erects the bayonets without consequence the Salmatrian head of the German baby." July 14 was not only Bastille Day, but in 1916 it fell during the height of the battles for Verdun and on the Somme of the Western Front and the so-called Breslau offensive on the Eastern Front. Given the circumstances, one might have been forgiven for thinking, as the recitation started, that what was being performed was a kind of l'art par l'art, or even explicitly anti-war text. You with your tanks, Phocene gas shells, artillery, and bayonets have your intensity. We, Dadists, have our own intensity, but our bayonets are not lethal. One might wonder whether sans consequence here means without having any concrete results or incoherently, but this is part, as it were, of the usual ambiguity of meaning permitted, even encouraged, in poetic contexts. However, at this point, Sarza abandons grammar and the usual forms of logic and simply hangs on to the sentence a further noun and adjective with a deeper dependent genitive, without specifying how that should be attached to and in what relation it stands to what went before. Does this phrase stand in opposition to what went before, of Rex bayonets, as well as raising the head of the baby, or is there a missing preposition that is notionally to be supplied? Of Rex bayonets pointed against the head of the baby, or Rex bayonets which are without consequence for the head of the baby. What does Sumatra have to do with all this anyway? Once one starts, the possibilities are almost infinite. It is as if bayonet, the moment when it was mentioned, cut off intellectual coherence and the logical sequencing of thought, consequence, but the stump remaining bleeds enormous amounts of possible continuations. Sarza continues, Dada is life without house slippers and parallels, which is against and for unity and decidedly against the future. After the semicolon, the sentence alternatingly limps on and leaps forward, ending with an enthusiastic exhortation, and let's spit on humanity. The whole text ends with a fervent, Je vous adore. If Nietzsche is right, that we shall not get rid of God until we get rid of grammar, Sarza makes a very good start. He does not announce, assert, or say that he is abandoning grammar, or that logic has become irrelevant. He just does whatever it is that he is doing in his sense, and by doing it, manifests more vividly than any general announcement could at the end of the grammatical era. It is as if Klee, instead of writing his confession, had painted a picture which did not reproduce anything already visible, but simply rendered something visible. Perhaps I should stand with Sarza and Schönberg, except that Sarza does his best to undermine the very idea of a fixed location, and Schönberg does not know where he is, and even if that were a fixed location, he assumes that he would be leaving it at any minute. Chapter 7. Ivan is Unwell. In Book 1 of his Histories, Herodotus tells the story of Solon, an Athenian renowned for his wisdom and good judgment, and the exceedingly wealthy and powerful king Croesus of Lydia. While Solon was visiting Sardis, the capital of Lydia, Croesus showed him all his wealth and his many possessions, and then asked him disingenuously who, in his opinion, was the happiest person in the world. This was obviously not a serious question, and Herodotus says as much. Rather, it was a way for Croesus to fish for compliments and to get the sage to give a positive, authoritative judgment on him as leading to the most satisfying and most enviable, the most praiseworthy life imaginable. Actually, Croesus, in Herodotus's account, slightly stacks the deck in his own favor because in asking the question he uses a word for happy which has a strong secondary connotation of prosperous or even wealthy. Actually, in grammatical form, a superlative extremely wealthy. He is then all the more disappointed when Solon names various people of rather modest circumstances whom he has never heard of, but who lived useful lives, died, and were well remembered by their friends. Solon makes 2 points. First, he claims that, given the many and varied accounts to which human life is subject, it is not possible to give a definitive judgment of the kind Croesus seeks on a human life before the person in question has died, because presumably such a judgment should be of the life as a whole. This in itself should be sufficient to render impossible the worldly self-satisfaction that seems to have been endemic among some in ancient societies, or at any rate that was particularly targeted by ancient moralists, and which is not unknown even nowadays. By extension, it would also be likely to make it difficult to maintain the moral self-righteousness which was one of Jesus's particular bêtes noires, and which has come down in the Christian tradition as a despised character flaw of Pharisaism. The Pharisee is contemptible because he glories in his own righteousness. Solon's second point is that one should not rush to attribute the greatest overall happiness either to those who have the most visible external prosperity, to those who are most celebrated or envied, or finally, to those who seem at most pleased with themselves at any given moment. In fact, Herodotus continues the story. Croesus lost his kingdom and lost all his wealth and barely escaped execution by combustion at the hands of Cyrus the Great, who defeated him and incorporated the kingdom of Lydia into the empire which Cyrus was in the process of creating. In a text written 1500 years later, Dante's Divine Comedy, the main character in the poem encounters two of his political and military opponents, father and son, Guido and Buoncamp de Montefeltro. The first, Guido, resides in hell. He is depicted as having had very considerable foresight in conducting his life on earth. After an active youth devoted to war and trickery, he joined the Franciscan order as a mendicant to make amends for his many sins. He seems to have been a perfectly unexceptional Franciscan, so that his strategy had every appearance of being successful. The angels were already preparing to escort him on his death to the realm of the blessed. However, toward the end of his life he falls into a trap. The Pope asks him for good advice, and following Catholic doctrine, cites Matthew 16:19, which is interpreted as meaning that he, the Pope, has the power to forgive sins. To entice Guido to give him effective advice, the Pope offers to absolve him of any sin he might commit in giving this advice in advance, and Guido then counsels the Pope that the best way forward for him is to make a promise which he has no intention of keeping. The Pope follows the advice, and things work out marvelously for him. However, when Guido comes to die, devils drag him down to hell. One of them explains to him that although it is true that the Pope has the power to absolve sins, the power will only work on those who truly repent for their sins. Since Guido gave the Pope the advice to act just in the way he, Guido, had acted before taking the habit of a Franciscan, this showed that he had not truly repented. Devils may be evil, but they are not necessarily stupid. This particular devil, in fact, is a supremely gifted logician, so becoming a Franciscan availed Guido nothing, and he is discovered by Dante burning in one of the lower reaches of the Inferno, the place for those who are irredeemably damned. Buoncamp, son of Guido, seems to have lived a life devoted to highly organized rapine and pillage. Yet, when he dies, he enters purgatory, a temporary place of purification with the positive prospect of eventually attaining paradise. He was saved, Dante recounts, because when fleeing from the battle in which he had been mortally wounded, he died with the name Maria on his lips. The very beautiful but exceptionally long description of how Buoncamp was rolled around and died in the mud along the reeds emphasizes that he died alone, so no human heard the perhaps barely perceptible last sigh from his lips. But in any case, the articulation of the words was not important. The intention, as is in the case of Guido, was. The strong impression is given that this invisible shift, this repudiation of all that he has been at the last moment of his life, is sufficient for his salvation. What makes all the difference to his life is not the extreme variability of external circumstances, as in the case of Croesus, but an externally imperceptible shift in the inner state of the soul. The third example is Tolstoy's The Death of Ivan Ilyich. As he gradually declines and dies, the eponymous protagonist reflects on the life he has led and finds it overall unsatisfactory, although it has been outwardly perfectly successful in most conventional terms. What is striking about the novella is that it describes the way in which Ivan Ilyich becomes disillusioned with all the standards he had used and which he had still available to him for judging human actions, behavior, and forms of life. They dissolve for him into nothingness and illusion. In this regard, his case forms a complete contrast with the work of Dante. Wherever in hell Dante's damned are located, he never gives any sense that he, or they, were confused in this regard. Guido knew, or as we would say, thought he knew, that giving the advice to the Pope was good, liable to be effective, and bad, the wrong thing to do, damnable. If he hadn't known it was bad, he would not have insisted on anticipatory absolution. The conflict is a mere conflict between the application of the real world two standards, both of which are clear and, as it were, valid in their own way. Dante also holds that the religious standard which prohibits lying and a fortiori advising people to lie has priority, but that is not seen to have any effect on the clarity of the two standards or on the grip on human life. It remains only for Machiavelli to call into question this priority, and the prince virtually writes itself. For Tolstoy's Ivan Ilyich, however, everything, including his ideas of good and bad, right and wrong, lose their shape and their hold on him, and he feels at sea, dissatisfied but unsure why. It isn't even clear at the end whether he fails to understand his life or whether he disapproves of what has been, or whether he simply feels that something important has been left out. It is not clear at all why exactly it has been so unsatisfactory. Perhaps what is really unsatisfactory is not his previous life, but the fact that he is now dying. That would be understandable enough. This, however, is not the construction Ivan puts on the situation, and probably also not the construction Tolstoy puts on it either. It does seem rather clear, though, that within the terms set by the novel itself, Ivan had been wrong about his life before. When young, he thought the life he was living was a good one, but this was not the case. Why assume that at the end of his life he suddenly gets things right? Why should he not still be wrong, or wrong again in a different way from before? In a sense, Ivan cannot be wrong at the end because he is not a real person, merely a product of Tolstoy's mind, and he is what Tolstoy says he is. However, once Tolstoy presents his novella to the world, we, his readers, can certainly judge the imaginatively created situation and the fictional character differently than Tolstoy wanted us to. If we assume, though, that Ivan's life has all been wrong, even if he cannot say exactly why, this indeterminacy is different from that in the cases of Croesus. It is not hard to understand the unsatisfactoriness of lying on a huge pyre waiting to be burned alive, or Buonconte, who knew he had lost the last battle for him, and who would also clearly have been disappointed to be confronted with the eternity of living death in a Bolgia in one of the lower reaches of hell. In the 1940s, the German philosopher Theodor Adorno fled Nazi Germany and went to live in the United States, eventually settling in California. He was struck by an odd feature of life there. A very highly developed form of technical rationality, the production of atomic bombs, rudimentary electric calculating devices, aircraft, was conjoined with a complete absence of anything that he could recognize as valuable indigenous culture, and the inhabitants seemed to lack entirely an autonomous inner life that went beyond a gushing but primitive sentimentality. The resulting vacuum is filled, he thought, by simply using visible external signs of primarily economic success, and these alone were used to evaluate a human life. What is perhaps even more striking, this process is fully internalized by the agents themselves so that they do not realize that something is missing. In one of the books he wrote to analyze this phenomenon, Dialektik der Aufklärung, he writes the, for him, very unusual phenomenon of a person incapable of seeing his own life in any other than completely external terms. I am a failure, the American says, and that is that. Adorno's American intends to express a definitive and categorical evaluative judgment about his life as a whole. He says, however, I am a failure and that is that, rather than, for instance, my life has been or is a failure. The later formulation might seem to leave open the possibility of distinguishing between the externalities of a human life, its occupational projects, social standing, reputation, status, and so forth on the one hand, and some inner core of the self on the other. Perhaps one could find traces of the place where this wedge might be inserted between those two sides of the story in Buonconte Manifesto. His whole life is a mess, but there remains some small spark of hidden, deep insight that is sufficient to motivate the final unheard exclamation which saves his soul. His life was a failure, but he is saved. If my life was a failure now has a slightly 19th century ring, I am a failure speaks rather of the accents of 1940s America. The more contemporary way of putting this would probably be I am a loser. To call someone a loser was to apply an expression that was employed occasionally but only very sporadically before the 1980s when its use suddenly burgeoned. The implication is that it is not merely a matter of contingency that someone's life is a failure, it is a necessary consequence of who that person is, or rather, given the ideological pressure in an economic system like ours to say that failure is one's own fault, it is a matter both of a kind of necessity and also an inherent moral flaw. The loser is someone defined by the basic moral flaw of failing to grasp with sufficient initiative and exploit with adequate force and cleverness the ample opportunities for self-advancement which the society provides. To return to Ivan Ilyich, Tolstoy writes, at the end of his life, Ivan Ilyich was able to tell himself the story of his life. He told it as a story of failure, although he can never really articulate the reason it was a failure. The point of Ivan Ilyич's story, though, it has always seemed to me, is not so much that at the end of for the first time he can tell the story of his life as a whole, the whole story suggests that this was something he could always do had he wanted to. It is just that his narrative, like his life, would have been conventional, banal, and boring. His life was trop comme il faut to be at all interesting. Neither is the main point that he now sees his life differently and clearly, although that is what he, and perhaps Tolstoy too, might think. Rather, the shocking thing at the end is that Ivan understands that the narrative does not matter. In the end, all this does not matter. This does not mean at age 20 all this did not matter to Ivan Ilyich. Since, to repeat, Ivan does not exist and never existed except as a literary creation of Tolstoy, the only reasonable meaning one can give to this question is whether Tolstoy represents all this as mattering to him. He says it did, so it did, unless I, as reader, have some overwhelmingly strong reason I can give for disagreeing with Tolstoy on this point. Nor that all this did not matter to him at age 40. It probably did, although the actual content of all this had probably changed for him between the ages of 20 and 40. That is all there is. Sometimes things mean something, then they don't. Sometimes observers can hazard a guess about causal connections, sometimes they cannot. Is it obvious that a person's judgment must be sharpest and most correct at the moment of death? Even if he is wasting away and losing his faculties? Maybe he was wrong at the end, and the great obsession with getting ahead in the world, good food and drink and sex, which motivated him in his 20s, was really the right way to live his life. Maybe this correct insight was just covered over by the length of years, or he could no longer grasp its truth when he came to die. Perhaps he simply got too old to enjoy the pleasures of a man at 20. Or perhaps his view of life at age 20 isn't right, but it is no more wrong than the views he develops on his deathbed. Or perhaps it is just the case that what suits one in one's healthy 20s will not necessarily suit one equally well in one's 60s if they are spent in ill health or in the senility of one's 70s. Last words and last thoughts are not invariably those most replete with human wisdom. If this seems to be the case, it is because unmemorable ones are not remembered. Ivan Ilyich is a literary character, so his last words, or rather last thoughts, are nothing beyond what Tolstoy tells us they are. Death is done for, it is no more. Meaning that by this, presumably, that my own death is something I experience only in anticipation, in approaching it, and of course, when I am there is no me, and hence no death to be approached. If, however, he had been a real human being, he might have died slightly earlier than he is represented as having done. Then his last words and thoughts would have been, ow, 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 in different intonations, which would have been an end more typical of a death of very many human beings, perhaps a majority, especially before the advent of anesthetics. To continue this fantasy, if Ivan Ilyich were to be, or had been, a real human being, rather than a character in fiction, and there were to be an external observer of him, for instance, if I, in 2019, were to observe him, who died sometime, let us assume, in the 19th century, I could judge that these things are meaningful and important to him at age 20, these, perhaps some other things, at age 40, and these, perhaps yet again other things, just before he died. I can, if I wish, put together the whole of his life in one way or another, can judge that he was right about his evaluation of his own life when he was 40, but mistaken at 20, and also mistaken later on his deathbed. Of course, I can also form a judgment on him that is based on completely different considerations than any he would have access to. This might be morally dubious, or impolite, or non-empathetic, or paternalistic, or something. We don't really have a word for this judgment which simply ignores everything about a person's own beliefs, values, and judgments about themselves and their life in making our own assessment of it, but it is not impossible. One can call this narrative evaluation if one wishes, but it need not be. I may judge that Ivan Ilyich was a 19th century property owner, therefore a person of whose life one should disapprove. Actually, this is not far from the view Tolstoy himself sometimes expressed, at any rate later in his life. I can make this evaluation in the face of an assessment of what I take to be his whole life. He, Ivan Ilyich, will never be in this position, because as long as he is capable of making any assessment at all, he will have to be alive, which means, as he has been shown, that he does not have his full life in front of him as an object of judgment. He can make a judgment on an imaginary object, his life including the parts of it which have not been lived, but that is a judgment on a different object. Success and failure are inherently contextual concepts. In addition, was Caesar's life a failure? Is Henry Kissinger's life a failure? Asserted while Kissinger is alive, and is my life a failure, are, I claim, despite having a deceptively similar grammatical shape, very different kinds of questions. Evaluation of Caesar's life is subject to all the difficulties and ambiguities of perfect knowledge, and one can disagree completely on the standards it would be appropriate to apply to his life, but this is just the usual run-of-the-mill uncertainty of all human judgment. Evaluation of someone still alive must also accommodate the possibility of change. In the modern world, this would probably not take the form we saw in the case of the two Manifesto, but one can't, in principle, exclude the possibility that Kissinger might suddenly follow the example of John Profumo and spend the rest of their lives working with the poor to rehabilitate themselves morally and atone for their reprehensible lives. Is my life a failure has a different structure again. Only while it is still going on can I ask myself whether my life is a failure, because the dead ask no questions, while it is still going on, however, is an open-ended process in which I am actively involved. Part of that involvement is making individual or global judgments about that life. I can try proleptically to complete an imagination and judge the result, but that imaginative completion I impose may change at any moment, just as the standards of judgment may change, so any answer to the question is just the imaginative effervescence of a particular moment, a soap bubble sure to burst, when my life actually constitutes what is in any sense a complete object for judgment. I can't ask the question of success or failure because I am dead. Of course, human agents, individuals, and groups can impose closure of context virtually ad libitum, and so no one can be prevented from choosing such a fixed context and an appropriate set of evaluative principles and declaring anything that they want a success or a failure. Adorno's American can simply decide that his life was a failure because of the lack of economic success and refuse to reopen that question at all. No one can prevent him from doing that. The idea, however, that many people have held is that there is a single, natural, all-encompassing context for a human life which imposes itself. It is, in some strong sense, given and not just chosen. This idea is one that is sometimes asserted, more often simply taken for granted, but has not, as far as I am aware, ever been argued for. If one does think about it, it seems an entirely ungrounded assumption. Perhaps reflecting on this question and possible answers to it can help one become clearer about the values one in fact holds, and even, in some marginal cases, about which ones one ought to hold, even if one finds it hard or impossible actually to act on this. Conceivably, in some societies, for some people, at some times, the question may be unavoidable, even if unanswerable. Certainly, obsessive reflection on it is not a sign of particular profundity, but of psychic and social dysfunction. Nothing, then, suggests that the question itself has any answer in the sense in which it is intended. To prevent misunderstanding, in conclusion, I am not claiming that one can never form a conception of one's own life as a whole or a single activity. Some people do this, some don't. However, even when someone does this, the way in which one's life will be construed as a unity will change over time. Young Ivan Ilyich will project his own life as a pursuit of pleasure sometimes, and other times as a pursuit of social advancement. The older Ivan will think that both of these were mistaken. There is not one and only one construction that can be put on a human life. I am also not saying that there is just such a variable flow of different changing constructions that an individual puts on his or her life, and that all of these are equally good. Some are better than others. For instance, less self-deluded, less likely to cause pain to others, more likely to induce further human initiative, and so forth. These standards of saying what good amounts to also change and vary with circumstance. Some standards may show themselves to be contextually better than others without it being the case that there is only one canonical reading of my life as a single unified activity which inherently trumps all others, nor a clear set of goals, criteria, and standards which are in fact fixed or have unquestionable priority in evaluating life as a success or failure. In a photo showing Antonin Artaud, just after his release from a mental institution, one can see on his face the traces of years of drug addiction, the malnourishment he suffered during the war, and the various quote-unquote treatments he was subjected to against his will once they had removed him from the section for incurables. The main treatments were insulin therapy and electroshock, 58 sessions, in the course of one of his vertebrae was fractured. He is seated in three-quarter profile, gazing intently at an invisible point to his left, beyond the right-hand side of the picture frame. He covers his neck with the long, spindly fingers of his left hand, and, with his fingertips on his cheek and his thumb under his chin, he seems to be supporting the right half of his face. Or is he stroking his face? Or both? One mustn't say that this gesture is ambiguous, because Artaud was convinced that gestures had a precise meaning and logic of their own. A gesture, that is ambiguous only relative to a possible translation of it into words, but why would one even think to try to give such a translation, given that language, Artaud thinks, is itself a radically inadequate vehicle of meaning? To our language, he says, serait incomprehensible. His head is so emaciated that in contrast his right ear seems disproportionately large, and his long pointed nose, which turns down slightly like the beak of a toucan, seems especially prominent. The face has something of a bird of prey about it. The grin of a malicious, wise-ass child plays around his lips, and the reason is that he is about to impart to us a revelation, to announce to us something that will not at all please us. He has discovered a way of abolishing the judgment of God. It was January 1948, and the Studio Radio Diffusion Française. They were about to record on tape the voice that no one who once has heard it can ever forget. There's some French here that I can't read. Anyone with even a minimal knowledge of German literature would here immediately be reminded of the beginning of one of the oldest recorded works in a direct ancestor of the modern language, the Hildebradistide, 8th-9th century. Ich gehörte dat sagen. But rather than following that train of thought, let's stay with the Prosiac translation. And then this is the translated version of the quote. I learned yesterday, perhaps I was just slow, or maybe it was a false rumor, one of those filthy inventions one hears peddled between the kitchen sink and the latrine at the hour when they put out the once again uneaten food into the bins. I learned yesterday. That's the end of the quote. The text of this projected radio broadcast, which has the title To Dispense with the Judgment of God, was spoken by Artaud himself with 3 friends of his who were actors on tape. However, on the evening before the public broadcast was to take place, it was banned, ostensibly on the grounds that its contents were blasphemous and its mode of expression obscene. However, the tape recording still exists. What point was there in demanding the abolition of the judgment of God in 1948? The judgment of God was, as we all know, a legal institution which existed in the Dark Ages to bring about a decision in cases in which human reason failed and adequate proofs on either side were lacking. In cases like this, one left the decision to God himself, as they said. However, the judgment of God hadn't been used as a technique for making legally binding decisions since, at the latest, the 17th century, so why should it need to be abolished in 1948? To be sure, one can use the term judgment of God to designate not just certain concrete Old Germanic legal procedures, ordeal by fire, duel, ordeal by water, and so forth, but also, in an eschatological sense, to refer to the Last Judgment. When Christian poets and thinkers, since antiquity, spoke about the Last Judgment, they seemed to produce a veritable phantasmagoria of particularly weird, bizarre, and macabre images and stories. So the old High German poem, usually called Muspelli, describes a duel at the end of days between the Antichrist and the prophet Elias. So the prophet is wounded, and the drops of blood set the whole earth on fire. There's a quote that I can't read. When the prophet Elias's blood drips onto the earth, the mountains begin to burn, not a single tree on earth remains upright, the rivers dry out, the moorland swallows itself up, the sky is carbonized in the heat, the moon falls, the whole inhabited earth burns. After this conflagration, each human is called before the divine seat of judgment, no one can escape. There's another quote that I can't read. When this mighty king then proclaims an assembly, each clan must come. No one can miss the call to appear. There is no one among men who can fail to appear on this day of judgment. God, in his capacity as the supreme judge, then gives his verdict on each individual, and in accordance with the Mycenaean orientation of Western monotheism, this verdict always has the form of a strict dichotomy, salvation or damnation, bliss or perdition. The soul goes to heaven or to hell, explains the pious wish of all poor humans. Give me a place among your lambs, give me a place away from the goats. God's judgment is always a clear yes or no. Yes, you can join the flock of my sheep, or no, off to hell with you. God's judgment, to be sure, is in the first instance an action, not a sentence or proposition. God either really takes the person in question to himself or pushes him or her away. One can express these actions in sentences if one so desires, but the very fact that God would use human language to formulate his judgment would already be a concession on his part to human weakness and finitude. He doesn't need to explain himself, certainly not in terms humans could comprehend. Since these eschatological fantasies are not taken very seriously today either, one could still persist in wondering about the relevance of all this to us. In this regard, too, the judgment of God would seem to be no more than a fading memory of a long outgrown imaginative construct. Christian conceptions, however, have had a longer historical reach in the West than this simple dismissal would suggest, and that is particularly true in this case. There is, namely, yet a further cosmological theological turn that the judgment of God has taken which is of great and continuing philosophical significance. As the omnipotent creator of the world, God takes care that every event and object in the universe is completely determinate in every aspect. Each event and object is specified down to the smallest possible detail in its composition, far beyond anything that we would even imagine in our wildest dreams. This means that every star in the cosmos has an absolutely determinate temperature, even if the star is one we shall never have any awareness of. As a concomitant of this, in our own world, dichotomy reigns supreme. Every possible property is true of every object, or it is not true of that object. Again, termitum non datur. This idea gives rise to a traditional theological construction that connects, in a way that has seemed plausible to generations, three distinct thoughts. First, the space of pure possibilities has logical priority over reality. What is possible is there first, only a part of it is realized at any time. Second, that positivity has priority over negativity. Third, that it is spirit or mind, either the finite mind of humans or infinite divine spirit, that brings negation into the world. Two stones that simply lie next to each other peacefully in the desert exist as the concrete realization of one logical possibility, nothing more. Neither of them shows the slightest trace of negation. It is only when the prospector arrives that he identifies the situation as one in which gold is not there because the stone is not gold. If this is so, though, why assume that the principles of logic and reason have any kind of application to parts of reality that have not yet been, or perhaps never will be, investigated by humans? Here God jumps into the breach. He is there and has always been there. He is creating everything, after all. As an infinite and omnipotent spirit, God holds all things in his hands and takes care that the rules of logic retain their universal validity and that categories of reason can be applied to anything anywhere. Artaud sees it differently. For him, reality is relative to the human body, not to the mind or spirit, and is not to be conceived in the first instance as something positive, but through categories of negation. That is, real which imposes itself so uncomfortably on my body that I cannot ignore it and also wish to swat it away. I can imagine that I am not in Cambridge, but rather sitting on a bench in the Parisian suburb of Ivry, or that Artaud and I together are in Rome watching the execution of Beatrice Cenci. I can imagine anything you like, whatever, as Californians say. Even things that are contradictory are possible in thought. This is true until the body speaks and produces its prediscursive cry, ow, a sound that is often, as it were, simply pressed out of my carcass. Quote, something wants to emerge, the presence of the pain of my body, unquote. This pain, thus extruded from my body, is a prelinguistic no, and as such, the germ of possible resistance to the world. Quote, it was that one was harassing me, right to my body, bodily, and then I made everything explode because my body no one shall ever touch, unquote. Quote, no matter how much one has harassed me with questions and I have denied all those questions, there comes a point when I feel compelled to say no, unquote. Ow is not a statement or a proposition, but the negation that takes place and vents itself in the sound ow is the transcendental condition of the possibility of any statement or proposition whatever. It is something like a prelinguistic positing of the existence of the world. Suddenly something is there, a judgment can be made. So the body and its cussed orneriness is the ground of logic. Without it there would be no no, and hence no logic. Pain is not the only condition in which something is pressed out of the body, so that a physical negation becomes real and concrete. Shitting is also a process of negation. I do not wish to retain this matter any longer. Therefore, obviously, there exists something more than me. I want to extrude it. Obviously, too, I must exist because I am trying to extrude/reject/negate it. So in addition to the principle dolet mihi ergo aliquid dolendum est, ergo est aliquid ergo sum, there is now another that can be admitted. Caco ergo est aliquid candicum, ergo est aliquid ergo sum. That God never shits is proof that he does not exist. Quote, is a God an entity? If so, he is made of shit. If he is not, he doesn't exist. Ergo, he doesn't exist. End quote. No amount of complicated theological fancy footwork can get around this set of evident facts. Negative theology emphasizes the utter transcendence of God and is therefore comfortable with the claim that in the ordinary human sense, God does not exist. He is something special and beyond bearing, certainly not an individual entity or a thing like a building or a hamster, nor of course is he an abstract property like blueness or warmth. However, one can actually turn the arguments of the negative theologians around. How could something which is not in any sense an entity, that is, which is importantly nothing, be worthy of veneration or adoration? More importantly, how could an absolute non-thing sit in judgment over humans? If God is a no-thing that absolutely negates and nothing else, how can one call that unconditional and undifferentiated negation a judgment? If everything that comes to be also deserves to perish, a devastating judgment, but it is not an absolute judgment. Rather, it is a distinctly limited and conditional one because it refers only to everything that comes to be. The decision which was embodied in the judgment of God, however, God's thumbs up or thumbs down, was not supposed to be a form of absolute negation. It was supposed to distinguish between sheep and goats, not condemn them both equally and without possible mitigation or qualification. Even if, in point of fact, there happen not to be any sheep because all humans are sinners, that is still a separate matter. To abolish the very possibility of a positive outcome, as one would if God was just a principle of absolute negation, would make the notion of a divine judgment meaningless. A God like that, an absolutely empty process absolutely negating everything, would be, as Artaud says, like the march of a limitless army of crab lice. Quote, God is, like the emptiness which advances with all his forms, the most perfect representation of which is the march of an unsurveyable troop of crab lice. End quote. The arsehole, one might say, is the measure of reality par excellence for Artaud, because the world itself is terribly shitty, and it is also an instrument of cognition, because although I can fart out any possibilities I wish, the arsehole will, under normal conditions, be able to distinguish between empty and full loads. Seen from the point of view of traditional metaphysics, no shit without farts, but for Artaud, without reality, that is matter that is negated by the body itself, no possibilities. Quote, thus the space of possibilities was given to me one day like a huge fart that I shall let out. End quote. If there is no divine tribunal, then there is no heaven and no hell, no absolute up or down, above or below. Poor Lenz, the butcher's sorry, can be sorry that he is not march on his head, and we can continue to have pity for him, but Celan's remark that, for someone who is walking on his head, heaven is an abyss, has lost its moorings. In a world without hierarchically structured verticality, even revolution has a completely different meaning than we would normally take it to have. Maybe it would be a reversal of direction in the horizontal plane. Quote, man is ill because he has been badly constructed. We have to strip him naked in order to scratch that tiny animal that is itching him to death, God. When you have made a body without organs, then you will have delivered him from all his automatisms and have given him his true freedom. Then you will teach him again to dance backwards, as if the delirium of a dance in a cheap cafe, and this backwards will be his true place. End quote. In a dance, too, there is no above or below, just forward and backward. Perhaps there is a temporal order, this step before that step, and a direction, but no hierarchy. Like a well-constructed car, a skilled dancer has, as it were, a forward gear and a reverse, and he or she can, and must, of course, steer. Dancers do not simply let themselves drift in a passive or contemplative way in the way described in Holderlin's Mnemosyne. Quote, and always there is a yearning that seeks the unbound. But much must be retained, and loyalty is needed. Forward, however, and back we will not look. Be lulled and rocked as on a weighing skiff of the sea. But why should loyalty or fidelity be necessary? Why not resist the longing to plunge into that which is unbound? So neither Lenz nor Holderlin, but the direction is undoubtedly backwards. How far back? It is no surprise that Artaud rejects the world of modern technology, but what is interesting is his interpretation of what it is he is rejecting. Even in 1947 to 1948, he was able to see the modern technical world as climaxing in the biotechnical manipulation of human beings. He ascribes to Americans and Russians, in his view the two most technology-obsessed modern populations, the theology which combines in equal parts atomic energy, biotechnology, and insect-like hypocrisy. Quote, what one has called microbes is God, and do you know with what the Americans and Russians make their atoms? They make them with the microbes of God. End quote. The sick and badly constructed human must be completely rebuilt. For this reason, one must take seriously the American experiments with artificial insemination, which are treated so ironically at the beginning of Artaud's text. These experiments are the natural expression of the life of a population that will do literally anything to avoid a direct encounter with the basic facts of life. Any population that wants to inseminate without intercourse, that makes war with such a huge apparatus of machines in order to avoid even the slightest possible danger, and which looks for its satisfactions in various forms of pseudo-intoxication, clearly knows nothing about the fire of immediate experience, and the way in which it can give one access to reality. Poverty of experience, however, brings with it eventually the loss of reality. Isn't the above, one might ask, nothing but a trotting out of old hats and coats from the huge wardrobe of European reactionary thought, articles of clothing that never much had shape or elegance and are not looking distinctly shoddy and threadbare? Didn't Heidegger say as much as the same thing as Artaud, to be sure in a way less, perhaps, lyrical, in 1935? Quote, "This Europe, in its catastrophic and deluded way, always about to stab itself in the back, lies today in the pincers of Russia, on the one side, and America on the other. Russia and America are, from a metaphysical point of view, the same thing. They both instantiate the same frenzy of unleashed technology and rootless organization of normed human beings." We do know, in the case of Heidegger, what he imagined to be the opposite of rootless organization, because we can read the entry he made in the Deutsches Vorherlexikon in 1934/1935. Quote, "Heidegger Martin springs from an old Alemannic Swabian peasant clan, which on the marital side, Kempf, can be traced as working the same farm as far back as 1510." End quote. So are hunters and gatherers who, of necessity, would have no knowledge of any such form of persistent agricultural property, necessarily rootless and, quote, "forgetful of being?" End quote. Artaud will have no truck either with the belligerent ideal American, produced hygienically by artificial insemination, nor with the sentimentalized South German peasant idol of Heidegger. He wants neither to be a shepherd of being, as Heidegger would have it, nor its automatic answering machine. Quote, "I prefer to the Americans that population which eats its delirium straight from the ground from which it was born. I'm speaking of the Tarahumaras who eat peyote right off the ground while it is growing." End quote. People who crouch on the ground to eat their peyote are certainly no less connected with the aboriginal powers of the universe than Swabian peasants are. Nomadic life in constant movement is not, as Heidegger would have it, necessarily a life of superfelicity. Nor is it clear what metaphysical objection Heidegger could have to a life conducted backwards, or a life of delirium. The abolition of the judgment of God is not an overcoming of metaphysics. Artaud is an atheist and an anti-theologician, but in contrast to many analytic and continental philosophers, he is not afraid of metaphysics. In fact, he even describes his project in To End with the Judgment of God as the search for a language capable of articulating the highest metaphysical truths. Nevertheless, his text does not end with an enunciation of some truth about the essence of man, but with a highly conditional prediction, the expression of a hope. Since there is no judgment of God, man has no true place in the world, but if his poor construction can be remedied, the backward position in a constantly changing, delirious world can become my place. Chapter 9. Context. In March 1954, my grandmother, with whom I, 7 years old at the time, was living during one of my father's periodic sojourns in the hospital, bought a television set, the first I had ever seen. It had a small round screen, not a rectangular one of the kind that has since become most common, so that looking at it was rather like peering through a porthole. The screen was about 20 centimeters in diameter, and the image was, of course, in black and white. It was, however, a fascinating apparatus, attracting the neighbors occasionally to watch a program. One of the first programs I remember watching was the so-called Army McCarthy hearings of a subordinate of the U.S. Senate, which were broadcast in the afternoons. This, at least, is how I remember it. That most of what was happening on the screen was not fully comprehensible to me should come as no surprise. I had virtually none of the background information that would have been required to make sense of the exceedingly complex events that were taking place. As I now realize, the United States at the time was going through one of its periodic exercises in paranoid hysteria, and this was centered around a U.S. Senator named Joe McCarthy, who whipped up as much hatred and suspicion as he could, hoping to use a particularly crude version of anti-communism as an instrument for his political advancement. His specific tactic was to try to intimidate various institutions, such as the film studios of Hollywood, by issuing wild and completely unsupported accusations that their loyalty to the United States was compromised because of the large number of communist sympathizers who filled their senior positions. He had some success initially against politicians, celebrities, and people in the media, but he made the mistake of trying to use the same tactics against the U.S. Army. It turned out that the institution was fully capable of defending itself robustly against completely fabricated charges, and in the televised hearings he initiated against the U.S. Army, McCarthy was himself shown up for what he was and discredited. The drama of the spectacle was only too apparent, even to a child like me, although it was very hard to keep track of all the people involved with the convoluted forensic ballet that was playing out with the television each afternoon. McCarthy was visibly a bully of a type with which I was all too familiar in school and in everyday life, but oddly enough, for reasons that were not clear to me, he did not seem to be getting his way, as such people usually, in my experience, did. The resistance he encountered to me was puzzling. The particular part of the McCarthy Army proceedings, however, which made the deepest impression on me was the use of a certain photograph. McCarthy showed the other senators and the members of the audience a huge blow-up of a photograph showing a young man standing in front of what seemed to be the fuselage of an airplane and shaking the hand of an older man. The young man was a private, the lowest rank of a soldier, and the older man was the Secretary of the Army. What was the Secretary of the Army doing on an airfield meeting in private? The image was technically absolutely clear and perfect, and McCarthy explained to everyone involved what one could see in the picture. There seemed to be no doubt but that the photo was genuine. No one denied that or claimed that the photo was staged or forged. There also seemed to be consensus about the identities of the two people shown and, indeed, about what the picture meant. The next day, however, McCarthy's opponents showed that the same picture with which McCarthy had exhibited the day before was actually a detail of a larger photo. McCarthy's picture had been cropped to exclude another person, a third figure, standing with the young man and the older man. This changed the meaning of the photo, as everyone again seemed to agree, turning it into exactly the opposite of what McCarthy had given it. This was not, as McCarthy had claimed, some kind of secret and potentially subversive meeting between the Secretary of the Army and a spy, but a public event, and the private just happened to be the first in a whole queue of people waiting to greet the Secretary. The new, more complete, uncropped picture also contained in its left corner the image of a coat of a yet further fourth man standing in front of the fuselage of the airplane. If one had been able to see clearly who that fourth man was, I recall imagining, might have given the picture yet a different meaning. I remember very vividly sitting in my grandmother's upstairs sitting room, where the television was placed, and realizing that the meaning of the photograph, whatever it was, depended almost entirely on the context and the way that it was framed. I recall fantasizing that every day henceforth they would continue to reveal that the photos shown on the previous days were just isolated segments to be supplemented in the days to come, where each edition changed the meaning of what had gone before, and that this process could continue without stopping indefinitely. I also recall thinking that as the photos become bigger and bigger, detail would be lost. If the photo was of the whole airfield rather than of what was happening in the front of this airspace, how would one recognize who is who? If the photo had been of the whole world, even the airfield would have been invisible. Loss of detail also meant loss of meaning. Similarly, if one focused more and more on one tiny detail, blowing it up more and more, the meaning would also be lost. In retrospect, I can see now that this line of thought was confused because I was conflating two different things, the cropping of an existing photo and taking a photo in a particular format. The proper conclusion for a theist, in particular a Platonistically inclined theist, to draw would have been that, eventually, there was a final definitive image in the mind of God which would include, in some way, all the details of all previous smaller pictures, even though the picture would get infinitely smaller and smaller. At that point, in God's mind, the dance of the billions of veils would in principle would have to stop, even if for various reasons, for instance, the limitations of our human powers, we could never actually see or encompass this final image. Even at the age of 7, however, I found myself incapable of drawing this conclusion. It seemed to me self-evident that the process could continue ad libitum with a continually shifting context and constantly changing meaning. There was no endpoint, not even an imaginary one, although at some point there might be a loss of any ability to focus. The conception was incoherent. I am inclined, in retrospect, to see this early experience with the germs of some views that have continued to seem to me to be of central importance. First, meaning, and consequently knowledge, is essentially contextual. Second, meaning must be a collective, that is a social phenomenon. Third, there is no final all-encompassing framework which puts everything together. Finally, the absence of such a framework, and thus of any final meaning, visibly does not entirely destroy the phenomenon of local meaning. If these views are at all correct, it would seem that asking questions about meaning, success, life as a whole, or one's real self require rather a different approach from any of those discussed in this book. The task becomes not one of looking for some single thing, but managing, as Nietzsche suggests, sometimes multiple shifting perspectives and negotiating smooth transitions that are as smooth as possible, whatever that means, between irreducibly different contexts. If one wants to call this a worldview, then I have no objection to that.